right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I thought we were waiting on a council member, but I think we're good. Did you want? You okay? Okay. So I would love for Jamie Schroeder to lead us in the pledge. All right, and let's observe a brief moment of silence. All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Breckus. Absent at this time. Dewar. Also absent at this time. Delgado absent. McKenzie. Jardin. Bobzine. Sheevy.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Mayor, and Dewar and Breckus are now present.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. All right, at this time, item A4, public comment.
Madam Mayor, our first public comment is from Scott Hadley, followed by an anonymous commenter.
All right.
My name is Scott Hadley. I am here today before the City Council as a representative of the senior citizens and disabled tenants at the property known as the Easy Inn, located at 1661 East 6th Street, which I believe is in Ward 5 of Councilwoman Jardin. I've lived at this property for 17 months, attracted to it by a weekly ad in the Big Nickel publication, stating in the ad each week, "Seniors welcome." I figured if they continually advertised for senior citizens, then it would be a relatively quiet and safe place to live. Boy, was I wrong. Ever since I moved in April of 2015, every night from 10 p.m. onward throughout the night, the property becomes one of the most active drug dealing properties in all of Reno, Nevada. And we, the senior tenants, are tired of being afraid to leave our rooms at night and demand from the property owners to put in place on the property nighttime security to stop the following nighttime criminal activity that takes place each and every night. 1, unauthorized vehicle and pedestrian traffic coming and going on and off the property, selling and buying drugs all night long. Unauthorized traffic, foot and vehicle, for the purpose of prostitution. Unauthorized loiterers wandering the property all hours of the night. Recently, the manager of the property was arrested on 50 counts of, I don't really know exactly what. After her court date and probation, owners of the property reinstated her as manager. Other tenants have told me that some of the charges were stealing people's mail, stealing people's credit card numbers, and using them for obvious reasons. The said manager oftentimes parties with, and other members of that staff often parties with, known drug dealers on the premises. The mail which said manager is responsible for doesn't always get through to the tenants. Personally, I have not received 3 pieces of mail I know was addressed to me. There are 2 rolling gates currently installed on the property entrance and exit, but are never used, leaving the property wide open for unauthorized people to come and go onto the property all night long. Using the existing rolling gates would reduce criminal activity, I believe, by 75%. Question, is the property owner in collusion with workers at the front desk in a drug dealing operation, and therefore does not want nighttime security on their property? If so, that's what's known as organized crime. I have urged the Reno Gazette-Journal in writing to do an investigative report about this property. For over a year, I have worked with the RPD's SET team, writing criminal incident reports, and reporting information.
Go ahead,
Oh, thank you.
please.
Since I have lived at the property, there have been 2 deaths of tenants under mysterious circumstances. As I stand here this morning before you, could there be a body or 2 in a couple of rooms? It's highly possible, because no one bothers to occasionally check on senior citizen tenants. In conclusion, we as tenants of the Easy Inn are fed up with the nonstop criminal activity that goes on there every single night, and we demand that the owners bring in nighttime security, or we will begin the process of a class action lawsuit by property tenants. A press conference is being scheduled for Tuesday, October 11th at 10 a.m. underneath the Easy Inn sign at the entrance of the property. I would respectfully request that Councilwoman Jardin be present at that press conference, as well as a member of RPD's set team. And Councilwoman, you have a sample of the press announcement that I will send out.
Thank
But
you. Thank you
I
for
won't
this.
send them out, I won't put them in the mail till October 4th. So give you time to check your schedule, and you can
Thank you.
always email me to see if you'd be available for that date.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. I also want to make sure that, what's the address?
1661 East 6th.
All right, and can
It's
we
like
make sure that,
it's on a cul-de-sac as 6th Street curves around into 4th Street. It's right there at the entrance there.
all right, and can we make sure that we have someone from staff meet with, yes, and code? And get the property owners' names?
Madam Mayor, how do I go about getting the names of the owners?
I believe those are public record. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
we will.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Madam
sir.
Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from an anonymous speaker, followed by Kendall and Skip.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. I spoke with Ms. Toomey regarding the meeting minutes, and they're being approved by you that I am speaking about child safety laws. I'm not speaking about child safety laws. I am speaking about the illegal destruction of child abuse evidence and by people working and living in Reno, and the law enforcement agencies choosing not to investigate, who have jurisdiction and authority over the matter. We have, since I met with you last, we have heard from Attorney General Adam Laxalt. His response to our complaints that Reno is destroying child abuse evidence illegally. He is not arguing that this isn't going on. In fact, it's going on in courts statewide. Attorney General Laxalt is not arguing that the matter is being concealed, and he's not arguing to our third allegation that illegal contracts are being entered into with companies like Shred-it to destroy child abuse evidence. Attorney Laxalt is asking for qualified immunity because he has agreed that this is going on. He has investigated and knows it's going on. Qualified immunity requires an act that qualifies a person not to be held accountable for a criminal act. And the immunity he's seeking is qualified immunity due to discretionary acts. We have responded to his response to us that destroying child abuse evidence is not a discretionary act. There are numerous statutes that evidence cannot be destroyed. And of course, the children are protected. All of their rights are protected until they turn 18 under NRS 11.250. Now, you all have the right, as of 2013 legislation that was enacted, you all have the right under NRS 41.0338 to ask the Attorney General to be your legal counsel, if that is the defense you want, is immunity. And I would just like to briefly add in the short time that I have left. Shook and Stone is a law firm here in Reno. Julie Shook left the law firm and went to work for the government as an attorney, handling child abuse cases. In a very short amount of time, she was acting incompetently in representing the children. She was not bringing photographs of the battered children in the legal proceedings in which she was representing the abused children. She also was not presenting in the legal, may I have just 30 seconds?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you. The legal proceedings, she would not bring in medical records, police reports of batteries to the children, or affidavits by people who witnessed the batteries or the injuries to the children. She was let go, and shortly before she was let go, she began memorializing in court documents mental illness. And her mental illness, unfortunately, led to a tragic event to both her and her husband, who stayed at Shook and Stone as an attorney handling children's wrongful deaths. They suffered a tragedy due to mental illness. And there's much more to be said that 3 minutes is not going to, but I'm trying to keep you updated 6 minutes a month. This is a very fluid and dynamic situation. I would much rather be put on the agenda, and because October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, that would be an appropriate time.
Thank you. Good work you're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Kendall Inskip, followed by Beatrice Hamilton.
Good morning. My name is Kendall Inskip. I'm with the Education Alliance of Washoe County. And first, I'm delighted to introduce to you our new collaborative coordinator, Brittany Keefe. She is one of our own UNR graduates with some great experience working with nonprofits, volunteers, and education. And then I'll introduce Joshua, an amazing student, here in a second. Everything Education Alliance does is about strengthening education through business and community partnerships to help Washoe County schools students succeed. From Principal for a Day, thank you Council Members Dewar and McKenzie for joining us this year, and Councilman Delgado also joined us. From Principal for a Day to Partners in Education, Teachers Warehouse, and the reason we're here today, the Run for Education.
Before you is a sponsorship form and a report on the impact your Run for Education donations made in 2015, including providing 53 elementary schools with physical education funding that is not currently provided by the district. More than 8,000 of your neighbors and constituents were there supporting students last year. Thank you, Councilman Bobzian, for joining us last year, and thank you, council members, for having us today.
Nice. Congratulations. Welcome.
Thank you. This is actually the 11th year for the Run for Education. It's scheduled for Sunday, October 23rd, and we hope you will consider contributing again this year. 100% of your donation directly impacts students and schools. And next, we want to show you a 1-minute video of last year's Run highlights. But first, I am truly honored to introduce you to Joshua Rodriguez, an exceptional student at Spanish Springs High School who helped produce this video.
Hello, my name is Joshua Rodriguez. I'm a student at Spanish Springs High School. I'm the Video Broadcast Media Director at SSHS, and I am extremely proud to videography this run for the Education Alliance. Also being a cross-country team captain at my school, I find physical education extremely important for Washoe County school children, and I hope you enjoy this video.
Yeah.
Kids that are out here, they're our future. You know, we have to keep that in mind, is that it doesn't just stop when our kids are gone and we have to give up trying to help out. So I'm here because I look at the kids that are out here and I realize, those are the ones that are going to be taking care of us someday. Those are the ones that are going to carry on the work that we've done. And so it's important to keep support of them.
And that's our presentation. Thank you.
Wow,
Nice.
nice job.
Really nice.
Great job.
It's fantastic, and I love that you got Councilman Bobsian in there. Your hair was long. You had to... Are you running this year?
I got to figure it out.
I know you've got a crazy schedule, but
Run schedule.
yeah. Well, okay. Well, congratulations. Great job. Fantastic. Well,
you.
good.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Beatrice Hamilton, followed by Mark Markel.
Mayor Sheevy and council members, my name is Beatrice Hamilton. I am the owner of Be Abundant Art and Home Boutique at 46 West 1st Street. I have owned this shop for 11 years. My portion of West 1st Street was once called Quality Corner in 1953 when my family moved here. My concern today is the condition of the sidewalks. They are caked with food droppings and other dirt and markings from the restaurants that are near my business. First Street is a gateway to my business and to Bruca Theater. And I am requesting today that the attention be addressed to cleaning the sidewalks more. I'm not sure who my council member, my council representative is, but this issue is of a concern too from my neighbors. We also have those individuals that use corner slots of businesses to urinate, and it's very hard to catch these people because they do this in the evening, late at night. But the sidewalk, as I said, is a gateway to the shopping. I'm a taxpayer, and I hope you will honor my request today.
Thank you very much. Plus, you have a lot more traffic now that the bridge is open. Have you noticed that?
I do
So
have
we need
more,
to- we
yes,
need to
thankfully.
really, 'cause I've seen them pressure washed over there, so let's make sure. Councilwoman Breckus, I think that's your ward. Or is it right? Because I know it's like really close.
No,
It
I'm
could
on
be.
Arlington, but I think Mr. Bobzine is the liaison to the maintenance district for
Go right
downtown.
ahead,
And so,
Councilman.
Great,
Which is
okay.
why my hand is up.
Go right ahead, Council.
So no, I was
trying
going to say,
figure
I
out
don't know if we
the-
have someone
the
from
line.
staff here. So you are in the maintenance you're in the maintenance district, and so
Yes, okay.
you should receive, your area and those sidewalks should receive a higher level of service with regular pressure washing and cleaning. I wonder if there's someone from staff, I'm kind of looking over here, who could maybe connect with you and kind of talk about specific concerns and see if there's anything that can happen in their schedule, in their attention to address your immediate concerns. So I see Barb DeCiano coming over to connect with you, and we can start a conversation
Thank
and
you
see if
very
there's some
much.
ways to address
Great.
that. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
For sure.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Mark Markel, followed by Jay Carter.
Good morning, Madam
Hi,
Miss
Mark.
Mayor. How are you? I said council member and city manager. How are you?
He's great.
Cool. You want to talk?
Listening.
Oh, what I have to say is very important.
Yes, it is important. We want to hear from you.
Yes. 27 years ago, I was in a drunk driving crash. And it messed up my whole life. Anyways, we were doing 100 and we rolled 8 times. And I was ejected and it landed on my head. and I was in a coma for a month, and in the hospital 6.5 months before that. It's been 27 years, so I don't. I remember. I kind of remember. But I just want to be sure nobody else gets in the car with a drunk driver, and don't drink and drive, and enjoy your summer. Thank you.
Great job.
Madam Mayor, our
And-
next public comment is from Jay Carter, followed
And
by.
also, just really quickly, I'm going to have Rick get with you because we're doing a school initiative. So make sure you see Rick before you leave, okay, Mark? All right, thank you. All right.
Jay
Go ahead.
Carter, followed by Ivy Antanowicz.
Good morning. My name is Jay Carter. I'm here to talk to you about Hillside Cemetery. My great-great-grandfather, Peleg Brown, settled in this valley in 1857. He was a county commissioner in 1873. He is one of the people buried in Hillside Cemetery with his wife. 4 of my uncles, Nance, are buried in that cemetery. I have over 50 family members in this area that are supporting me to keep those people settled in Graveside Cemetery. We do not want those bodies dug up, put in 2x2 boxes, stacked 7 foot or 7 deep in a trench with a little marker. My great-great-grandmother purchased that property in 1877. They own that plot. It is an 18 by 36 plot. There's a lot of room for more family members in there. The Sierra Memorial Gardens would like to take the people out of that grave, take over that property, and sell it for development. They are just land speculators, and they're not taking care of the cemetery. Sierra Memorial Gardens, for the last 30 years, was required to maintain that cemetery by NRS statute. They have not maintained it at all. There's a small group, Hillside Preservation Group, that has been maintaining that for the last 3 years, and they work on that every Saturday. You're welcome to come up. Bring your boots, gloves, hats, shovels, rakes, and help out. I appreciate any help you can give us to preserve Hillside Cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ivy Antanowicz, followed by Levi Hooper.
I had a statement to read, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get through it. Mark was actually a student of Hank's several times. I'm here to talk about Hank Sosnowski. You of the council are aware. He's a 68-year-old man that was sucker punched watching a tagger tag the Nevada marker. I'm here to thank you guys for all the support that you've given. It's bad. It's really bad. And he's making a lot of progress. But like I say, he's climbing Mount Everest and he's gone 40 paces. Just watching Mark really hit hard because that's the kind of trauma he's got. And we just don't know what the future holds for him. But I want to thank everybody here who's been so supportive. I want to thank the witnesses who got out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning to go down to the police station and give a second testimony. I want to thank the EMT unit that was there so fast. If it had been delayed anymore, we probably wouldn't be here right now talking about his future. Tomorrow he's having surgery. He's going to have the right side of his skull put back on. Naomi has been an amazing support and has been in the hospital to see him. And he lit up he really lit up and enjoyed seeing her. And Ms. Mayor, thank you so much for posting our GoFundMe account. We're almost at $10,000, which sounds like a lot. Unfortunately, today is day 28 of him in ICU. So we're looking at millions. So, but we're grateful for everything that we get. Hank was the sole provider in our home. So needless to say, it's tough right now trying to work things out. But I just really wanted to thank everybody up here because you've all been so supportive, and without everybody's support, I would not have gotten through this. So thank you very much.
So I don't know Hank, but I know so many people that know him and love him and hold him to the highest regard. But I will tell you what, he is a city superhero. And we definitely need to dedicate a name, or his name, day in the city of Reno, because let me tell you what he did was so heroic. And graffiti has been such an issue in our city. And for him to do what he did was so incredibly brave. But I will say this, the brain is pretty miraculous. And so it takes a lot of time. But that picture you posted was such a miracle. It was such a miracle. And so I'm so glad that you came here today and gave us an update. We're so incredibly grateful in this city for his bravery. Unbelievable.
He is the most remarkable man I've ever met in my life.
And he has many students who love him and who are praying for him.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And that's one thing about this community, we really come together. And I think it would be great to put together a fundraiser for him and do something that could really, sort of help, because I know financially
We are
the
strapped.
medical situation can get really exorbitant.
And I completely forgot about that. We're having a silent art auction on October 18th. We'll
Great.
have, 35 to 40 artists who are donating.
Okay, where is that?
It'll be over at the Wild River in the River Room,
Great.
6 to 8. Music is king in our house, and we listen to the blues nonstop.
I hear it is.
And we've got people like Duke Robillard donating, Walter Trout donating, their items for the silent auction. And for those of you who know the blues, you know at least those two people. So yeah, it's open to the public. Sierra Arts is helping sponsor us. Reno Artworks is also working with us. So we're going to have a really nice set of art. I know Reno is all about the burner art, but we're going a little step up for this. Yeah, if you guys could go, that would be absolutely wonderful.
Absolutely.
So thank
And-
you for mentioning fundraiser.
Oh, no,
I totally
I
forgot.
think, I would ask everyone in the audience and up here on your social media feeds to really push that out and to make this event a huge success.
That's what we're praying for. So thank you so much for
I know many of
bringing
us
that up.
will be there, and I want to thank Councilwoman Dewar for keeping us posted and
Doing my best.
she's very good at that. She's an incredible
awesome.
caretaker.
So
And Naoma
yeah.
too. I want to
That's-
especially thank you too. Naoma actually donated to our fund.
Yeah.
So I forgot that too. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I
Yes,
may.
go right ahead.
Well, that's what I was gonna, I didn't know if you were gonna get there, but I was gonna say, I know several council members have already donated, including Councilwoman Jordan, and I know several others plan to donate or attend the auction. I think in all of these events, one of the things I think that sometimes gets missed is that we're very focused on the patient. But the caretakers are just as important. Really, Ivy, you are Hank's only caretaker. And his dearly beloved. And I was very privileged to be there that day, coincidentally, to snap that photo, when he opened his eyes.
Yeah.
So I think when we're thinking about this, when we set to a dedicated fund that's just for medical expenses, I think Ivy just mentioned that he was the sole provider to their family. While the Riverside Lofts has, low rent, that doesn't mean, there's lots and lots of living expenses. And so I think that we have to be cognizant of that too, that somebody's got to take care of the caretakers too. And they've got to be able to live. And I don't want to see you get evicted or, not be able to pay your own bills. So, it's just something when we're thinking about, how to support our community, it's something else that we have to factor in.
Thank you so
But-
much for saying that. Thank you. And again,
Absolutely.
thank you all. Thank you so much.
No, and thank you for coming, truly. Well, we look forward to seeing you.
I'll be back, hopefully with real positive updates.
Thank you. Thank you. We would love that.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Levi Hooper, followed by Sam Dene.
Hi, I am Levi Hooper. I'm the voice of the downtrodden. I am running for county commissioner, District 1. I'm here today to ask for any kind of funding I could get from you guys, if I could get any, personal or not, for my homeless thing. I do, a few years ago, before a bad storm came, I helped about 20 homeless people out with blankets and stuff right before a bad storm. And I know we're about to have one now, a cold front coming in, and years ago, Washoe County helped before too, and I know this is the place to go to ask, you know. And I've been helping the homeless for about 5 years now in Reno. I was on the Reno Area Alliance for the Homeless, and I'm just trying to do what I can. And I don't know if you guys have any ideas or way I could get this really jump started, but that's all I really have to say. Not much, but. That's about it.
Well, congratulations for
Sorry,
running
I
for
wish I would've
office,
prepared
Levi.
a little bit more. Sorry, what was that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations for running for office.
Thank you.
And I'm actually going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan. She has been our homeless champion and doing incredible work. So,
And if we could have Barbara DiCiano make sure, Barbara is my assistant, and she can get your information and kind of better understanding of what it is that you do.
Cool.
Homelessness is, a main priority, if not the priority of mine. So I would like to learn more.
I was homeless for 5 years in town here, and believe it or not, Sam Dene helped me get off the streets about 8 years ago now. And,
Sam.
Yeah, I've been his apprentice protege since then, you know.
so
But,
Sam's actually a nice guy.
Yeah, it's the best man I ever met right there. I'll
Don't
tell
ruin
you.
his reputation. Don't ruin his
Sam,
reputation.
it was just an opening. I had to do it just because
He's up after
because
me,
we
so be
harass
careful.
we
Yeah, if you
harass him
wouldn't
and he
mind-
likes to harass us.
Yeah, connect with Barbara, and we can set a meeting where I can learn more about what you're doing and what was significant in helping you transition out of homelessness. I'd like to sit down with you.
Yeah, totally. I got great ideas. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you.
All right,
Sam Dene?
our good citizen Sam, the man.
Can you say that a little louder? Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government and the DNA of Reno Government. Sam DNA Dene. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I spent many years flying fighters and bombers, defending our nation, as I say over and over again, because every now and then we have new people in the audience and out there on YouTube. I'm responsible for 92% of the good things about Reno, and I ask folks to come forward and challenge that statement. Burning Man, I say Burning Man single-handedly when they wanted to shut it down, and now it's one of the biggest things in Reno, and I never got a thank you for that even. Of course, I never get thank yous from anything because the media mouses, I wasn't going to call them media mouses today. I'm going to leave them out of the conversation. Their ilk are scared to death and jealous of this 160-pound man who does more good for the community than all the rest of the citizens added together in all of his humbleness. I'm in favor of standing up for the national anthem. And if I owned a company or a team and people were in my uniform, not standing up for the national anthem, they would be gone. I don't know if they would be fired. I'd have to take care of this whole thing, those multi-million-dollar athletes who get paid all that money for chasing a ball around, getting all of the headlines. Sam Dene takes his guitar to the government meetings and does something extemporaneous and exciting and plays a beautiful version of the Star-Spangled Banner standing right here. And does the media mouses have a thing to say about it? No. They're disgusting. Excuse me, they're disgusting. Their fear and envy of Sam is disgusting. Levi Hooper there. Now there is a story. A homeless kid from several years ago. Now he's going to the championship game for the county commission. Championship game. All on his own with a little help from Sam. He's going to the championship game. Not one word. His name has not been in any of the media. You'd think there'd be some story there, but the media, again, just because he says he knows Sam, It's the kiss of death of him from the media the cowardly media mouses. Schools for children. Colonel Kazmierski of Edon recruited me, begged me to please be a spokesman for schools for children. That was a long time ago. I did not know what tactic they were going to use to try to get us to pay, citizens to pay for the schools for children. Last meeting I did a poll here the room was standing room only, and I said, how many people are in favor of paying a huge tax for schools for the children? 150 people, 6 hands went up. Now there's a hell of a poll. Now they ought to be announcing that poll instead of these other bought and paid for polls. I have spoken in favor of schools for children more than all of the citizens added together. Besides that, on the other hand, I've spoken against schools for children because the wrong people are paying for the schools. Sure, we could pay for some of it, but the people benefiting over there in Tahoe Reno Industrial Complex they're probably nice guys. Maybe they don't even know what they're doing. I like another 30 seconds like the others. They're probably real nice guys, and they probably don't even know that they're shirking their duty and scarfing off of the poor citizens of Reno. They're millionaires, and these folks are all here paying out of their pockets according to the plan for this infinite tax. It's an infinite tax, ladies and gentlemen. It never ends. They're calling it a $800 million tax. It's not. It never ends. So I'm speaking against it, but I'm speaking for it from the viewpoint that children do need schools, and not so much. I think the schools are actually in okay condition. We don't need Taj Mahals, but we do need enough room, so maybe we should go to year-round schools. You heard it from me. Other people have said it. I'm saying it adamantly. Year-round schools, that's going to save 25% more schools. Any questions? Any comments? Deers in the headlight? No?
Good job.
Any thank yous?
Thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome, and you're welcome, and you're welcome out on YouTube.
You gotta bring your guitar next time.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Ruth Stacy, followed by Shailene Webb.
Madam Mayor, City Council persons, I want to speak in favor of adoption of the resolution to become a stakeholder for Hillside Cemetery in those proceedings. That's item H4. I am a Reno resident, and in the 1970s, I worked for a law firm here in town. And there was a developer who filed a adverse possession or a quiet title action based on adverse possession of some northern acreage of Hillside Cemetery, the Summit Avenue area. He wanted to build an apartment for students. And I was tasked with interviewing people about how the cemetery had been used and so forth that lived around it at that time. To the best of my knowledge, all of these people are now deceased. Of those I interviewed, here's information that is not generally out there. The first is that in the north of the cemetery, there is an old Chinese gravesite. They have their Chinese artifacts buried there. It is believed that those were railroad workers when the railroad was brought through this area. In the Nevada Street side, a couple who had lived there for many years told me that when the city straightened Nevada Street and dug down for the utilities, they discovered ancient Indian artifacts that had been buried there. And of course, they probably quickly covered it up, but that was thought to be quite an old burial site. Another man who had worked with the city and done quite a few jobs around told me that when University Terrace, the alleyway behind, which is the south end of the cemetery, some work was done on that, they found grave sites within that alleyway. He said additionally, there were graves within the roads of the cemetery under it, but also they found bodies buried, some people had, between the other grave sites. And they believed that what had happened is people lacked money to bury their family members, so they had quietly buried them at night, privately. And what I want to say is everything I have learned about that piece of land is that is an ancient burial site. It became a cemetery because it already had the reputation of a burial site. And anybody who digs in there is going to have one heck of a lot of graves to move. So I'm urging the city to look favorably upon trying to get that as a historic site so that it can be properly preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment is from Shailene Webb.
Hi. My name's Shailene Webb. Thank you for having me today. I am actually here for Hillside as well. I am a member of the Hillside Cemetery Preservation Foundation. First, I'd like to read a letter from our president, Fran Tryon. I know that she's been here for previous meetings, but she's out of town right now. So she wanted to write a letter to you guys. To the Reno City Council, as president of Hillside Cemetery Preservation Foundation, I would like to take this opportunity to formally thank Sierra Memorial Gardens and City View Terrace LLC for suspending the pending exhumations at Hillside Cemetery. I would also like to express the Foundation's gratitude to the Reno City Council for opening a dialogue about this sacred historical treasure. Volunteers have been working on family plots in the cemetery for 3 years, and this past month, Hillside Cemetery Preservation has rallied more volunteers who wish to help the families keep their plots clean. Our nonprofit foundation is a young organization, having received our 501c3 status the day the exhumation notices appeared on the fence. Our purpose is simple: the charitable restoration and preservation of Hillside, in order to educate the public about the historical significance of the cemetery and the people buried there. There are many problems with the proposed development of this cemetery property: family rights, property rights, lack of information on burial sites for 200 unknowns, violation of religious practices, not to mention there have been no public hearings. These are our founding fathers, and we can make this cemetery something the Reno community can point to with pride. My intent with this letter is not to point fingers or lay blame, but to call for heroes. Candace Wheeler of Comstock Cemetery Association, a recognized expert on historic cemeteries, states it best. Find one thing that you can do, just one thing. The foundation would like to partner with the community, families, and city leaders to develop a master plan for the restoration and rehabilitation of this 148-year-old cemetery. We can do this as a community. We are dedicated to preserving the community for future generations. We need heroes in this endeavor. Be a hero and help save our treasure. So that's from Fran. I would like to say, obviously there's a lot of questions on who may even be buried there over time, so who knows what happens if they start digging. I know there's questions on property rights and if they even have the correct permits to do what they want to do. But it can be used for so much more. It can be used as an educational resource. I take my daughter there every Saturday. She has learned more by being there than in school. She's learned about the families. She's learned about cultural practices for burial. She's learned about rocks because of all the different kinds of stones used for headstones, and how they're made. So it's such a great resource. I think it could be used to partner with, I know there's Harps that does a 4th grade education on Nevada history. Why are they not learning about these families that built this area? So I think it would be fantastic to keep, and I'm excited it's on the agenda, and I wish I could stay all day, but I will watch the video and see what you guys talk about. Thank you.
All right, good job.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment.
All right. All right. With that being said, we are now going to go to A5, City Manager announcements.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Perhaps the most pleasurable part of sitting in this seat is every council meeting introducing the new city employees that have joined our family to provide the excellent services that the 1,100+ employees of the city of Reno provide. Often kind of unseen and unknown to the public, but they do take care of business for us. So today we have 3 new employees in the Community Development Department. I think at least 2 of them are here. Kim Jolly, who's a management assistant with Community Development.
Right here.
Silas Scarborough, assistant planner. And I'm assuming that Peter Jordan, who's a building inspector, is probably out inspecting buildings right now, but or otherwise he'd be joining us. So I just wanted to welcome you to the city of Reno and make sure the council and the public know that these are 2 of our 3 actually new employees that are helping us do the great job we do for the citizens of Reno.
Fantastic.
So thank you.
Welcome.
Talking a little bit more about recognition, both for the council and the public, you might notice that at the back of the council chambers is a fairly large picture. And that portrait, which is hanging in the council chambers, is of an honored, renowned volunteer, Ed Farrell, and his therapy dog, Waldo. As the city's inaugural city superhero, our Citizens Recognition Program will continue to honor citizens who make our city a great place by preparing and presenting a photo each month. So we're scheduled to recognize our next city superhero at our October 26th regular meeting. Each winner will have their portrait hung, much like Ed's back here and Waldo, in the city council chambers for the public and the council's appreciation and viewing. For more information, if anybody would like to nominate a Reno superhero, please go to reno.gov/superheroes. You can also watch a video that will further explain the program, which we're very proud of. I'd like to discuss at this point the efforts the city is making to support the veterans in our community. The city has been named one of 4 pilot sites to receive funding from GE to support its local Ride to Recovery Project Hero program for local veterans facing health issues. We will be celebrating the new funding with a media event at the City Plaza Believe sculpture tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. The celebration will be followed by a community bike ride alongside veterans to the Evelyn Mount Community Center, where there will be a Veterans Resource Fair starting at 11:30 a.m. Again, that'll be tomorrow at 10:30 out at the Believe sculpture. Citizens can support the effort by attending a showing of the Recovery film documentary, which tonight will be presented at the Circus Ballroom. The event will be from 6 to 9 p.m., and the proceeds from attending the viewing will benefit the local chapter of Project Hero. Also, proceeds from the Cross Reno event in October 1st at Rancho San Rafael will benefit Project Hero efforts. I'd like to recognize April Wolf for all of her work in these many positive, I don't know if April's here today.
I don't
but
see her.
Yeah. These efforts.
Where are
She is over
you?
there, okay. Gotta look to the left. Thank you, April. And finally, we officially announced yesterday that Mayor Sheevy has pledged to make Reno one of the nation's official hidden hero cities. Reno City Council will consider adoption of a resolution to formalize Reno's participation later today on the agenda. The goal of the Hidden Heroes campaign is to better connect military caregivers to our region's many veterans' resources. In terms of upcoming meetings, just a couple of announcements. Friendly reminder that the council and the public that our next regularly scheduled meeting will be 2 weeks from today on October 12th, and that meeting will start at 10 a.m. We also have a special meeting this evening starting at 6 p.m., which will be focused specifically on the Downtown Action Plan. And I believe that those who can participate will find it very informative in terms of not only efforts here in the city of Reno, but also some national efforts in terms of downtown development that will be very informative and helpful in the development of our Downtown Action Plan. For more information on upcoming meetings at the city of Reno, please visit reno.gov/meetings and click on View Agendas. That concludes my presentation or my comments this morning.
All
Madam
right.
Mayor.
Thank you so very much. April, you are amazing, amazing. I always say the mayor hears everything, and you really do. But I can't tell you how many people just sing your praises and what you have done with that program. I mean, it's pretty miraculous. Yeah, so give her a huge round of applause. And I think, so the Hidden Heroes campaign is really exciting, and I think Reno really was chosen, I think, because of a lot of your great work and what's happening with veterans. And Councilwoman Dewar, you kind of touched on a little bit about
caretaker.
about caretakers and how they're really sort of go unnoticed. And I mean, it's a tremendous amount of, you know, caregiving and emotional stress, and they really are the ones that are forgotten. So this is a very cool initiative with Tom Hanks and Elizabeth Dole, and so I'm really proud to be a part of that. And but again, here at home, you're a hidden hero too. So I just want you to know that. So thank you so much. Super exciting. So everyone, be there at 10 tomorrow. 10:30. Okay, 10:30. 10:30. Okay, there you go. All right. Well, thank you. Okay, moving right along. Okay, at this time, we are going to go to item A6. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Oh, sorry.
Just a couple of comments on the agenda before you vote on it. First of all, there are no proclamations today. We do have a presentation from the Washoe County Regional Animal Services Department. As far as the public meetings that are occurring at 1 p.m., we do have the Pheasant Lane easement abandonment placed as the first item in those 1 p.m. hearings, and then that'll be followed by the federal public lands presentation. We have also have a 5:30 time certain regarding the Dragonfly Sculpture Agreement at Virginia Lake. And we have no public hearings tonight at 6 p.m. However, as I mentioned earlier, we do have a very important downtown action plan, Downtown 101 presentation from our consultants from Denver that we're looking very forward to having the council and the public here. So with that, that concludes my comments on the agenda.
Great, we're excited to see it. So, okay, item A6, may I get a motion to approve the agenda? So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item A7, approval of the minutes. May I get a motion?
I'll make a motion, but I would like to change that wordage as our commenter mentioned. I think if someone, comes up and states, hey, my public comment isn't accurately reflected in the minutes, and I think there was, I noted that a little bit. So I would excerpt those words about, that she called out about child safety laws with destruction of child abuse evidence, sub in those two words. And I think that would probably appease her, capture her comments. So with that, I'll move to adopt.
So A7, A1, or A71 and A72.
Yeah, I'll make the
Okay.
motion for both at the same time.
All right,
With
thank
that amendment, thanks.
Thank you. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item B1, cash disbursements. Any council members have disclosures? Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item D1, presentations. And this will be from the Washoe County Chapter 55 Code Updates.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council, Madam Mayor, pardon me.
Oh, it's all good.
Cheyenne Scholl, with Director of Regional Animal Services, and Bobby Smith, Manager of Regional Animal Services. It's our pleasure to be here today to provide a brief update to you all on the revisions to Chapter 55 as they relate to animals. And as many of you, if not most of you, are aware, this code has not been revised since 2005 when consolidation occurred for regionalization of animal services. So we went through the process in 2014 to record public comment, have workshops, meetings, surveys, totaling approximately 350 hours of staff time. So what we have crafted for you all today is, as I mentioned, a very brief presentation with high-level overview of the changes that we have made to Chapter 55, as well as timelines for upcoming sections of code that we are planning to make amendments to. If there's anything in particular that we need to go into depth, staff would be happy to meet with you all individually or come back to another meeting to provide those updates and discuss in more depth. So in 2014, Regional Animal Services became a standalone department, and with that, the very first section of code that needed to be amended was the creation of the department, the director position, and the duties of the department. Pretty straightforward section of code, probably, I would say, the easiest section.
Just one quick question before you go on. Are these, the things you're about to tell us, are they adopted or they're about to be adopted? And do we have to co-adopt them with the county, or does the county just adopt them?
So everything that I'm going to be speaking about, Councilwoman Dora, has been adopted. We will give you, before we talk about the individual item, let you know if those are items that are coming up.
Okay.
So everything that I'm going to talk about has been adopted.
And just Washoe County, since it's just a Washoe County code at this point, even though we're joint, or did we have to adopt the codes also?
No, it's Washoe County. The Board of County Commission adopted the code, so therefore it would cover the city of Reno residents as well as it relates
Thank
to
you.
animals.
All right, thanks.
So the next item is feral cat management. We adopted a code early last year in 2015 to formally provide a process by which we manage feral cats. This is a new section of code that was not in existence prior to 2015 to formally adopt and approve feral management process in Washoe County. And just a quick overview of how this process works. A sponsor group partners with us at Regional Animal Services, and then the cats are taken and received by them to be spayed, neutered, vaccinated, microchipped, and re-released back into the colony where they were trapped from. And the colonies are monitored by caretakers who register with that sponsor. Another very important section of code that we needed to make revisions to was the dangerous dog section of code. And so some of the changes that we made to this particular section helped improve public safety. It helped us improve oversight for some of those animals that are currently within our county, as well as how we make decisions and oversee those animals moving forward. And we also had some NRS changes that we needed to implement into that section of code. So this was a revision. And we made language clarifications to the criteria of how animals are declared dangerous, as well as increase those public safety measures. So for example, we increased the liability insurance that somebody with a declared dangerous dog has to have from $50,000 to $250,000 liability insurance. We increased the caging requirements for public safety, and also we outlined and clarified some of the tracking mechanisms that we use for animals moving in and out of our county that are already declared either by our county or by another county that might request to move into our county.
I have a question on this.
Councilwoman Dorr?
What does it take to be a dangerous dog? I mean, do there have to be a bite, 2 bites, a warning? What's the process?
Councilwoman, I can answer that. We have set criteria within the code that help us determine whether or not a dog exhibits the characteristics for us to make a declaration for a dangerous dog. If a dog creates a situation within an 18-month period of time where it causes someone to have to defend themselves, they act in a menacing way towards a person off the property of their owner, that could be used for a declaration for a dangerous dog. If a dog causes significant injury to a human or kills a human, that can obviously be used to make that declaration. And also if a dog kills another domestic animal while off the property of the owner, that can be used as part of criteria.
Okay, really helpful, thank you.
We made some amendments to cruelty to animals section. Again, this was another section that we needed to augment with some changes to NRS from 2013 legislation. And what mostly occurred within this section of code is that we better outlined and clarified the language for better prosecution from our standpoint. It was a bit convoluted before, so we clarified the language on it. We inserted the NRS sections and also made some, like I said, clarifications to that particular section.
What, may I ask a question? What is horse tripping? What? No, what is it?
Councilwoman, this is a practice used as a sport where horses are tripped with ropes or other tools to make them fall down as part of a sport.
That's horrible. Okay. Thank you. I never heard of that.
And vaccination and license requirements. This was an amendment that we made to this section of code just for some more language clarifications. We made it easier for individuals who own animals to license their animal with a microchip number. So they still have to pay the fee, but they can use that microchip number in lieu of an actual hard tag. And that is, of course, to help support our promotion of microchips as permanent identification, but also that it could serve as their registration for their dog. Outlines that dogs, cats, and ferrets must be rabies vaccinated if they're over the age of 4 months, and then also included vaccination and exclusions for health reasons with a statement from a veterinarian. And at this point, I will turn it over to Manager Bobby Smith to carry forward with the remainder of the presentation.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. For the record, Bobby Smith, Animal Services Manager. The slide that I'm going to start on is the Commercial Animal Welfare Permit. This permit was passed back in May of this last year, May of this year. We have created the application process, the inspection reports, and have started the soft rollout of the code. We started going out to businesses in August, giving them the code, giving them an explanation as to what the code is and how the process will work. We continue as we speak now. Every week I have a person that goes out to businesses that we haven't met with to give them more information and answer the questions. We will be doing the hard rollout in January, February of 2017. This is where we will go into the businesses and do the official inspection and go back and process a permit under the new code. This new code has done very well for us. It's strengthened our capabilities on animal welfare enforcement. It has allowed us to actually put in place solid requirements and guidelines for store owners in regards to the health and safety of their animals. This code also works in conjunction with the local jurisdiction's business licensing. For example, if we went in and had an issue where someone did not correct a violation and we revoked their permit, we would then notify your business licensing of the issues that we've had so that you folks can take whatever steps are necessary that you feel within your business licensing. One more thing, appeal process. This code does also hold an appeal process. They have the ability to go to first an administrative hearing officer. If they do not like the decision of that officer, then they do have their second judicial review appeal. Advisory board. This is a new code section that we just recently passed. This board was set up to give each jurisdiction and the community clear and transparent insight into animal services. The makeup of the board is a 7-member board. 3 seats on the board are reserved for each jurisdiction, Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County, so that each jurisdiction may select their elected, similar as you would have on the RTC board. You have your selection that would sit on the Animal Control Advisory Board. The other 4 seats is a veterinary representative, a real estate or business professional, a representative of a local humane organization within Washoe County, nobody outside of Washoe County, and then an at-large seat, a person interested in promoting the health and safety of animals within our area. This board's duties would be to make recommendations to the Director of Regional Animal Services on several points. A few of them developing long and short-term department goals, amendments to Chapter 55 as we continue to grow within our community and lifestyles or situations change, development of materials and programs that we use to educate the public, evaluations and recommendations on departmental delivery of programs and services to the community, and recommendation on different department policies and procedures. As I said, this was just approved. We plan on rolling this out for our first board meeting spring of 2017. So we will be in contact with each jurisdiction to work out how the board is set up, but we've got to get all the policies in. So our hopes is by spring 2017, we will have our first advisory meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Question just on this is, I believe you said that the advisory board would be 3 electeds. Is it elected, or can we appoint someone instead of an elected, or what, how is it set up?
It's set up for one of the electeds from each jurisdiction.
Oh.
So you folks, just like RTC, you would select one of your elected here
I got
to
you.
sit on the advisory board. It will help with our crosstalk communication. The elected will be able to come back here. If the full board wanted a presentation from us on a special item, we could come in. It helps that communication.
Okay.
Something that we've lacked in the years. We now are going to open those communication and really be clear.
So to be 7-member board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
7-member
3
board.
electeds and then 4 appointed. And the appointed for the humane, or was it 4 appointed?
4 appointed, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
There's a veterinary representative,
Right.
somebody from our community that's in the veterinary
Right.
field,
Real estate,
real estate, business, or professional,
humane,
a local humane organization,
And at large.
and just the 4th person is a person within our community interested in
Right.
health and safety of our
Okay,
animals.
thanks.
Okay. And exotic animal permits. This is a code that we are currently working on. A couple things that I'm just going to kind of run through it, and if it gets convoluted, please stop me and ask a question, okay? The Animal Control Board was set up way back when, before I even got here, and then came through consolidation, and its sole purpose is to hear over-the-limit requests of dogs or requests to possess an exotic animal. Back in April, we were directed to look at the viability of this board and determine if it is viable or if it would serve better to just hold it in-house. Through our investigation, we looked at 5 states and 11 jurisdictions and recommended to the BCC to disband the Animal Control Board and move that all in-house. We were directed to go ahead and disband the Animal Control Board. In its place, we will be putting in a variance permit, and that variance permit will be for over the limit of 7 cats or 3 dogs, and the exotic animal permit will also be in-house with the variance permit. The permit processing will be similar to what we have now. We will still do investigations. We will still touch base with local jurisdictions and see if there's any issues. The benefit to the community is instead of an approximate 3 to 6 months turnaround, we can get this done in 3 to 5 days now. So it's a great benefit to the community. It's great benefit to the department and a cost savings. Of course, there is the appeals process for denied or revoked permits, and that will go again through the administrative hearing process. And then if they appeal out of that, it goes to second judicial.
May I ask a question on
Yes,
this?
ma'am.
Is there notice to neighbors when someone next door is applying for an exotic?
What we're doing with that is we will be doing research, and the officers will be going out and talking to people instead of just sending something in the mail. We're actually going to physically talk to people through part of our investigation.
Okay, so there's not a formal due process for neighbors when an exotic could come in next to them?
There's not, no.
Is there an issuance afterward of the permit that can be known to neighbors so that they could then participate in an appeal process if an exotic is coming in proximity to them, that they want to bring forth information? Maybe they weren't contacted, maybe they felt their concerns weren't made. Just wondering, you know, kind of along the land use sort of thing, and exotic. I don't have a lot of experience with exotics, but I did have a family member who lived next to one, and I know they can be, you know, concerned, or people want mitigating factors. You know, it's the cat run is not on the fence line, right?
Correct. We'll actually get to that on the next slide, ma'am. Okay.
But
So, yes. Yes,
I
ma'am.
would like to just support that, you know, I think it would protect the county and the staff, you know, to notice the neighbors, whatever it is, even if it's just next door, you know, not 750 feet, but just across, behind, and
Correct.
next door.
Correct.
Yeah, and I also think my girlfriend has one of those really large tortoises, and it got out, and thankfully, the neighbors all are aware and saved it in the middle of the road. So, I mean, it's just kind of nice for people to be aware.
Well,
Okay, go ahead.
That's a good
Sorry.
point. Are desert tortoises, because we are in the state trying to, you know, promote desert tortoise adoption, are they exotics?
They are not. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I'll tell you
surprised.
right now. We're not considering those as exotics.
Okay.
Okay. They're,
What do you, what?
they
what-
are, because, let me
Go
break
ahead.
this down.
Go
I
ahead.
think
Sorry.
we'll answer all these
Sorry.
questions.
Go
No
ahead.
worries.
We'll
All right.
ask questions after you're finished. So let's all
Okay,
wait,
cool.
and then you go right ahead.
All right. So we've identified a 3-tier system for exotic animals. First tier is going to be what we typically see in our pet stores. Petco, PetSmart, the normal snakes, lizards, geckos, chameleons, birds, all those things that we see in our pet store. That is a tier 1 exotic, where it's a child's pet, it's a child's pet. Okay. Current code, some of those have to be permitted, and it's antiquated, and we want to change that. A tier 2 is smaller exotic animals that may have a limited threat to persons, and that would require a permit. And then your tier 3 exotics may be inherently dangerous or cause public health concerns or be invasive to our environment, and that would be a tier 3 exotic animal. So I see puzzled faces. Let me give some examples. So in a tier 2, for example, let's just say a Burmese python that gets, what we're proposing is gets up to 10 feet or 30 pounds, would require a permit because it may possess a threat to children or pets. Okay, that's an example. A marmoset primate, which is this big, not really a major threat, but it's a tier 2 animal, and that would require a permit. Your tier 3s, you're inherently dangerous: lions, tigers, bears, your larger animals like that, or an animal that may be invasive within our environment, primates. Okay. So again, this code we're in process of the draft. We're still trying to work out a lot of the kinks. We were at the BCC a week ago, 2 weeks ago, time escapes me, and we still have some back and forth crosstalk to complete this. Our exhibitor's permit, we are in process of that also. This would work in conjunction with business licensing or a special use permit when a circus comes into town or an exhibitor, anything like that. We would go in and check the animal welfare, the caging safety for public and the animal, and ensure that they have all of their proper permits. And again, that is up and coming. Again, just want to reiterate that these code sections we're talking about right now are currently in draft form. We're working on them. And then the last one, fees. The current fee schedule we have, we received during consolidation in 2005 and 6, and is very antiquated, and that will be coming forward in January to the BCC to change our fee schedule. A lot of the new codes that we have passed do have different fees with them, so we'll also be adding those fees in at that time. And questions?
That's all she wrote. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I will tell you, and I'm sure you'll remember this, I was very, very unhappy with animal services. Very. And I think you and Cheyenne have done a tremendous job. I haven't heard a peep. And again, I think, you know, we get a lot of feedback into our office, and I love that you're doing the advisory board. That's super smart. It's fantastic, and then everyone feels like they're involved. But I think you have done a tremendous job. So thank you so much. I hope, and whenever I met you, you had just come to Reno, so I hope you're loving it.
I am.
Okay, good, good. But, and I know how hard, you have a very difficult job, because animals and pets are, people get very emotional about them, and, for many people, they're like their children. So, but I think you've done a fantastic job. So, thank you so much. I'm going to ask, Councilman Breckus, do you want to ask?
Yeah, I just have 2 points, and I really do appreciate you keeping us in touch, and it's been a long process. I know I went to a workshop probably a year and a half ago on barking dogs, but on the, and we gave a lot of authority over to the BCC in this area, and I think it's been a good job and a good partnership, and I do know that they have the interest of all of our residents, unincorporated, and those of us live in cities. I do think on these Tier 2 and Tier 3, just what I've heard today, we probably, in our urban neighborhoods, smaller lots, I think we do need noticing on exotics coming in. I do think in some manner, I think it's a due process to let people know. But, be that as it may, that's just input. The other thing, as our liaison to the Parks Commission, I hear so much about dog pooping and waste on parks, and it's kind of hitting a tipping point. We have some discretionary money. I gave a fair amount of mine out last year to Ward 1 recreational sites our parks are used so heavily. And so many multiple users, soccer moms, on the fields, complaining so much about the dog poop, school children who use our parks and so on. So I guess the question, it's not your code, it's operational, and maybe it can be front and center when your board convenes, is I think we almost need back here to the city some sort of understanding and reporting on, what are you doing in our parks to enforce the waste regulations, and because I have sent some over to you all, and I never get the feedback loop, and I just don't know if we need, we need to get a handle and understand what's being done on our behalf in that component, and how then our parks works with that, our parks maintenance staff who don't have those enforcement powers, and also a lot of revenue was given back over to Man Up Your program that we had at the city, and so I'd like to understand how the dollars are flowing to implement that priority for us. And I do believe it is a priority for us. I know the Parks Commission has it front center a lot to them. So thanks for your response.
Yes. Councilwoman, several years ago, Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, the Public Health, Animal Services, we all got together and did a public outreach on our parks and animal waste. I've actually been in conversation with Washoe County Parks, and we were going to be coming to you and trying to revive that. When we pushed that out, we got quite a bit of success and was reduced. So we are going to be pushing that out again and trying to get out there and really emphasize on it again. The parks that you have sent to us, we did put those on a high target for direct patrols, and we've gotten in those, and we're doing some enforcement, and we're trying to figure out ways to get out there by creating block walk teams and getting out there and getting more education out there. So if you can bear with us for a little bit, we're going to be coming up with education materials and putting PSAs out to really emphasize. Pick it up. It's all of our communities, and we have our children out there. We're out there, and it's just gross. That's just the only word we can put for it.
Okay, I appreciate that. May ask for this to be a continued discussion with someone from your staff at the Parks Commission, not take up time here. But thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Bobzien, you have any? Would you like
Just
to?
a personal aside, as a soccer dad, I'm with you. It's not just the soccer moms; it's the soccer dads.
Well, and also I think it's always
And let that
reminding
be
people to
my
clean up after their pets.
Yes,
constantly.
exactly. It's a constant
Right.
issue. So let that be my least helpful comment for the entire
Okay,
meeting.
thank you so much. Councilwoman Jordan, you're good? She's good? All right, sorry, Councilwoman Dewar.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thanks so much for coming here today. This was super informative. And I too wanted to give a shout out. My first year in office, I had a tremendous amount of calls or posts on Facebook or whatever about barking dogs. And since I brought that to your attention, and you worked with our attorneys to reinvigorate the relationship between the sheriff's office and the police office and code enforcement, I've had 0 the last year. So it's an amazing change. I don't know if we have less barking dogs, but I suspect whatever you put in place is working. So really appreciate that. Number two, on the waste issue, you know, it was such an issue that our citizens formed actually a dog waste volunteer group. And I don't know if you know about it. I think I donated about $1,500 to help them get started through the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation. And it looks like it may be a joint initiative with Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. So I just wanted to, you know, provide that information to you so that maybe we can get you linked in. Our NAB also took on this issue, my Neighborhood Advisory Board, and they asked me to reach out to our Reno Police Department to see if the SAVE volunteers could help give citations. And I found out not so much, that they're more office-oriented staff helping with those kind of things and not really in a role to confront, let's say, a citizen about, hey, you just didn't pick up after your dog. So it may be that we need like a park ranger, or we need, you know, just like we need a ranger on the river, and that'll be a later topic today probably, we probably need some staffing or some help, you know, somebody that helps us with this, whether it's in parks or somewhere. But maybe the education campaign is going to be the thing that really, and maybe instead of doing it every 3 years, we make it an annual event, you know, in conjunction, you know, with Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful and Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation. Last thing was, I didn't hear anything on puppy mills. I don't know if that's still on your to-do list at some future date. I know it's come up in our council before. Did you have any thoughts or comments?
As you're all well aware, that's still up in 9th District.
Okay, so I didn't know that.
We're in hold pattern.
Okay, all right, thanks. Any other comments on the barking dogs or dog waste, or you want to follow up with those groups maybe?
Cheyenne Shell, for the record. I actually would just like to kind of follow in the same vein with Bobby's comments about the block walk teams. Outside of code, which seems like a full-time job we've been working on, well, since I got here in 2015, we are heavily focusing on proactive programs, and we'd be happy to come back at a future time to provide your council with updates on the variety of programs that we have currently in operation that are new, as well as programs that are in the works. And that block walk team and the education piece of it is, you know, the attempt to get out in front of the issues. And oftentimes animal control in many jurisdictions is reactive and not proactive. And we're really aiming to build the infrastructure within our department to become more proactive so that we're not dealing with issues after they've occurred, but preventing them from occurring.
Okay, great. Yeah, so this was about the regulations. Listening to some programs, that would be great as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember McKenzie in pink. I just have to point it out, I like it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and
Colorful.
this wasn't agendized as the doggy doo-doo story, but I think that more than complaints from the parks that I hear is people that are walking their dogs and incourteous people leave messes in their neighbors' yards. And I'm sure that we have something in the code about that type of thing, but it's pretty hard to enforce, I'm imagining, unless you've got an officer right there. But what it does lead to is some very high hostilities in neighborhoods, and then when that happens, then it becomes our police department's problem, because I've actually got a couple neighbors out in the North Valleys that have got to the point that they've gotten fistfights in their front yard over a pile. But whether it's community education or or a complaint process so that people know how to file a complaint about that. You know, it's the same way in the parks. If somebody sees somebody walk off and leave their mess behind, if there's a complaint process that they can follow to bring awareness to the enforcement agency about that, so that we can address it. I mean, the issue isn't the animal; it's the people that own the animal, and we need to figure out how to educate those people. And if we can't do it with the soft side, we need to get the stick out. But I know it's a major issue in the community, and we've got a lot of discourteous people in this community that are pet owners, and they don't treat other people the way they'd like to be treated themselves. And I don't know how we get that information out to them, that they're violating the law and that they can be held responsible for it.
All right, Thank you. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. And again, on this same subject, but it is one in our neighborhoods that we hear with a fair amount of regularity about the frustrations with the waste. You know, our code enforcement or our parks personnel or PD or whatever it may be can't be everywhere all the time. And something that I have started to do is kind of flip the script a little bit, is to thank those that are doing it right. Actually, early this week, and they probably thought I was crazy, I rolled down my window and thanked somebody that I saw walking down the sidewalk, and their dog had gone to the bathroom, and they picked it up, and I thanked them for that. So I think reinforcing those that are doing it right is equally as effective as trying to drop the hammer on those that are doing it wrong. That guilt, associated guilt of those who are turning the other way can sometimes be an effective tool. So we as citizens, you know, maybe recognize those individuals that are doing it right and reinforce the good behavior.
Yep, good point. All right, Bill Thomas.
Madam Mayor and Council, not to belabor this, but I did want to point out that this is an example of the 3 local governments getting together to look for efficiencies and ways to better serve our citizens. Cheyenne's position was actually a newly created position based on the 3 governments getting together to sort out a process that wasn't working. And I know from talking to Cheyenne and the way she approaches it, even though she's not a city employee, she does serve as the city's animal enforcement officer, and she does approach her job as us being a client of hers. So I think that's why you've seen much success, is her approach to how she responds to the council and the city's needs. So I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I would agree. Like I said, when I first met you, and we were new, and so I was very unhappy, but you guys did a tremendous job. So thank you so much for listening.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, you two. Okay. Moving on. We are going to move to item E, consent agenda. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on consent agenda?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any council members that wish to pull any items for discussion? I'm going to pull item E5. Councilwoman Breckus.
E1, B1, Madam Mayor?
E1,
B1.
E1, B1?
Mhm.
One. All right, is that it? Okay, Councilman Bobman. Jordan? No? Councilmember McKenzie? Oh, okay.
E9, just for recognition.
E9? All right. All right, so then may I get a motion to approve all the other items?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a request for limited gaming, 15 slots at the CVS at the Booth Shopping Center on California Avenue, California Booth. It's a NC neighborhood commercial zoned property. It's adjacent to residential development, and it is also in close proximity to Reno High. It's a very multi-level activity going on not only within the CVS. There's a pharmacy there where people, fill their prescriptions and sometimes have to wait. It's a CVS with packaged liquor. It's in a shopping center that at least has one, but I believe 2 other gaming facilities operating on the premises. There's a variety of other uses, and I'm not inclined to support it, and I'm going to explain my reasons for not supporting this activity, because I don't just like to base it in some sort of policy or practice of the council. And number one is recent activity by this, unanimously by this city council to change our limited gaming regulations. While we did not, those regulations are applicable to this request. However, I have no reason to believe that this request, if approved, would not meet those regulations. But it has been of concern and focus to this council about restricted gaming operations very recently. We did make some policy changes and base it in some policy decisions for how we were going to operate restricted gaming. And so with that reason, I think that is supportive of a couple policies in our Reno master plan. Number one being policy NC4 that says the city should discourage concentrations of uses such as bars, massage, tattoo, and body piercing parlors and the like that are not compatible with the kinds of uses and services provided in neighborhood shopping areas, promenades along the river, or main streets. This is under NC Neighborhood Conservation Policy 4. I believe we are in a neighborhood shopping center, and while restricted gaming is not called out as one of these uses, I think it is one of the like, and I think that you have to look at this shopping center on the whole, and when you look at this shopping center on the whole, it is a proposal for unlimited gaming under the state definition of that. Likewise, existing master plan policy CD6, which is Community Development 6, talks about the hours of operation and general activity level of development should be sensitive to surrounding uses, particularly residential uses. That's the first part of that sentence, of that policy. And while the hours of operation at this site close at 10 p.m., I do believe that the general activity of development should be sensitive to surrounding uses, and I do not believe that the insertion of restricted gaming at this site that is so much activity, particularly of the young. It's not an uncommon occurrence for recesses and lunch and after school at Reno High or nearby Swope for the area to be flooded with young people, and young people who are asked when they enter these premises to dump their backpacks in the lobby right there. So you have a lot of students coming in a kind of an unguarded situation because they're asked to leave their personal property there. And then you have gaming on this premise while people are waiting for pharmacy fills. There's the ability to buy packaged liquor on the property. While I don't understand that a license has been request for dining on this property and consumption on premises, I just feel that this adult activity in this use that is next to residential development and visited so much by the young is not appropriate. So I will not be supporting this, and I'll make a motion to deny because it is my ward and our practice is for a denial to come from the ward representative. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, so is that your motion?
Yep.
Councilwoman, okay.
So I'll second for discussion.
All right, so I have a motion, a second. Councilwoman Dewar.
I have a question. So
Okay.
the first thing that you listed was NC4, and you mentioned that we had adopted the restricted gaming. Could you just explain that a little bit more about why this is not consistent with that?
Well, very recently, and it was code, so it wasn't master plan policy.
I'm
but
sorry,
we
NC4 code.
adopted, we adopted very recently revision to it was a combination of our business license, and this is a business license regulation related to, and I don't know if it touched Title 18, but it was said that a restricted gaming operation, we're going to require some changes to the interiors of restricted gaming operations.
Right.
Okay, and you all voted, we are all involved in that. I think Mr. Bob Zine was not a party of that, but, and we required, so if they have in the business, if they also have some other operations, more than 51% of that business is not the gaming.
Right.
Then they don't have to meet these modifications in these internal site conditions. Do you remember these architectural changes? Do you remember that?
I mean, the bar stools, the bar
Yes,
height,
yes.
and it had to be put into a bar.
So
but
it
this
is
not a bar, right?
That's right. So we have very recently had a discussion here about how we're going to view restricted gaming. Okay, this one I think because there's so much else going on the premises, obviously more than 51% is going to be selling pharmaceuticals, the full range of pharmaceuticals filled at the CVS or, whatever else people buy at CVS, liquor or school supplies. So I don't think they'll trigger, being, more than 51% is going to be this gaming revenue because you've just got so much going on at the site. But I use it as an example to say that it has been front and center to this council, a consideration of how we view restricted gaming.
And in this case, they asked for it's up to 15, as I'm
They are
recalling.
asking, my understanding is they're asking for 15 slots. That is the maximum allowed within a restricted accessory operation.
And you're basically saying that you think that the use is inconsistent in this location.
I
because-
do. I feel that there is master plan policy, and I think the, knowledge of the activity that goes on in the premises, the residential adjacency, the adjacency to the school, I'm not supportive of it. And I will add another one of this. There's been sensitivity to this area since I have come on the council. Before I came on the council, a special use permit was issued for a convenience store right adjacent to Reno High. There's a lot of alcohol sales, packaged liquor sales there. And I feel that we are getting a concentration in this sensitive environment of residents and schools where I think we have to keep an eye on it. And I think all of our policy existing is pointing us in that direction.
So one more question, I guess, for Mr. Tomp. My understanding, I mean, as I recall, there is a bar/restaurant there that also has restricted gaming already. Is that true?
Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager for the record. Yes, that's correct. The Truckee River Bar and Grill it is a bar and grill, obviously, with gaming in the bar.
And it falls under?
Restricted gaming.
Right, okay.
That's correct.
Is that the only one?
I believe that is the only one. The
Does Dynasty?
Chinese restaurant, Dynasty, may have machines in there.
It may have what?
It may have slot machines as well, but I did not confirm that.
Under
but-
7, that kind of thing?
They could have up to 15. I
Oh,
don't
they
know what
could
the
have
count could be, but the restricted gaming license allows up to 15. Anybody that has that approved from the state are allowed to go anywhere from 1 to 15 machines. It doesn't mean they have to have 15. That's up to them.
So you think there's becoming a concentration, too much in this area?
Yes, I do. And I would add, with those other operations on the premises, let someone, do that in an area that's
Maybe
perhaps
more
more removed from, the general activity that goes on in this site. And that would be my
We have
recommendation.
our uses.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I think I can hear every Rayleigh's, Scolari's, and grocery store in the region holding their gasping right now at what this means from a precedent standpoint. I'm having a hard time finding how we cannot approve this, given its approval in many other areas with the same set of circumstances, whether it's a local grocery store, whether it's a pharmacy. I don't know. I'd like to hear from staff on this one. This one, I can see grocery stores hearing this right now and going, okay, Ms. Breckus wants to get rid of all slot machines in grocery stores.
I think that I need to respond to that.
Hold on 1 second.
I think
I'll-
that is
I'll let you
mischaracterization of
respond
my
in 1 second.
comments.
Okay, then,
Coun-
okay, so
oh,
maybe we
go
can
ahead.
have staff come up and comment on this.
Yes, Councilman Bobzian.
Just in the interest of expediency, I think an additional question to staff for response is, what comes to mind for me is if there's a cumulative accumulation test, I guess, involved, has that, I mean, as I understand it, the concern that, you have it at a neighboring facility right now in the shopping center, to what extent, again, it's a privileged license, so, the latitude is great, but, what has been the history of granting restricted gaming licenses based on sort of a back of the napkin accumulation test of some sort to say, here's an instance where we've already got 1, 2, 3, 4 facilities that already have slots. We just don't see a need for additional. I mean, has the council done that at all in history?
We have not. We have not done an accumulation of slot machines. As you know, as council knows, and this is at the pleasure of the council, but as the council knows, Game and Control issues the initial license. We don't even accept an application until Game and Control Board approves the location and the operator. So we really are secondary. Additionally, in this location, the Washoe County has issued a gaming license as well. The requirement is for state to issue first. The applicant has to go to the county they're located in this case, Washoe County. They have to issue a gaming license as well, and then the city of Reno finally issues the license to operate in the city.
But on that point, different criteria? I mean, they has to conform to our local planning zoning.
Well,
criteria.
everyone conforms to the state, as you know, the state regulations, and then whatever additional regulations that we have put in place. Councilman Breckus mentioned the new ordinance that we did put in place that was primarily for bars and restaurants with unlimited gaming. In this case, the county actually, they approve licenses administratively. The county commission does not see those types of licenses. And I think I've stated in the past previously, we relied on Gaming Control Board. So if they, as you know, we don't do a background, we don't do anything additionally that gaming control does. So in this case, we don't look at cumulative and how many are in there. If it meets the requirements of the state and the city and the county, then we recommend issuance.
But do we look at the thing about proximity to anything else?
If,
Schools?
if I may, ma'am, Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Manager. To look at this from a micro perspective, what we're dealing with right now is a license and application that occurred and met all the existing criteria that we have on the books, whether it's the laws, the ordinance, or the city's policy. At this point in time, we do not have any policy, at least that I'm aware of, with regards to any proximity requirements. So this applicant came in working with the rules that we have in place right now, specific and per planning review, police department review, and all the other departments involved, they met all the criterias, and the only thing that remains is the city council's approval.
See, Madam Mayor, and that's
Yeah.
I think what my point was.
Right.
My concern is how we can justify a denial given our current structure.
As it exists now.
As
That
it
does
exists.
sound like a conversation that we have to have at a higher level with regards to city-wide as far as any type of proximity requirements, distance requirements, or even brought up the concern of a concentrations of any type of restricted license or privileged license to which staff is not aware or was not aware of that being the issue.
And Madam Mayor, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of interrupting here, but do we ever in these considerations, so we're not looking at cumulative, we've not looked at that in the past from an approval standpoint, not to, it's proximity to others or cumulative. If we're going to begin that sort of analysis, are we also going to look at how the viability of that very product, whether it be a grocery store, a CVS or whatever, could they actually, with their other services or things that they're providing to the neighborhood, would they in fact exist without that component? How are we negatively, potentially, unintended consequences? I'm not saying in this instance because I don't know, but let's say that particular CVS wouldn't exist without the gaming. I don't know that. I don't know that, but you'd sure hate to see that unintended consequence.
That is correct, ma'am. And if it were something we would do per ordinance, the ordinance route, which typically how we like to do things like this to give everyone enough opportunity to be aware of what's coming, what changes, we will definitely use the business impact statement process to discuss and assess exactly those types of questions.
Is the business impact. All right. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and while I sympathize with the arguments that Councilwoman Breckus is putting forward, I think that this is something that if we have a major concern about, we need to take a big picture look at and actually get some clarification of that. As to the argument that Councilwoman Jordan put forward, that would they exist without the gaming, if 51% of their revenue is coming from something besides gaming, and they've been in existence before they asked for gaming, I don't think that that's the major concern. My concern with this particular license has been, since it first came on the agenda, the fact that this operator started installing and operating these slots before we've taken a vote on it. And I have a major concern with that. I feel that that is nothing but a person that is just, my vote would be to deny this due to the fact that they operated before they had this. And that's a violation of our code to install and operate those machines before this approval is granted. And we can say all we want about the fact that he expected it was going to be issued. If he doesn't have a signed license hanging on the wall, he's not supposed to be operating. And that signed license should not have left this building until this council had taken an action. So if he has the license before we took the action, then we need to figure out what happened with staff. If he doesn't have the license, then I would be prone to say, you operated without a license, therefore you don't get a license. That would be penalty to this person for making the assumption that because the state has issued it, he doesn't have to follow the rest of the due process. But that's my concern. The bigger picture, I mean, we've got a major issue. We issued a license to serve alcohol within a school zone here recently. I've got a major issue with what we allow to occur within our areas of our schools. I've got a person that thinks he's going to come in and get packaged liquor right beside a high school, and he's going to come in here and ask us to issue him a packaged liquor license. And I have major concern with that type of thing. We should not put this type of activity, the packaged liquor, the off-sale liquor, the gambling, none of it should be within the vicinity of our schools. And that doesn't, we can't stop the fact that we've got that stuff already issued there, except when it comes up for renewal. But I don't believe that stuff should be in those school zones, right next to those schools. And that's what we need to address when we talk about our packaged liquor. And I think that maybe, from Councilwoman Brecka's point, maybe we need to be talking about whether we're going to issue gaming licenses in certain areas at the same time which we're talking about that. But I don't believe we have an existing guidance to make that restriction on this license at this time. So still, I would be prone, and I probably will vote against issuance of this license, not because of the arguments that Councilwoman Brecka's made, but because this operator was operating before they had a license.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Councilwoman Breckus, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman
And I
Doyle.
know we need to move on. We have a lot today, but I will say, staff is clearly advocating that, for this and says, we don't have the rules or the regulations. If we don't have the rules and the regulations, why does it come to us then? This is a privilege license. Privilege has a lot of meaning. Okay, we have full discretion. We've always been told we have full discretion. If we don't have the rules and regulations and it doesn't need us, then why don't we send it off administratively? Okay, so we do reserve discretion for this one, and I'm saying if this goes down on a basis that, well, we don't have the discretion to deny this, then we will never be able to deny and make any reasons for denial. Okay, so why are we going through this exercise every month then on our agendas? Okay, so I would be very concerned that this would be a precedent-setting vote on that determination. And so I have read master plan policy. I've made a case for this, and I will, state that I believe we do have the discretion here.
All right, Councilman, oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry. I went out of turn.
Okay.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Just real quickly, you have made my point, which is that it is a privilege license, and we have to make findings one way or the other that it is or it isn't, one way or another, in the absence of specific directives. I would support an effort to revisit this whole issue, but I think that my colleagues have made some pretty compelling arguments. So,
all right, thank you. Councilman Bobbian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we need to hear from staff a little clarification on the license issuance issue. I mean, I certainly am a little annoyed about that situation as well, but I'd like to hear from staff their understanding of that set of facts, as well as if there are any specific actions that need to be taken pursuant to the situation.
Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager again. And your council member, you're talking about operating the machines. So the license was not issued to the operator. The operator, it was, as I stated in the earlier meeting on the 14th of September, it was an administrative decision to allow them to operate until it came to council.
Okay, and so the situation is, what are the penalties in play for such a situation? Are there any?
There are penalties that are in code. If operators found out to be operating without a license, 50% penalty. of their license fees. So it's 50% in addition to whatever license fees they're paying.
Okay, so
So if they're paying $1,000, then it's a $500 fine.
So administratively, where are you in that decision-making process?
With this particular case, we were not going to incur any penalties since the decision was administrative. We do have the discretion to do that. I do have several other businesses currently operating where they have applied for a license. However, they've opened prior to the license being issued. So we do allow them to we have every right to close them down. We've conducted cease and desist orders. We have penalized them. But we, as Councilmember McKenzie had stated earlier, we are taking a business-friendly approach. So if somebody does come in and I don't understand why they don't understand they need a license before they open the doors. But in many cases, that does happen, and that's why we have our compliance team out there, actively either if they're in the process, there are times where they will be allowed to operate.
Okay, so
we've had some that have
we
operated
need some sort of a rectification plan here, and Mr. Manager, I think you were stepping to the mic, so help us out here.
Just really quick, and not condoning what they did at all, absolutely not.
Mhm.
But I think too, when it comes to the gaming board and other agencies, when it comes to putting in different licenses, and I've seen it happen with businesses a lot, is it can be very confusing of, there's a lot of times people think, okay, we're ready to go, and they really don't understand there's, a much deeper process. So I've seen it happen, and, it is a mistake, but opening a business can be pretty grueling, and there's a lot involved. And so,
Yeah, and staff
I'm not
understands.
condoning what they did. I'm just
Right.
saying that I've seen it happen over and over and over again.
And staff
so-
understands that it is a difficult task, and
Right.
while we have the option to penalize them, a lot of times we don't. If it's blatant, we will fine them and shut them down.
Right. Thank you. Mr. City Manager, Bill Thomas.
Madam Mayor and council members, it is a challenging situation. I'm not excusing anything that's happened, but at the staff level, when people come in and want to get their businesses up and going, and sometimes the pressure's on to help them out. I think in this case, it's very clear where the council is about this situation and how it's inappropriate, and staff would agree for anybody to start a business before they get particularly their privileged license from the city council. Going forward, we can visit penalties and remediation so that people would know that it is confirmed that there's going to be, if they choose to move ahead, they've applied for a license and they choose to open before we've given them the formal approval, that there would be consequence. The challenge will be, of course, when we do that we'd have to set that price to a point where somebody would decide that that's not the right answer. In other words, if we put it too low, then somebody might just pay the price to get open. But I'm not excusing anything that's happened, but just saying that, we do thousands of licenses a year, and sometimes things like this happen. I'm not excusing them for
Like I said,
doing
it's
it.
very confusing, but let me tell you something. When you open a business, it is tremendously expensive. And there is a lot that goes into it, whether you have a loan on that business and you're trying to get it open. These are people's livelihoods. I'm not saying in this case, but what I'm saying is, and then the process can be very confusing of what's required. So I don't think this is, the first business that this has happened to, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, that's correct. And as you know, I've opened 5 or 6 different businesses, and I fully understand being on the other side, what it's like
Yeah,
to go through the process.
absolutely.
So, and as the city manager mentioned, we do our best. There are times very recently that we issued a cease and desist, and of course the person called the 15th floor, and we got a call back down to the license division of why we're doing that. So the discretion that we have, we use to the best of our abilities to keep business moving and keep the license process moving forward.
Right.
But I might add, it's very clear from the council what your position is in terms of businesses being open before they have their privilege license. So
Right.
I don't want to say that there's
But
any.
we also want to
Right.
be very business friendly and make sure, but it's so confusing because you have so many different aspects, whether it's the county, right? Whether it's Department of Taxation, the city of Reno, then it's the health department. It's really, I mean, it's a great process, but at the same time, it can really hinder business. It really can. And I know you guys are very patient. I get a lot of great feedback about you guys, so thank you very much. Starting to lose my voice here. So with that being said, I have a motion from, oh, go ahead, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if this was a mom and pop that was opening a business and was struggling through the licensing process, I would 100% agree with you that it can be confusing. But this is a slot operator that has licenses like this all over the city. And how many other times has he blatantly gone out and violated the law in the past? Because he did it here, he just assumes he can. As soon as he probably figures as soon as he gets his state permit, or his state license, he can go out and operate. And so he goes out and starts the installation, and as soon as he's got the installation done, he starts operating. And he just figures the rest of the stuff is administrative. So he's assuming that this isn't a privileged license, that once he gets his state license, he can operate. And like I say, if it was a mom and pop that was opening a new business, I would agree that the process can be confusing and that you don't know all the hurdles. But this guy supposedly goes through this quite frequently with every time he sets in a set of slots. And I would guess that his assumption is as soon as he gets his state license, there's no recourse anybody else has. He's just going to be able to set up. So I think this is a blatant violation. It's not something that was caused by ignorance. It's not something that was caused by the fact that they didn't understand the process. I think this is a blatant violation, and it's probably something that he does constantly. So, you know, I'm still inclined to not vote in favor of issuing this license.
All right, thank you, Councilmember McKenzie.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Tran.
Thank you very much. This has been really good conversation here.
Yes.
It's been really good, and I think this clearly merits a bigger discussion about what we want to see
in the master plan.
In the master plan, down to this sort of detail. I am still just having a really hard time with the legal authority to the justification that the motion maker has when we don't have the code and the ordinances that support that. So I have to boil it down to that, and that's where I'm feeling like we don't have that right now. And so I'm having a hard time seeing how, in the face of all the other approvals in the similar circumstance, how we deny this one. So we can go ahead and have a vote and see what happens, but I'm still struggling with this one.
Councilman Bobzian.
Yeah, I'm very reluctant to start making broader policy based on one application that may be before us on this. I mean, I certainly think that the conversation about adjacency and the concentration, that's all valid, and I think we should have that conversation, that broader conversation, but just understanding that, you know, this is one of many, many, many licenses across the city that face similar such circumstances. I'm not inclined to deny. That said, I think it's pretty clear where this vote is going, and the operator may have some need to maybe make the rounds and address the issue of why the machines were turned on before the license was granted, because I certainly have heartburn over that as well.
Madam Mayor,
I
a
can
follow-up
completely
question
understand.
too.
Councilmember Dewar.
If it was to be denied, I mean, we have, many of these licenses are issued quarterly. I know the liquor licenses, it's a privilege license. I don't know how it works with the gaming. If it's denied, is there an opportunity to come back? I mean, are they denied for the rest of their life, or can they come back? I know when signs are denied, they have to reapply in a year. I don't know what the laws are, you know, that apply here. Nothing's forever, usually.
Michael Chomp, Business Relations Manager. If it's denied, it is a quarterly license.
Okay.
It is renewed once every quarter. If it's denied, I have to check to see, and maybe legal can help, if the applicant has the ability to appeal council's decision. They certainly have right to appeal my decision. When we deny an application or any other reviewing bodies, planning, fire, they do have the option, and I'm assuming that we haven't had one. I don't think at this level that was denied, that we've had to take to hearing. So I'd have to check.
Okay, but it would be good to know too what the recourse is, not just appeal, but do they have another shot at the apple at some later date, like many people do?
Well, and I don't know that anything restricts them from reapplying. I don't know what the outcome, if it'll be the same or not. But I do
think
believe the applicant is actually here as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I?
Yes, go right ahead. Mr.
Madam Mayor, council members, if I might suggest, clearly there's a lot of questions and a lot of uncertainty, not the least of which is the process whereby we deny business licenses and what their opportunity to reapply is, that we postpone this till the next meeting to give you that kind of information. So you have clearly on the record, what is their recourse? Can they come back next quarter? The kinds of questions you've asked here today that may not have been thoroughly answered. That would be my suggestion.
Councilman.
Madam Mayor, this is a little bit differently with how I'm seeing this unfold is there is a motion on the table for denial.
Yeah.
We'll probably need to take a vote on that.
Yeah.
If that motion is successful, there we are.
Yeah.
If it is not, then it seems as if there's going to need to be a return to council for this issue.
Yes. I'm pretty sure you're correct. Okay. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'll withdraw my comments at this time.
Okay. All right. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those not in favor say nay. Nay. So motion will come back. Or, I mean, not this.
It
the
fails.
motion fails, and then it will come back. Great. Okay.
I'll make a motion to continue this to 2 weeks, but during the time, a staff report was written about this and referenced a series of special use permits, but there was no, the special use permits were not attached to the memo. It would be informative to understand because we've had a lot of discussion from staff about this regulation, that regulation, seemed to be compelling to those who are voting up here, but we don't have that additional, most specific regulation to this development, which is those special use permits that are relevant to the property. So if that could be included as part of the information coming back, I think that would be informative. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'll second for purposes of discussion. I do have one comment on that.
I have a motion and a second. Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think it's fine to take a look at the special use permits. That wasn't pertinent at all in my vote, but it's good to take a look at them. And this is going to come back regardless, so we'll come back in 2 weeks with this continuation motion.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Viltalman.
Council Mayor, I would prefer that if we can get it back to you in 2 weeks, we will. If not, it'll be a month. And the reason I say that is because recently there's been some frustration on the council's part about business license information not being presented to you early enough.
Yeah.
And the 2-week turnaround is very challenging to get that kind of research together. So if you would allow us to bring it back when it's ready,
Yeah.
and that may be 2 weeks, it may be 2 meetings.
Sure. And I appreciate that heads up because we did have a discussion about this recently. And I think the council does need to be aware, when we continue things, some things do need to go a month out. And we apologize to those who are trying to do business with the city of Reno in that way. But
On that motion, Madam Mayor, I would just request to give certainty to the applicant that it would be 30 days to the two meetings. And you can probably make that deadline, it sounds like. Instead of like, it might be this, it might be that, I think that might be, that would be a motion I'd be more comfortable with. So I don't know if the motion maker would be willing to change.
Sure. Oh, that was you.
Oh, I thought you made the
You
motion.
want to amend your motion?
Seconder is
Breckus?
cool. And
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Break.
Okay, item E5. Come on up, because I know you're super excited about it. And the reason I'm calling you up is to, honestly, I just want to commend you for doing this, these 2 parcels. That's great, and they'll stay deed restricted so that they can remain open space, correct? So anytime we have open space, I think it's fantastic. So, and I know you have to do a lot of work to get here. So I know how hard you work, so that's all I want to say. And I know you don't like to come up here, but I just wanted to let you know, I think you did a fantastic job.
Lori Miles, City Manager's Office, thank you.
You can-
Yes, but these will be deed
Actually,
restricted for open space, and staff has pointed out that they have interest in maintaining the parks and the drainage.
That's great. Councilmember McKenzie.
I'm not waiting to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I was going to pull it off the consent agenda for exactly the opposite reason, is that I think in an era when we're talking about eliminating city properties, that if we don't see a specific use for the property for a park or something else, that we shouldn't be looking at accumulating property. And the one parcel, after discussions with the city manager or the acting city manager, I can see where the use for that for open space and to continue to have trail access is probably a fairly good idea. Although looking at it, it's right adjacent to some development. It's developable. It might be big enough that we could get some multifamily on it. Whether that's 100% the best use of that property or not, I'm not opposed to that. But the second parcel, the little sliver, it's the 001-14408. That property is actually in a position where the adjacent property to it, by us taking control of that property and deed restricting it to open space, we almost block their access onto public street right away, and which would take that piece of property out of take the ability of that piece of property to develop, would, if not eliminate its ability, would hinder it. So while I could be convinced about the larger piece that has the trails running through it and is a little more terrain challenged, the second piece I would have a little bit more concern about us accepting.
Thank you, Councilmember McKenzie. Go right ahead, Councilman Bobson. We got to get used to this because sometimes it pops up and sometimes it doesn't.
I know,
So
and I'm trying to get
apologize.
used to it too.
We need like
'cause-
a little ding, I don't know, something.
Bing.
Ding or
Ding.
Yeah, something, because you're not always looking.
We could get a magneto.
You can do a bell. I heard that.
So, Madam Mayor,
Go
this
right
is
ahead.
a very important conversation, and I think consistent with our master plan update and our understanding that a major vision for the city of Reno is as a hub for outdoor recreation. When I first looked at this, it really kind of called out the need to maybe get an update and a briefing on what our open space plan is, how that interfaces with, and we don't need it right now, I'm just saying maybe for future, and how that interfaces with what the county has. So much of our real estate discussion since I've come on to council is what can we sell and how much can we get for it? And I would like to steal Councilwoman Jordan's favorite saying, flip the script a little bit on this. We've got two parcels here, and can you pull up both maps side by side? I don't know if that's possible. If maybe not, we may have to do one after the other. Got some disagreement with my brother in the sagebrush, Mr. McKenzie over here, about how to look at this. But I mean, he asks some very important questions, and it's stuff that we do need to take a look at. As I understand it, this first piece, the councilman originally had some concerns about the incremental management cost of that piece of property, having to take care of, weeds and any concern about fire prevention, et cetera, et cetera. But then when you realize that the surrounding acreage around that is already city property and is part of the open space plan, and quite frankly, that whole area of surrounding McQueen, open space is sort of a central theme of the city's property ownership up in Northwest Reno. And, quite frankly, it's of tremendous value to the residents. We saw what happened when there was suggestions made for the Upper Peavine Wash a little bit to the east about, hey, maybe we can put that into sale for some infill development. And obviously the homeowners who were there, assuming that this was going to be city property for a long time, were rightfully very concerned. So I see this sort of an acquisition as a slam dunk, no brainer, and I appreciate that. I think Mr. McKenzie is there as well. Now, the other piece we probably need to take a look at, this one is kind of questionable, I think, because of the opportunity presented to us because of the delinquency aspect. I'm having a harder time, obviously, considering this as an open space asset, but nonetheless, I mean, while it's out there and there's not a lot of immediate interest on it, we might as well have it. And then that maybe is just, marked in our inventory of real estate that maybe this is something for the future for development. I just more wanted to get those comments out there and start a discussion that can hopefully roll into a future presentation about our master plan, about our open space plan and how we approach our property assets that fit into that plan and understand what the value is. I mean, so much of and I'm looking at Mr. Bass, so much of our conversation about parks and recreation in our city is related to, the super active properties, flat fields, things that require a lot of maintenance and overhead, et cetera. And open space, in contrast, doesn't require that same intensity. But I think it is important for us as a council to maintain that overall strategic view of what our open space assets are around the city, because it is a major service that we provide to our residents and to the quality of life. So no questions for you. Just wanted to get those maps out there so that we're looking at it and understanding the context of these opportunities.
All right. So, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. So my question is this. I don't recall this coming to any NAB for any input or discussion, and I don't see any notes. Did this? I didn't.
Madam Mayor, if I might,
Go right ahead.
this is kind of a unique process in the sense that it's not driven by us. We get notified. There is a time frame. Generally, it's fairly short in terms of the city responding. Historically, what we do is Lori will circulate those to all the departments, and the departments will look at it and see if there's a particular need for the city to have the property. If there is, then it comes forward to you. So it's not that it can't be done, but we don't control the timing. And again, many of these parcels, since they're tax delinquent, the owner could at some point still in the future pay the taxes.
Yeah.
And so this is an exercise that we don't really control. So I know there's frustration sometimes when we get these incremental pieces as it relates to our bigger plans, but we're not driving the process on this.
I guess, Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman Breckes.
I am inclined to accept this and commend staff for their initiative. We did a big lift here a while ago in adopting our property management policies, and I think we have a template that we didn't have for a long time, but maybe the policy needs to be thought of what our acquisition policies are. I always have, I find it disconcerting when things show up on the agenda and it's not tied to any previous council action, but I understand the circumstance. I am concerned, though, and would like maybe, what I'm comfortable to go ahead on about today is to understand how those parcels were created, because I have a sense that possibly they were created by someone who got some approval from the city to subdivide some land and then said, hey, that's the piece of parcel I don't want. I'm just going to let it roll. And I would like to, maybe through our subdivision processes, we need to let people know if you have adjoiner parcels, they need to be brought into your HOA or, set in, so that these aren't set up or maybe they're in the open space program. So I would like to do a little case study on how these were created, by whom and when, and if they were associated with any other development at the time. And I don't, would that be a lot of work, do you think, to just pull the PMs on those?
I can pull the maps pretty
fairly
quickly.
Okay. Any?
Just
Councilmember
real
McKenzie?
quickly, Madam Mayor, and the way I read the staff report, if we accept these properties, then they're deed restricted to open space.
Yes, that's correct.
So what's the process if we decide that if an adjoining property owner thinks that would be valuable to him and like to buy it from us? can we go through the process of changing that zoning, or have we deed restricted it to open space and that's what it's gonna have to stay to perpetuity?
The way we requested it would be for open space in the long term. We'd have to take a different process and pay, we'd have to have specific use and pay the back taxes on it.
So we
Pay-
would,
pay the-
okay.
Right.
So if you accept it today and tomorrow the guy comes in and says, hey, I'd like that little sliver in 148 or 08, I'd like that little sliver of ground so I can have access to my property so I can develop it, then we could go pay the back taxes on it and then we could sell it to him, and if we couldn't get more than the back taxes, then the city would be at a loss.
No, we could get more than, we can get fair market value.
Fair
We just
mar-
have to
yeah.
pay the back taxes to get a clear deed.
What if the rest of the community wants a park, Mr. McKenzie?
Yeah.
I mean, I
Mayor.
believe in development, I do, but I also believe not everything should be developed. But
So
So-
the scenario is, I mean, and again, maybe we need to look at that second map. I kind of went there when I had my comments. The piece, the sliver that's right there on Las Braces and McCarran.
It's there.
Okay, so you know, it's of questionable long-term value as open space. I think it's important that we have that on the record so that, you know, if and when we find ourselves in this position, 5, 6, 7, 10, whatever it is in the future, you know, it's clear that we did have this conversation. You know, if we end up paying the back taxes because we see an economic development opportunity with this, we do that, the deed restriction goes away and it's in play. I mean, you know, right now, you know, you really can't see it in the map, but that's a very steep slope to the north and the east of that, up to those homes. It's just been there, just kind of sitting there. You know, I don't know if it becomes a second, you know, retail destination or something on that intersection. The bigger challenge, of course, is going to be that intersection is a bear. And if it's going to get any more intense there, you know, we'd have to take a look at it from a traffic standpoint. But, you know, yeah, it's an opportunity. Let's go ahead and get it, and we'll see what the future holds.
okay, any other questions, anything else? No?
Madam Mayor, I would make the motion to accept both of these parcels.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? What do you? Yeah. So you, no? Okay, all right. I just had to clarify that. All right, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. 5-1. Okay, moving on. Item E9, I believe, is that you, Councilmember McKenzie? Councilwoman Dewar?
That's mine.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just pulled this off the agenda because I wanted to highlight a donation I'm really pleased to accept, which is from the Double Diamond Ranch Master Association. They're specifically donating money to Relief Reno. We, in turn, are going to be matching that money. I have another donor who's offered to match the $10,000 with another $10,000, which we'd have to do in a separate item later. At the same time, others are coming forward to bring money to the table to actually do a project in Double Diamond, which includes planting about 24 trees in a city park that's owned by the city, but currently managed by or maintained by Double Diamond. So really pleased to accept this. I didn't know if Andy had any comments, but just we're well on our way. I think at this point we have about, counting this one, about $80,000 in pledges or received money for the program. So thank you. And move to accept.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Moving along. Is that where you guys want to go with this? Okay.
break,
So
yeah.
everyone, okay. So let's take a break. I want to be sensitive to our time certain, so 1:30? Sound good? Okay. All right, thank you so much, everyone. There you go. All right, welcome back, everyone. Madam Clerk, we are actually going to move this agenda around, and we are going to come back because we have actually 3 sort of items that need to be heard. But let's start with item J3. And at this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, I have multiple persons who have turned in their online public comment form. However, they do not wish to speak today.
Okay.
You have 5 people in support of this item, though.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'd love to call up staff for a presentation. Christy, is that going to be you? Come on up. Are you? Oh. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I know you've been sitting here all day, so.
No, thank you so much for calling on us. We have a bunch of supporters in the room, so we appreciate you getting us up. This is very exciting. So the One Truckee River Management Plan is a partnership that's been developed between Nevada Land Trust and Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. And this has been an effort that we've been working on for 18 months to put together a comprehensive management plan for the river. We have identified, through working with more than 130 stakeholders, 4 goals that we want to pursue through this management plan, including, as you can see on the screen, protecting our water quality, creating a safe and beautiful accessible river, fostering a community that protects and cares for the river, and creating a sustainable management of the river. And so we're looking at long-term goals in which we can create a beautiful river corridor that can be used by everyone. And so these goals are also tied in with 21 objectives and 103 strategies. And as I said, this is something that has come from many, many stakeholders, from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony to the Washoe County Health District. The city of Reno has been actively involved on many different levels. I'm happy to say that the Washoe County Commission approved this plan yesterday. And on Monday, the city of Sparks unanimously approved the plan. So we're really excited to have that kind of support. What we're looking to do is create a river corridor where the back does not face the river. For whatever reason, a lot of the development in our community has been set up so that so much of the back of buildings faces the river. We want to make this more of a beautiful river corridor where people can have interpretive signage along the way and learn more about the culture of the river, the ecosystems along the river. I mean, we have amazing wildlife along our river that a lot of people don't know about. We have river otters that are a lot of fun to watch if you get down there. So as you can see from the drawing on the screen, we're looking at making this just more accessible and more attractive. We also, again, want to really embrace the cultural heritage of the river and highlights the reason why we're here as a community. There's a reason the Reno Sparks community developed along the river, and that's because a river runs through it. And so we really want to highlight that through interpretive signs along the river and hopefully cultural kiosks that will help to educate people about the importance of the river to our community. And as you can see, there's a lot of areas along our river corridor that need a lot of help. We've got weeds growing up through the middle of the pathways. We've got old trees that are dying and not new growth to replace them. There's not a lot of easily accessible ways to get to the river. As you can see in the drawing that we have presented for you, we want to make it easier and more accessible for people to enjoy the river corridor. We also want to coordinate more activities. We want to get more people down there. One of the things that we addressed through our public safety team, we had 9 different focus areas that we worked on, from social issues and public safety to water quality and ecosystem health. And one of the things that we looked at as far as stewardship and quality of life was we need more events along the river that are outside of just the downtown corridor. We really want to make this a widespread corridor that people can really embrace and enjoy. I'm happy to say that as a result of this process, we have already seen a lot of really positive things that have been taking place. Washoe County has been able to secure funds to help support multi-jurisdictional case management, which was something that was identified early on in the plan as something that this community really needs. We need to be able to help provide support to those who are living along the river, and the county has already got those pieces in place to make that happen. We've also, one of our partners, stakeholders through this process, the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, has also identified getting a water quality plan put together in place, and that is already in process. So there's already been a lot of really good things that are coming out of just this process alone. So as far as implementation for the plan, one of the key things that we need to do in the coming year are things like mapping the entire river corridor. We have a lot of maps along the river, but there's not one comprehensive map that shows where everything's at. And we need to identify what amenities we have so we can better identify what amenities we need. And that would include things like potentially bike repair stations along the river, hydration stations along the river, benches, lighting, more services along the river, so that we can get, again, more residents down there enjoying this beautiful feature that we have in our community. So again, these are our one-year action items. I would like to highlight that this is phase 1 of a 3-phase plan. We took the city, this is primarily the city of Reno section of the river. It starts from West McCarran, it goes down to Glendale Bridge. And phase 2 will be downstream of that, and phase 3 will be upstream of that. But phase 1, we started on phase 1 in this area where we did, because at the time that we started, it was the most degraded section of the river. And so these first-year action items will primarily focus on that phase 1. How can we, baseline mapping and areas for improvement. So examples of 1 to 5 year action items. Identifying appropriate locations and type of amenities along the Truckee River. I've already talked about that. Creating the watershed education plan. That's already in process. But the most important thing really is identifying public and private funding opportunities so that we can leverage more funds to this community and implement some of these action items. And that's why we're asking for adoption today. So here is our mission. We are very thankful for all of the help and support we've gotten from all levels of the city of Reno. We've had Councilman Dewar and Councilman Bobzian who've been involved in this process through the duration. We appreciate everyone's help and support. And right now I'd like to open it up for any questions.
All right. I love your enthusiasm. I love it, love it, love it. So I'm actually going to bring it to council and for questions, and I'm going to start with you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, and thank you to all involved. I think this is something that I know it tossed around the city organization to really focus on the river more, going back to so many years, and it's good to see a group come forward and have a great process and involve a lot of folks. I have a few specific questions, and also I want to say that outside of the downtown area, I really appreciate that, representing where, the West Reno, where the river is, all the way to Idlewild. Sometimes I hear from Ward 1 residents, we're so impacted by all the events. We love them, but sometimes we'd like to see them more spread out along the community. I think there's a lot more with the river corridor that we can appreciate, particularly Oxbow, our hidden gem. So one question is, I was reading it the other night. We hear a lot from our pool and recreation users. Great concern about the deficiencies we have in pools has led to a deficiency in swimmer education. And, people are swimming now more and more since we did the Whitewater Park. Is there anything in there about swimmer safety? Did that come up at all? I was looking for it and didn't see it.
One of the ideas brought forward, Councilwoman Breckus, thank you for that question, was having free life vest stations along the river for youth and adults who want to participate in enjoying the river. And so there's other communities and where that's been very successful.
Okay. Because we haven't had an unfortunate incident, but I've heard concern from people who know water issues that they have concern. The last one is, this council asked our staff to look into the standing up of a stormwater utility. We use our sewer funds for stormwater maintenance, and some of us have concern that that is probably not the best use of our sewer funds, and could be more equitably oriented. What on the stormwater, there's quite a bit in here about stormwater quality. Is there anything in here about stormwater it's more on looking at, making sure we're not polluting down in the river. Is there much, do you have you looked up beyond the river and what the conveyances to the river? Did you get into that?
Yeah, I think Councilwoman Reckes, that relates to the watershed management plan that
Okay.
the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection is looking
Okay.
at. I can say that for the purposes of this plan, our real focus was taking all the great things that are happening out there and combining it into one document, because
Okay.
so many, we were finding that so many groups were working individually, not necessarily collectively along the river. So
Okay.
we wanted to combine all the great things that were happening, so no one's, overstepping boundaries or stepping on anyone's toes or doubling up on
Okay.
funding for projects
Okay.
that someone's already doing.
One last question is, there's a picture there of Brick Park and maybe having an interpretive center there. I just think that's, for suggestive purposes, we're not in any way in adopting this plan committing Brick Park to any certain
No.
improvements.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd love to see us adopt this and then ask the manager to come back to us. It's not in the motion, but, say, hey, come back in 3 months and tell us what staff resources are going to be needed over the next year to do those year one implementation items, so that we can understand how it's integrated into our work program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Bobzien.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And a couple of questions, but to some of Councilman Breckes' points, the concern about water safety and swimming actually was a pretty common theme. So as was mentioned, I chair the Public Safety Subcommittee of the group. And one of the benefits of having the mapping exercise, which as I understand it, as was presented, is sort of the next action that's going to happen following the adoption. So we're the caboose. When we adopt, we will be joining Washoe County. We'll be joining City of Sparks. We certainly have support from the colony. We appreciate that partnership. But with the AmeriCorps program and then with other funding that comes in, and that's going to be my question, I'm going to have you go over the funding that's come forward so far. The mapping piece of it is actually going to serve so many different purposes and ask so many different questions, answer so many different questions. And I think that, we have, there's a rich set of anecdotes about all the dangerous portions of the river itself. And so I think the mapping part of this is actually going to be of tremendous value to swimming safety, boating safety, et cetera, to be able to look at it. To Councilman Breckes' point, yes, we've had a vigorous discussion about stormwater here. With NDEP's interest in devoting resources to doing their watershed plan, it's going to be a really good comprehensive look at all non-point source pollution, and I think it's going to give us a great set of data to really have a more robust conversation about stormwater and what we're doing. Flow regimes, different issue. We're in TROA at that point. That's a whole other topic that, coming from the angling community, that debate continues to this day, and we have more work to do. And I think it's outside the bounds of this particular project. Question for you, I think it helps to get this out there. It's not just one group that did this. I mean, first of all, hats off to the Land Trust and to KTMB for coming together and working on this. But a big shout out to the National Park Service that actually provided federal funding to this effort as a convener. So if you could maybe take it from there, talk about all of the resources that have come together to get us to this point and what sorts of things we could look for following our adoption of this plan, being able to leverage in the future.
Right, thank you. Yeah, the National Park Service has been a tremendous partner in providing in-kind support and helping us coordinate this effort. We also received funding early on from the Northern Nevada Watershed Council, which helped us secure funding from the through the Truckee River Fund that's housed at the Community Foundation. Thank you, Tumwa, for supporting this effort. Tumwa is very excited that we were working on this. We also have received funding from Councilman Bobzien, which has been amazing, and REI has been a huge supporter, as has several smaller funders. And we're looking at, we have just secured new funding through Tumwa's River Fund at the Community Foundation to continue this process, as well as Renown. So we are just really, really thankful for that community support.
And Madam Mayor, just to follow on to that, would it be out of line for me to request, maybe you do this, we have a lot of folks that have been involved with this process that came here today to spend a little bit of time with us. Could we ask them to stand and be recognized? Would you be okay with that? Okay.
I would love it.
And we,
So yes, please stand.
lots of partners.
Nice.
I see representatives. We've got the Colony, we've got other NGOs. I'm going to pick on them. We've got the representative from REI that's here. I mean, this is good stuff. This is great, and so I'm excited. And I think that our strong adoption of this plan today really sets in motion all sorts of great next actions for the river.
I would also like to add, and I'm sorry I forgot this, but Councilwoman Dewar has committed funding to us to help us resolve some of the toilet issues along the river. So again, just trying to move forward and find solutions. It's so helpful. So helpful.
Absolutely. That is fantastic. All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the hard work that all of you have put into this. I know there's been some run-ups to this in the past, but this is really something that you should all take great pride in your dedication to this amazing resource that we have in our community. The question I have is related to the user experience on the river path. And a lot of the feedback that we sometimes get here at City Hall is about the encounters that individuals on foot or on bike have with the homeless encampments and all of the trash and the biohazards as a result of those encampments. Can you talk to me about how this plan may help our community, not just Reno, our community to address this issue in a very thoughtful and compassionate way? But how do you see this organization helping with that so the users have a good experience when they go down to the river?
Right. Thank you, Councilwoman Jardon, for that. And actually, on behalf of all those in the room who've worked on this project, we're happy to say that we have already seen a positive impact. And just in talking as a community, multi-jurisdictional about these issues, we've already seen success through the Washoe County securing funding for the multi-jurisdictional case management workers, because that's been huge. So as far as support this plan and what it intends to do, our objective is to support social services in as much as we can to do what they need to do, and that's getting more beds, expanding crossroads, so there's more wraparound services for those who are living on the river and for those who need those services. And also, I mean, during this time, the 24-hour shelter has been reopened. I don't know that we can claim that. It was a great coincidence, though. So, you know, it's just continuing to support those efforts in any way that we can to help provide support for those living on the river, so that those of us who don't live on the river, we feel comfortable going down there.
Has there been any discussion about an MOU between the different jurisdictions for
Yes.
potentially a river ranger to kind of address the issues before they really become issues? And then the second part of my question is, have you coordinated with, or will you be coordinating with, in the event there is a need for some law enforcement assistance, but biohazard cleanup, that's a big thing, which you have to have somebody ready in a 1, 2, 3 to get that stuff off the river. Have you guys kind of discussed that?
Yes, there have been discussions regarding MOUs, and I can tell you, I mean, this is kind of an ongoing thing. We're just at the beginning, but everything that we can do to support the social service sector and providing those services, we're prepared to do. And we're hoping that this collaboration, where we bring together so many stakeholders from so many different backgrounds, will help provide more support for that.
That's great. It's a very complex issue.
It is.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
I think everyone knows here how supportive I've been of your project conceptually, in person, attending meetings. I just love what you're doing. Most of my career has been devoted to water management. And I think you know that prior to this, of course, I was very engaged in the flood project, which was very focused on things like river restoration, basically taking back the river, making it usable and accessible, those kind of things. So kudos to you. The thing that I think is very unique about your project is that you have not just a natural systems focus, but you also have a human being focus. And that we just haven't seen. You know, usually we're compartmentalized enough that the scientists stay over here and the social scientists stay over here. And rarely do the twain meet. And I think that's one thing that really separates and sets apart this project. I did have an opportunity to serve on the financing committee. And one of the key questions that came up, and I'd love to hear just a comment or two from you on this, is A, how do we pay for it? And then B, how do we have a sustainable governance structure so that This is obviously an aggregation of a number of nonprofits, government agencies, all working in collaboration, much like the start of the flood project, which started as something very similar with hundreds of citizens involved as well. And it eventually evolved into a government project, then it evolved into a collaborative project amongst governments, then it evolved into a joint powers authority. You know, these things take on a life of their own, which they need to in order to be sustainable. You know, it's very hard to just coordinate. So I was just wondering, one, what have you thought about the funding issue? And two, have you thought about the governance issue ultimately?
Thank you for that. I can say we think a lot about the funding issue. That kind of keeps us up at nights. But as far as long-term sustainability, that's going to be a big part of the discussions as we move forward in developing action plans for this project. And there have been a lot of great ideas that have been presented on the table. Tax districts, you know, things like that. But I have to say, you know, one of the ones that I personally favor right now is a linear park. The idea of developing a linear park that would help to resolve a lot of the multi-jurisdictional issues that we've been facing along the river. Of course, in order to do that, we would need to find funding to do a study to assess the development of that and what that might look like. But hopefully that will help answer your question about some of the discussions we have behind the scenes on where we might take this.
And then I think it's a great idea. You know, it's a very good. I think we'll have to look at a couple different models. You know, a plan is a plan, and kudos to you guys, everyone here, for putting the plan together. Obviously, a critical first step. And then to move out in these action initiatives, we have to have money. And so I expect more than fear that you will come to us for some kind of participation, whether it's in kind, whether it's actual cash donation, whether it has to continue on as council donations for a while. Whatever level we can afford, I think just the fact that we're putting our money where our mouth is tells a story, because people are always show me the money, and it's all about the money. So, and in this case, it's not all about the money, but money's a critical component. I like your idea on the linear park. I'd like to see it be part of some different options, and ultimately, maybe within a year or two, you would come back to the various bodies that you're asking to adopt this and, give us a panoply of options and discuss the pros and cons. And that, I guess, final question, how many organizations are you asking to adopt this plan, and who are they?
We're asking for the 3 local municipalities to adopt this plan. And as I mentioned, Sparks adopted on Monday, and the county adopted it yesterday. And so today we're hoping to get adoption.
Do the nonprofits or the NGOs or anybody like the colony, do they need to officially adopt the plan, or?
You know, most nonprofits don't have any sort of jurisdiction along the river.
Right.
So, but I can tell you that we will also be taking this to Tumwa as well. I mean, they've helped fund this project.
Right.
So we'd also like to get their endorsement. But so far we have, as I said, several stakeholders who are committed to this project and moving it forward.
Maybe an endorsement process versus an adoption process. And I think it's very important for the colony. I mean, they're a sovereign nation. They occupy land along the river. They're a key component. Worked with them very effectively, and they committed. We built a trail together. They donated land, which already is the beginning of a park. And I think just having, their acknowledgement and participation is very important.
Yeah, so there's been discussions among the stakeholders about making it more of a formal endorsement.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much.
Actually, may I? Alicia Raban, Executive Director of Nevada Land Trust and partner with Christy and the whole One Turkey River initiative. But it's in front of the Tumwa board. It's coming in front of the flood project board. I believe you have already scheduled it in front of leadership at the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And so things are in process. Nevada Land Trust has done what we can do to kind of formalize our support. Same with KTMB. It's just a process that will continue
that's
to
inspiring.
unfold. Yeah.
I think that's inspiring.
It absolutely
would go
makes
beyond
it stronger.
Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County.
Absolutely. It makes it much, much stronger.
Yeah.
All right. Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't have any questions for you. I want to thank you very much for coming and talking to me about this and bringing me up to speed on what you've been doing. This river is one of the greatest resources of our community, and it's great to see a group of citizens stepping up to actively protect one of our most valuable assets. It's a pretty good example of what happens when government gets out of the way and lets the citizens come up with a plan. And once you've presented it to us and shown us its viability, that we jump in and give you the support to make it work. So I appreciate everyone that's worked on this effort, and I look forward to long working relationship and improvement of our river situation. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Nice job. I honestly, I want to say that I know it really takes a lot of people to, bring this whole thing together. But every time that I would run into Angela or Christy, you were so excited. I know how hard you worked on this. Your blood, sweat, and tears went into that document, and it was incredible. So last night I got the chance to read through it, and I just knew, you could just feel how your passion just really came through. And so I just want you to know, I feel blessed being the mayor, because people always say to me, wow, you're so lucky to have the Truckee River. They always tell us that, right? And I laugh because Carolyn Goodman always says, we would have the perfect city if we could just have that Truckee River. And I'm like, can't have it. We can't have it. And so, so I really want to commend you, because it's really people like you that make this community so great. And there's a lot of you in the room, but everyone's got to come together and make it happen. Is that Councilman?
Councilmember.
Is that Councilman?
Oh, man, what time?
Nice. So just thank you so much, and thank you for everyone who came today. This is incredibly important, very important for our community. With that being said, I do want to see if you have any public comment.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to clarify that we received 3 online public comment forms in support of this item. Additionally, the parties from KTMB and One Truckee River submitted 145 letters in support, as well as 171 online signatures in support, bringing us to a total of 319 supporters from the community on this item.
Wow, great. Thank you very much. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to actually ask Councilman Bobzian to do the honors.
Madam Mayor, to bring this home and to your point about this being such a great resource, and we can feel the jealousy come from Southern Nevada for the fact that we have this.
I'm going to rub it in their face all I
It
can.
is a favorite pastime of mine to defend the veracity of our state song, and a key passage that people from the South were always razzing, oh, that's just a Northern Nevada thing. I said, no, this is a Nevada song, and this exemplifies it. I'm going to prattle on just a little bit.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
As we have found, and I am always reminding us during Reimagine Reno, the number one vision is that we are a hub for outdoor recreation, and that puts this planning effort, and the future of the river front and center into our community's vision. So it is with great pride and pleasure that I would move that this council adopt the One Truckee River Plan.
All right, fantastic.
No,
So
I'm seconding.
Oh.
And Newman Jordan wants a second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second from Councilwoman Dewar.
Ooh. Ooh. Yes.
You got to be nice, Councilman McKenzie. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Congratulations. Angela, I'm sorry you came in late, so you're not allowed to speak.
I will be quick. I want to acknowledge the absolute hard work, dedication of these 4 individuals: Alicia Ribon, Linda Nelson, Alex Hoft. All 3 of those are with the Nevada Land Trust, and of course, Christy Chuckarulu with the Keep Trucking Knows Beautiful. I don't know that I've ever seen 2 nonprofits come together with such passion and something that they absolutely did not have to do, right? It wasn't their job. Their board didn't tell them. They literally came together because they were passionate about this, and they made it happen. And the ideas were flowing, and I was like, you guys got to slow down. This is too much. But it was good, and that's the momentum that we need, and that's the momentum that's going to keep this plan moving forward. So on behalf of the entire core planning team, the 120 stakeholder groups, and myself and our team that put this together with them, we thank them. I can't tell you again how much work and effort and heart and soul they put into this. And so on behalf of all of us, we commend them on a job well done.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's fantastic. And rare for
And rare.
nonprofits to come together and really work hard together, because you know, there's always a conflict, but fantastic. Well, give him a huge round of applause. Great job. Okay. So we have Councilman Delgado on the phone, correct? We are going to jump back to item, did you say you want some? Yeah, okay.
So we're going to do F1? Okay, great. Yeah, so do I.
Hey, could we,
Yes.
Bill Whitney from the.
Could be next.
That's fine, okay.
Could be next. We have all these. I
gotta step out.
Yeah. We have these attorneys. Just get this over with.
Okay,
Get
well,
this
let's do it, that's fine.
I want to do
Let's
F1.
go with this, yeah.
I would like to do F1 just because people are here.
How do you know him?
Okay. We are going to move to item F1. So at this time, you okay with that? At this time, I'm going to ask council members for any disclosures. You want to go right ahead?
Thank you, Madam
Councilman
Mayor.
Bosley.
Fellow City Council members and Madam Clerk, NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting on item F1, case number ABN 16-00008, Pheasant Lane easement abandonment. In the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that Eric Pulver, a resident of the Greenfield neighborhood and interested party in the outcome of this abandonment, is my legal counsel for family law matters. Although I do not currently have any open legal matters with him, I do have a substantial and continuing business relationship with him personally. I've consulted with the city attorney's office and have concluded that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by this commitment in a private capacity. And because this is a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest, I'm going to be abstaining from voting in this matter. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. I will step out of the room. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other council members need to make any disclosures?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead,
All right.
Councilwoman Dewar.
All right, fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, NRS 281A.420 requires me to make a disclosure on this item. I live in the Greenfield neighborhood and live close enough to the proposed project that I received public notice of this item in the mail. And over the course of the last 4 or so years, I've been involved in a number of efforts by Greenfield neighbors to address issues related to Pheasant Lane, both as an interested party and as an informal mediator. With that said, I remain open to hearing and considering the applicant's proposal as well as any issues raised by concerned citizens. I've consulted with the city attorney's office and have concluded that my judgment would not be impaired, a reasonable person would not be impaired, and I will not personally be materially affected or financially affected no matter how this item goes. So I will be participating in this item, and I'll ask Madam Clerk to please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for the meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other disclosures? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it back over to you. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and proper correspondence received?
Yes, Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. We did receive one online public comment in opposition of this item. 5 letters were received. 2 of them were in support, 1 was in opposition, and 2 of them were undecided with concerns.
Okay.
Copies of those have been distributed to council today.
All right, thank you very much. How about public comment at this time?
Armin Sharp would like to speak on this item.
Okay. You want to come up? You.
The opposition gets to speak before we hear the.
Oh, no. We're going to have a staff, this is public comment. do you want to? Actually, who is here for public comment?
So public comment form submitted to me is, I don't know if this is Dr. Armand or D. Armand Sharp.
Oh, that's you. Okay. So you don't want to take your public comment. You're going to do the opposite. Yeah. Okay, you'll get a chance to do that. Okay, I just want to make sure if you submit a form that your voice is heard. So we'll make sure. That's what I'm going to do now. So I just wanted to take public comment before we heard the staff presentation like we always do. But let's go right into staff presentation. I apologize because now I remember we were changing
Good afternoon,
around.
Mayor Sheevy and council members. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. Today, we have a request for abandonment of a public easement on Pheasant Lane. I'm going to provide an overview map of the location for reference. There we go. So Pheasant Lane begins at Greenfield and continues to where it intersects with Pioneer Drive. It's approximately 890 feet long and the easement is 36 feet wide. The request before you today has been made because in 1989, the Washoe County, this was in Washoe County at the time, and Washoe County abandoned the public road access and established easements for pedestrian, equestrian, bicycle, and public vehicle access. This roadway has always been maintained as a private roadway and it terminates before it hits Pioneer Drive. There's an existing curb cut, which I'll show a picture of later, and the roadway is not intended to, and nor has it been in the past intended since it was abandoned, to be used for a through public vehicle access road. The request before you today is to maintain all public pedestrian, equestrian, bicycle, and emergency vehicle access, as well as access to drivers that are visiting the neighbors on Pheasant Lane. The request is simply to remove the public vehicle access from the easements that have been recorded on the property. In general, I received 10 comments and calls from the public. In general, what their concerns had related to were emergency vehicle access and also with it the pedestrian, equestrian, and bicycle access that's in place today. The residents were concerned that the community does use this road very frequently to move between Greenfield and Pioneer Drive, and they had expressed concern with maintaining that access. Now, specifically, what came into question was this existing bollard and rope area. Those two license plate size pieces that we see in the picture are reflectors to help folks at night or drivers to identify that there is not through vehicle access at that location. We have worked with the property owner that is adjacent to this property on both sides of the easement. And what condition number 4 will state and what we are recommending council approve is that ADA compliant access be provided at this point. The property owner has expressed the desire to keep the rope in place and will provide the reflectors as needed, and has proposed to provide an ADA approved surface, so a permanent surface, 3 feet wide around the bollard that's to the south of the property. Right now, there is an existing fruit tree that does have low-lying branches in that area. The applicant, the property owner, has offered to trim up the branches that would be in the way to allow for proper ADA access in that area. When I spoke with folks who use this route frequently for, pedestrian primarily access, as soon as we discussed that ADA compliant path, they were in support of the project. Everyone that I spoke with was in support of the removal of the public vehicle access from the easements. As far as emergency vehicle access goes, the fire department requires at least a 20-foot wide minimum clear permanent surface area. All areas of Pheasant Lane do provide for at least 20 feet in portions that are further to the east of the paver surface that we're seeing here. In most cases, it's actually wider than that, but this does measure at least 20 feet wide. Additionally, when visiting the site, this is Pioneer Drive right here, and there's the gate that accesses to the paver points on the other side. When we visited the site, we did notice that the existing curb is not painted red. That is something that I've spoken with Public Works about, and there's an existing fire hydrant right here in the dirt area, and that area is painted red. And Public Works is going to add it to their schedule to go out and stripe the whole easement area red to avoid vehicles from parking and impeding emergency vehicle access from Pioneer Drive in case of an emergency. There is a sign that is located currently at Greenfield and Pheasant Lane that depicts that this is a dead-end road, and that is a true statement. The statement below caused a couple of residents that often frequent the Pheasant Lane as pedestrians. It's not very clear that pedestrians, equestrians, and bicyclists are able to access this roadway. And so after receiving phone calls and letters from residents, staff would recommend the addition of condition number 6 that would state that signs be added both to Greenfield and Pheasant Lane as well as on Pioneer Drive that will clarify that pedestrian, equestrian, and bicycle access is provided and allowed on this drive. The gate that exists currently at Pioneer Drive, currently it has a chain and there is a lock there, but it is not locked. But I have found from discussions with neighbors that sometimes that lock accidentally gets clasped by someone who is not aware that it should probably remain unlocked in case there is an emergency situation where residents need to get out quickly from that direction. And so we would recommend that condition number 3 related to emergency access have a statement added that would require that that gate be unlocked at all times. When we took this to the Ward 2 NAB, they had similar concerns that staff has already addressed, and we believe that through the proposal that has been made by the applicant and the conditions associated with this project, including the ones that I've stated today that should be added, satisfy all of their concerns. Staff can make all the findings. Well, the one finding that states that we not materially injure the public by our decisions today, and we're recommending that council approve the request as conditioned. I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, would you like to ask staff questions, or you can also wait, because I'm going to call up the applicants. All right? Okay. Thank you so much. We'll let you know. Okay, at this time, the applicant has 15 minutes. So go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Thomas, Mike Chapman from Chapman Law Firm representing the applicants. The applicants are all of the people who live on both sides of Pheasant Lane. They own the street to the center line of the road and have since 1989, either the current people or their predecessors in interest. Many of the people were there in 1989 when the road was abandoned by Clark County, or Washoe County, I mean, with the proviso that there be a public easement for equestrian, pedestrian, and bicycle use, but not for vehicles of the general public. That was in the staff reports and so on. And in fact, we received a letter just this morning, the city did, from Eric Pulver, who remembers the issue as well. He states, "We have no issues with the easement's restriction on private motor vehicles, as this is what the original intent of the easement was. So what the neighbors did in 1989 was follow all of the county requirements to install this gate at Pioneer that you see here so that emergency vehicles could go through. You can see that it's open to allow a horse or a bicycle or a pedestrian to go through. All of this was accomplished. But the paperwork that got recorded in 1989 used the word vehicle, didn't restrict it to emergency vehicles or vehicles visiting the houses of the residents. Therefore, there's a scrivener's error and ambiguity in the paperwork. Now, it seems like a lot of work to go through an abandonment process just to fix the paperwork, but because this was in the county jurisdiction at the time, and there is a public easement on record, it needs to go through this process, we are told, and we are cooperating with the city to get that done, to make that happen in this way. In essence, what occurs is, upon your approval, the 1989 documents will essentially be abandoned. A new order of abandonment will be issued by the city of Reno in exchange for easements back from the property owners for the public, equestrian, bicycle, and pedestrian, making it very clear that that's the case, but not vehicles of the general public. There's nowhere for the vehicles to go on this dead-end street. So we think our proposal is fair. That's what was supposed to happen in 1989. The people who I represent actually own the street. They pay taxes to the center of the street, and they maintain the road at their own expense through their own road maintenance agreement. And this has been the way it is since 1989. The easements which we will convey back provide that the owners, emergency vehicles, residents, invitees, and so on can use it. So can the public for equestrian, bicycle, and pedestrians, not for vehicles of the general public. And there will be nothing going on out in the area. It's not your typical abandonment application where there's a project going on, a developer, something happening construction-wise. It will look exactly the same as it does now, but the record will be clear. So we are asking for approval of that. Sorry the application is so thick and long, but that is essentially the way it had to be done. With respect to the sign, which is here, we understand the request of staff. This sign has been here since 1989. It has not caused any confusion for people who want to use the road. In fact, the people who have called up with questions are the people who do use the road now. In fact, one of the ladies says that she's jogged there twice a week with her running club for the past 17 years and has not been confused by the sign. So what we would do is recommend that we have as few changes to the area as possible to keep this as simple as possible. Admittedly, it hasn't been simple yet, but there's always hope. Are there any questions from council at this time?
No, nothing at this time? Okay, thank you very much. I don't know, because we're all trying to use, Councilman Bobzian, or, sorry, Mackenzie.
You trying to pull a short
I'm trying
joke
to
on me?
make you so upset today. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Madam
No, go
Mayor.
right ahead. I'm sorry, it's not up on our screen.
And I just want some clarification because the background that's in our staff report says one thing and then says another thing, and it's kind of confusing exactly what the reflection they got from the Washoe County meeting minutes was in comparison to what you just said. And the way I had understood this issue was it was clear to the Washoe County Commission when they approved this abandonment back in 1989 that the conditions on this abandonment were specifically for pedestrian, bicycle, and equestrian access and emergency vehicles, not public vehicles, emergency vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Is that the reflection you get from the minutes?
Yes, it is. And in fact, if I can look at the Board of County Commission minutes from that time, the issue was to have this requirement in lieu of providing a turnaround at Pioneer. And it specifically says, but shall not result in access for vehicles of the general public. So the only change we're making here is just to make sure that the benefit of the bargain that our folks had in 1989, that it would be a private street, subject to the public's easement, bicycle, pedestrian, and pedestrian is honored, not vehicles of the general public.
So the catch-22 that you got caught in is that while the county abandoned and recorded the deed, this has now been annexed into the city. So the county says they can't go back and change the deed because it's within the city now, even though originally the deed was recorded by the county. And my confusion is, why didn't we get the county to correct the deed and move forward? As I can't see, I have a hard time understanding why we're here doing an abandonment on property that you already own, because we have no right to the property.
Exactly. My original idea was, why don't we just do a deed of correction, and that would work. Since the agencies have changed, it's now city jurisdiction, not Washoe County jurisdiction, who would do that? The public easement, the right to abandon that or act with respect to the public easement in any way now belongs to the city. We were in discussions with staff and the city attorney. Turns out that the deed of correction idea had some pitfalls, which we kind of worked through together, and that this was actually the right way to do it. So that's why we're here in this more complicated process.
That's so interesting.
So-
Completely.
Sorry?
It's so interesting.
Then-
It's
then I-
completely convoluted.
We've lived with it long enough that we're no longer interested, Mayor. It's,
Then I further have a confusion as to how we're placing additional restrictions on this abandonment based upon the fact that this abandonment's been in place for almost 30 years. This property has had, that you've freely given the access that you agreed to the Board of County Commissioners. There's been no confusion by the neighborhood over that. The problem has become that we've got, the general public has decided to come in there and drive around and tear things up. And so we want to be able to keep those vehicles out of the cul-de-sac or out of this dead-end street, and have a legal reason to restrict that access. And so I'm not sure exactly why we're asking for further restrictions past what the original requirements, which the property owners have willingly agreed to in the past, and why we can't just fix this by adding the word emergency to the deed and get this done, and instead of talking about all the other restrictions on the property owners. We never restrict abandonments. I've seen, I don't know how many abandonments come before this council, and we've never put restrictions on those abandonments. And I can't understand why we're telling people that property they've been paying taxes on for 30 years, we're going to put more restrictions on that property. I can't understand that.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Dewar? There's no one else up on the screen. So for now, not at this time, all right? With that being said, thank you. I don't believe we have any further questions for you. So with that being said, I actually would like to take public comment.
Madam Mayor, our
Madam
only
Clerk.
public comment is from Dearman Sharp.
Mayor Shrevey, members of the council, I feel like this is deja vu all over again, because it was about 27 years ago I was appearing before a similar body, the Washoe County Commissioners, in support of the proposal of the neighborhood to prevent the county from connecting Pioneer Drive to Pheasant Lane so that it would be a flow-through traffic. Not only was I there as a member of, by the way, my name is Dearman Sharp. I live in 1616 Greenfield Drive in the Greenfield subdivision. I've lived there since early 1970. There were others in the neighborhood just to the south of us who were also concerned because the cars would come down Pioneer and either go down Pheasant or Meadowview in order to access Flumas. So a compromise was reached, and the compromise was you can have it as a private street and you can close it off, but it has to have all of the attributes that it had as a public street before we did the abandonment. I disagree with the interpretation that council has with the minutes I don't read the minutes of the county commission the same way that he reads them. I do read the order of abandonment and the quitclaim deeds together because they were recorded together as a package, as a one combined document, which clearly evidences the intent of the county to reserve to the public the right to vehicle access along with everything else. So these people have had the benefits of not having traffic come from Pioneer down Greenfield, or down Pheasant, down to Greenfield or Pheasant for 27 years. There's nothing in this voluminous package that's been presented to you that shows that there has been any incidents of vehicles who were not invited even using Pheasant Lane. Where is one evidence of abuse by the public of their right to use Pheasant Lane for vehicle access? My next question is, even if you do this, even if you deprive the public of their right to vehicle access, and that's what this abandonment does, deprives the public of a right reserved to the public by Washoe County to vehicle access. Make no mistake about it. And it's for the benefit of the 7 property owners up there, nobody else. Where's the evidence that there's been any abuse of that? There isn't any. Furthermore, there is no practical way to enforce this short of putting a gate at the intersection of Pheasant and Greenfield Drive, which has been turned down twice by the Greenfield subdivision members. Council read from a letter from Eric Pulver. I asked for some more time since he had 15 minutes. I should have more than 3. I think he
Usually we
talked
do it
about
in
12.
public comment unless, is he the, filed as the opposition?
Correct. This is not an appeal,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, so we generally have presentation from staff, followed by presentation from the applicant, and then public commenters are limited to 3 minutes.
Right, okay. I'm going to give you 2 more minutes.
All right.
There we go.
And this is just an example of how things are being twisted in this. A letter from Mr. Pulver was cited as stating, we have no issue with the easement's restriction on private motor vehicles as this is the original intent of the easement. Mr. Pulver doesn't know. He wasn't there until well after this all happened at the Washoe County. So to say that he has any knowledge of this is not very correct. What you're being asked to do is make a decision about the intent of the county that a judge would make after a trial based on live testimony. That's not really should be what you should be doing. The issue here is whether or not the public is being deprived of a material benefit. There is a material benefit to have vehicle access. So maybe I want to drop my kids off there to do trick-or-treating. Maybe I'm a campaigner and I want to drive up there and canvass the neighborhood. Maybe I'm a member of a religious organization that wants to canvass the neighborhood. Maybe I'm a salesman, I want to drive up there. Okay, so now I can't have vehicle access, so now I create a parking lot at the corner of Pheasant and Greenfield. Makes no sense. Finally, we come to the issue of the rope across the street. Everybody that submitted a letter has concerns about that, and it's not, and that is very off-putting to people who don't live in the neighborhood. For example, even Mr. Pulver points out that his friends walking down there expressed being intimidated. The other letter from Deanna Lucchetti has the same point in it. My Senate and I have not felt welcome in the past. I felt quite the opposite. There's no need for that. There's no need for that rope. If there's no vehicle access, why do you have a rope with reflectors to keep vehicles out? It's an oxymoron. The simple solution is not to spend the money to do ADA access, just remove the rope.
All right.
How about that?
Thank you very much. Right on time. Okay, any more public comment?
No further
Madam
public
Clerk.
comment, Madam Mayor.
No more? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, any further questions from council? Seeing that there are none. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember McKenzie.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and I mean, the gentleman is speaking so eloquently in opposition to this based upon his experience with the process at the county. I can understand his concern about what we might be reflecting here on, but he's asking the residents of that community or that area who have been paying taxes on that road to give free access to that road to everybody and anybody, any way, shape, or form. And that would be the same as me telling somebody that has a house that's 100 yards back from the road that that should be a public street, that I should be able to walk in there, ride my horse in there, ride my bicycle in there, take my car in there and turn donuts in his front yard, do whatever I want to do, because the front of your house should be public access. And my concern here is this is these people's driveway. They've been paying taxes on that driveway. It was abandoned to them. They've been paying taxes on that driveway for almost 30 years now, 27 years. And that we would make restrictions on them is to say that we would tell somebody that their driveway is subject to public access. And that's what we're saying here. Their private drive is subject to public access any way, shape, or form, any time of the day or night. And I think that I have a little more respect for property rights than to put that infringement upon a private property owner than to tell him that he has to allow anybody in his front yard anytime they want to. And I understand that the arguments in 1989 were different because at that time it was a public street, but it hasn't been a public street since 1989. And we're now looking at putting conditions on homeowners on their private ground that we never would consider on somebody else's private ground. So I have a major concern with conditioning this past what the original conditions or understanding of conditions were by the applicant. And I think that we're going way out of line expecting them to spend more money to meet a condition for this access onto their property. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Councilman Kenzie. Councilwoman Breckus.
You know, I just want to kind of follow along Mr. McKenzie's line of thought. You know, you say that this is perhaps these people's driveway. I'm not so sure that there wasn't at the time of the approval an overall street plan that showed connectivity in this area, or that the street needed to connect to Pioneer for some standards of emergency response. Those are standard rules that have been in place all along, you know. So I think that I would be looking at this in the context that when this came through, there was maybe a deviation off of some rules or some plans, some policies that allowed this to be created this way. That's what I'm construing. And so I don't want to lose sight of that, because I do think that is the basis for why this is not just a punch-through street. You know, I think there's a lot of reasons why we have connectivity. So I want to look at that. I'm spending time looking at a master plan policy we have. It's P7, which I can't remember what P is. I think it's streets, parking, and access. It says the internal circulation plan of a subdivision should not be dependent upon unknown future development plans of adjacent property owners. And it goes on to, nor should one subdivision unduly limit the future design options for adjacent property. Now, staff didn't pull this policy out, but it appears to me that the scenario that has occurred is that the internal circulation plan, the unknown future development plans of one property owner has been that one property owner seems to have, and you know, power to them, it's a great thing, has been able to, what's the word, assemble lots in contiguity. And the contiguity is on either side of this lane. And so I do think that our policy basis is leaning against that scenario. Just because you have ownership and you want to call it your own kind of compound or whatever, the rights of the public, the integrity of the individual subdivision and the streets, I think, are of materiality. So I just want to offer that analysis and maybe hear a little bit more of some of the questions, particularly to the specifics of the sign and the rope.
All right, thank you very much. Do you want to, are there any questions?
I do have, I guess my question is, I heard an objection from the applicant for the additional signage. And can you put that sign back up there? Did the Washoe County subdivision approval have any signage language, or it's just us, the city of Reno, in our street operations that can decide how we sign?
Heather Manzo, assistant planner for the record. So the county made a decision to abandon a public reserved roadway back in 1989. To our knowledge, this sign is actually posted on private property, not a part of the easement and not a part of the public right-of-way. And so that was erected by private property owners.
Okay, so what are you proposing that we do in terms of signage if we go with this? Anything?
The staff recommendation would be to probably take down the white sign that's there now and replace it with something that states bicycle, pedestrian, equestrian access only, or something like that, or no vehicle access allowed. And then also to place it on the Pioneer Drive side where there is no sign currently.
Oh, okay. Oh, but we're going to keep that sign on the private property then? I don't know. Can we do that? Can we modify? I mean, if that's a private sign, I mean, I'm getting to the point where I know that you cannot put signs up that duplicate official signs on private property because it's a confusion to the traveling public. So do we have a problem here with this sign?
I'll let Mr. Gall answer that.
Thank you.
For the record, Bill Gall, Senior Engineer. First, we would verify exactly where that is. That came to us.
So we have to go out
fairly
and do a
recently, so we
survey
need
for this?
To verify
Okay.
exactly where that is, if it's on public right-of-way
Okay.
or on
Okay.
private property.
Okay.
And if we were to modify the sign, we would make sure it would be on a public right-of-way or on a public easement. We'd have an easement for that sign
Okay.
access. So
Yeah.
that's probably what we would do.
Yeah. I'm not, just, projecting my thoughts out here. I'm not so concerned with the signage to allow the public to know the travel through. I could see one perspective is if we abandon, it's an invitation, come on through. I think that the public should be able to read through, the signage that is in place out in the world to understand, when they can and cannot travel. I don't know. I think private road, no outlet. What would be a municipal? What would be a standard MUTCD device in a situation like this, if we are to reserve this public access for non-vehicular ways?
Yeah, and I'd have to go back through
Yeah.
the MUTCD
Okay.
and verify
Okay.
it. But there's a no public roadway signage. There's certain access type
Okay.
signage that we could include like that.
Okay.
Pedestrian
Okay.
access available.
So
only.
we could direct you to give the standard MUTCD sign designation for this
yeah,
characteristic.
if you wanted to sign it,
Yeah.
we could work with the condition to include per MUTCD standards. and
Okay,
approval for the
okay,
city.
okay. And then the rope is of concern to me. If we are reserving access that's non-vehicular, where is the rope? Can you put up the? And if anyone else wants to interrupt my line of questioning, please, by all means, jump in here. Where is the rope?
So the rope is located generally about here.
Okay, where the two adjoiners basically come into play. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I do have concern about if we're going to be allowing the traveling public to come in, the rope, it's, I don't know, you didn't see the fruit tree and all going here. I'd rather see it center, so it's center posted. But I don't know. Was an option discussed with the applicant, since the applicant does own those 3 parcels, to perhaps dedicate a different piece of their property for this purpose? I mean, couldn't they go along? Are they trying to create a compound, and could they have gone along one edge of the property? And did you have any discussions with them on
wasn't
that?
a discussion that we had with the applicant. Since the roadway exists now,
Yeah.
and the property owner, the Carosellis,
Yeah.
originally, I think on the overview, you could see that originally it was a gravel
Sure.
area there and unimproved. At some point before now, the owner has gone through and made a pretty good investment to
Okay,
provide a
okay.
permanent surface there, and so that is the most
Okay.
appropriate location for.
Because
the
it looks like
access.
it's a lot like their driveway, and my thinking there is, but I guess the request is from all the Pheasant Lane owners, right?
That's
They're
correct.
all the applicants, so it's not necessarily this one property owner could make a better way to, use their assemblage in a way.
I'm actually going to
Okay.
ask the
Okay.
applicant, do you want to come up and maybe address some of her questions and concerns? Thanks.
Hi, for the record, Garrett Gordon. My law firm represents Nat and Beverly Caroselli.
Okay, so they're one subsection of the applicant.
Correct.
Okay.
So let me grab a diagram here.
Let's see, there's really wide.
So the
Yeah.
Carosellis
Gets
own
right
these
through
three
that.
parcels
And you
right
clearly
here,
been
and the
letting
gate
people
you
go back
see
and
is
forth.
located
Yeah.
approximately here. We got to remember this is private property. It's been private property for 22 years. The gate was put up, not the gate, excuse me. The chain was put up 15 years ago.
Uh-huh.
It's since been changed to a rope. There's bollards on the sides. It can be unclipped. And the reason why is frankly Beverly Caroselli. They own this property. She has grandkids, a lot of grandkids running around. 10, 15 years ago with vehicles coming down Pheasant, there was concern for safety. And I know there's some master plan policies dealing with safety. And so she put this up. It does not block any pedestrian access. It does not block any equestrian access. There's been no issue, no one prevented from using this property behind the rope. Fire department is fine with it. We've agreed in the conditions of approval, which, as you know, a condition of approval have to be completed prior to recording the abandonment, that an ADA area will be constructed, fruit trees trimmed around the bollard.
Yeah.
So it'll be paved, there'll be ADA access.
Okay.
So there's been no issues for 15 years. It's a safety concern, and it's not blocking. And the findings for abandonments are, is there material injury to the public? And we would strongly say not in this case because there's no evidence of it for the last 15 years.
But did your client give any consideration to, hey, my developed parcel section of the property is all over, where the structures are, and let me just abandon the whole thing flat out and then give another access over through the, looks like the horsey part of the property over there, so there is that connectivity maintained?
I would say with all due respect, we're getting way into the weeds, given this was only just to clarify that emergency vehicle access was still allowed.
Yeah.
So there was no other plans but to just
Yeah.
clarify that for the benefit of the city and the fire department.
Okay, we see relocation of easements all the time as property development plans change, so I was just wondering about that. Okay, I'll cede my comments.
And Madam Mayor, just to go on the record for the signs that staff recommended, I think they recommended 3 signs. One on Greenfield, which is a public right-of-way. We have no objection to a sign on Greenfield.
Okay.
A sign on Pioneer, it's a public right-of-way, no objection. But Pheasant Lane, as Mr. McKenzie has so eloquently said, is a private roadway. There's design standards. We think, frankly, adding language on there that mentions the word access, we think if you're in a vehicle and you see the word access, you're not going to read equestrian, bicycle, pedestrian, and as you drive, you're going to start getting more vehicle traffic. So we think the sign on Greenfield, that sign is shown, should stay the same, but it's public property. So we would just ask no additional signage requirements on our private roadway, given the conditions set forth in the staff report.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to add? If there isn't, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I kind of agree that you get a lot of words in there and it gets kind of confusing. And I mean, okay, is it a equestrian, or what if you're on, riding something else that's an animal of some sort? I mean, we could get really kind of crazy with it. Why can't you just say no motorized vehicles? I mean, could you not just say no motorized vehicles rather than getting into?
I think for the record, we'd have no objection to that on a public right-of-way for Greenfield or Pioneer, just no additional requirements for that 3rd sign on Pheasant. But that would make sense to me. That's common sense, sure.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, without a bunch of signs that can be confusing and get all clustered, and now we're, trying to define what you can be on foot or horse or bike, but.
For the record, Bill Gall, I would agree it is confusing. But again, though, that Pheasant Lane is a private roadway. If you put a sign at the beginning of it that says no motorized vehicles, all of the residents are still going to be driving down that sign. So that in essence, you'd have to say no public access. We would work with them to come up with something that
Simpler?
something simpler than
Okay.
than pedestrian access allowed, equestrian access allowed, bicycle access allowed, public motorized vehicles not allowed. I mean, we're not going to have a sign like that.
Okay,
So,
'cause that gets a little long.
Crazy.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions, Councilwoman? No? Okay. Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Councilwoman Breckus got into abandoned accesses and all these other things for the property owner giving up other property rights. I think we've got several communities within this city that have lock gates on them. And I don't see this as any different than a community that has restricted access with lock gates and I still have, I believe that the residents there are giving much more than we can expect from a private property owner by telling people that they can ride their bicycles, walk, and ride their horses down their right of way into their. This is no more than a private development that's got privately owned streets that has a gate on the outside of it. We've got them all over the community, and why we're thinking that we need to restrict these people more on their private property. If somebody that really objects to it's willing to refund the property taxes these people paid for the last 30 years, maybe they'd be willing to discuss about this being a new abandonment and new restrictions being put on them. But they've been paying the taxes on these since this was abandoned on August 16th, 1989, and they've done all the improvements on it. They're just trying to fix a problem that they've got. And we've got a person here from the Greenfield community says that they've tried several times to put a gate up to fix this problem, and the Greenfield community's told them they couldn't do that. So they're trying to fix the problem they've got of the public accessing their private property, and we're having discussions about restricting how they can do that. I just can't understand how we're here when I've never seen an abandonment that we've done that has got any type of restrictions on it. We just abandon it, and they develop it wherever it is. So I believe that the appropriate motion on this is to amend the deed to insert the word emergency before vehicle and move forward and eliminate all these restrictions that were placed on the property owners. That's my belief.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Just really quickly, being a stickler for public safety, Chief Cochran, have you had any issues with access? Maybe you can speak a little bit about.
Thank you for that. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire
The
Chief, for
public
the
safety.
record. The short answer is no. Worked in this community my entire career. Worked with Councilwoman Doer on this. Had my people go out there. I've been out there. The gate is not an impediment. The rope is not an impediment. Frankly, our access is fine. So
You probably actually would prefer people have ropes instead of the gates. I would assume.
yeah, because that one's actually so low.
In
we could
certain
really-
areas, I've seen that too, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We could just about drive over that one without having to stop and take it
Okay.
down. So.
All right, I just want to make sure.
Sure.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Before you go, I just want to, prior to this, you and I had a brief conversation. The purpose of this white gate, it was clear from the documentation, was to provide fire access, fire truck access, and also egress, so that there'd be 2 points of egress out of this community in case of fire. We did have a fire, and the Collin Ranch fire came right through just about the area where that sign was, that triangle sign that says Dead End Road. And to my recollection, what happened was no fire trucks were able to respond, for a number of hours, and the homeowners had to fight the fire themselves until a Plumas County fire truck came into that area where that sign was. And one thing I talked to you about was how does the fire department learn about these kind of gates, lock gates, unlock gates, and I just wondered if you could just share that with us.
Sure. For something like this, where there's restricted, limited access, whether it's a gate, a rope, whatever the condition is, there's kind of a shared responsibility. We go out and do district familiarization. In fact, we categorize part of our training as that, so that we know what's in our district. We know if a street is having street work done. We know if there's an impediment, because some of those impediments are going to be temporary. If we're repairing a water main, that's not a permanent impediment, but something like this may be. So we go out, learn about that. If, for example, in this situation, a gate were to be put up at Greenfield, that would come through my FPV department, Fire Prevention Bureau. They would authorize it, they'd go out and verify that it met our standards, and then they would notify the operations side, hey, there's now a gate at Greenfield and Pheasant. So we learn about it that way. And then the third shared responsibility is on the private property owner. If you're going to put up a gate and restrict access to your property, there's a personal responsibility there to make sure that emergency vehicles, the postman, whoever can get there, and how's that going to happen? So,
Well, I think through this whole process, you and your team have become more aware that this gate is there, and now know it's there, and it's access for you to use. You might not have known that before. I'm not sure you did. It's apparent to me, too, in talking to some of the neighbors, that they didn't know. Some of the newer neighbors that have come in since 1989 didn't realize that it was an openable gate and that they could use it for egress as well. And in the case I cited with the Collin Ranch fire, one of the residents drove through the fire and the smoke and past the Plumas truck rather than egressing out, the other way.
Sure.
So I think education is very important in this case. And one of the people that wrote in, again, Mr. Pulver, brought this up because he was one of the people, that was affected. And I know Mr. Heinzen wrote in, and he was one who drove through the smoke. So I think just this whole conversation has elevated awareness of this issue. Is a really important issue. So I appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just make a few more comments or questions.
Absolutely, please do.
All right,
Councilwoman.
first of all, I just want to acknowledge the applicants for coming forward. I mean, you realized in your perception a deficiency in documents that were recorded, at least that's what you've explained to me, that didn't comport with something that the county had done, which was, to your extent, reserve or eliminate public vehicle access. And that's why I think we're here today. And to the opponent's position, you representing, I guess, others as well, you say, no, that's not the history that happened, but rather this is a new request in your mind to request no public vehicle access. And so therefore it becomes a very complex case. And as my understanding too is that the applicants consulted with our attorneys to find the best path forward. And I think, to your point, Mr. McKenzie, they looked at just doing a simple deed correction. And that, for various reasons that I'm not aware of, because that's not my world, the decision was made to go forward this way. And so we are where we are, and I can't speak to the history because I didn't live there in 1989 either. And I, probably many of the people did not, but I know Mr. Sharp did. So he probably has a very clear recollection of what happened. But meanwhile, we are where we are. We've had this request. And I truly understand all the points and all the sides that have been made, including all of these letters that have come in and the other 10 that have called. So then I want to compliment the staff, because I think you've taken what's really a pretty complicated situation, and as each issue's has elevated itself, you've come up and proposed some conditions to deal with it. There was objections to the rope raised in the letters and apparently by others, and you've come forward with the idea of a ADA access, which it seems would provide a clear path around the rope. There has been despite what some comments have been here just from living in the neighborhood, there has been confusion about whether this road, whether you're allowed to walk on it, bike on it, because that's an oral history that has to get passed from person to person. People don't know that. They might ask one person, they might say, no, that's a private road. They might ask another person, they say, all day long, we run there every day. And so I from my own perspective, there has been confusion. So I think that was a pretty proactive approach that you took, staff, on those couple issues. And I would support them. As far as Mr. McKenzie bringing up that this is a private road, well, it was a quid pro quo. There was a request to privatize the street because there was a desire to not have cut-through traffic, and the quid pro quo was to retain, my understanding from everything I've read, pedestrian, equestrian, and bicycle access. Those two things went together. Okay, we'll privatize this, and my understanding too was it was a community effort, people from Greenfield, people from Meadowview, people from Pheasant all supported this, and you testified, Mr. Sharp, that you supported it as well, with the understanding that public access was to be retained. So even back in 1989, with the county, not the city. So given all of that and where we are, and it is a complex history, I am very, inspired, I guess, if that's the right word, to move forward with supporting the staff recommendation in all its forms and even the additional conditions. If it's an issue about signage, I think I will rely on Mr. Gall to come up with an exceedingly clear sign. Probably the biggest letters would say private road, and in small print, it might say about, public access, what forms of public access, so that it's not confusing to people, because it has been, I will admit, for a while. And just to clarify something on the record, Mr. Gordon, this rope, to my knowledge, and I would just like a head nod or a no or a yes from Mr. Sharp, the rope, to my knowledge, was only put up a couple years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, not 15. Just I wanted to clarify that on the record, and is that correct, Mr. Sharp? You've lived there the longest. You've been using it. So just to make sure we got all the right facts. So with that, if cost is an issue, we're talking about a public sign. I think that it's of public interest. The public is the ones that want the access. I would have no problem with the city paying for any revised signage. I'm talking to Mr. Gall's superiors. It doesn't sound like it's very expensive, but it might be that little extra step of good faith that the applicants don't have to pay to remediate any signage. And if the city thinks it's important to follow the condition, that we do it. And if the private parties are willing to have it located on their property, they do it. And if they're not, that works as well. We put it on public property. But we just to provide the clarity about what this road's all about. So with that, let me make sure I've covered everything. I took a lot of notes while people were talking. I think it's the best compromise at this moment. I wanted to say one more thing. The applicants, to their great credit, and that is the people, all of the people that live on Pheasant, in my mind, the issue of a gate, not a rope and not a fire break, but an actual gate at the end of the road has been a point of contention in the community. And I am very appreciative of the applicants with a recommendation to put in a restriction on no gate. That's a big give in my mind. That's giving away something that they could have retained and would have had to have an argument with the architectural committee that's out there. And I just want to acknowledge that because I think it's very important. You have made important steps to keep peace in the community, and I really appreciate that. So with that, Madam Mayor, I would recommend that this move forward with the conditions as proposed by staff that are both the written and the oral conditions.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, a second from Councilwoman Breckus. Any discussion? Seeing that, Councilman McKenzie.
I would like to hear just quickly from the applicant if they are comfortable with the conditions that are presented, because if they are not, I will vote in opposition to this motion. If they're agreeable to the conditions, then I will support it.
Thank you. Mike Chapman again for the applicant. The applicants have agreed to the condition about the gate that or Councilwoman Dewar has alluded to. Are we 100% comfortable? Probably would rather not have that. As you say, it's an extra property right that was not in the 1989 documents or the 1989 county action. Nevertheless, it is something that the residents have agreed to do. That's my answer.
You're comfortable with the rest of the conditions, the signage, the ADA ramp,
Again, the clients are. They've agreed to work with that request for the ADA. That's going to get done. The additional signing requirement we didn't learn about till this morning. I don't think it's necessary, personally. But nevertheless, this has to get done. We've been working on it for over a year now with the city. And again, we're just simply trying to correct a clerical error to get back to the original intent, which was not to allow vehicles of the general public there. Common sense. We pay the taxes. We pay to maintain the road. Why would we go to all that expense privately and it still is a public road? No.
And I understand and agree with you 100%. And Councilman Doer's made a motion. If you guys are comfortable with it, I'll support it. But my inclination is, we've just now opened the door that every time we abandon a street or every time we approve a subdivision that wants to be privately streeted, that we're going to leave it open to the fact that that one of the council members can come in and condition that and say, this is in my ward and I want this thing on it. They don't have any private property rights to their own private property because I want these conditions because I want to be able to walk through there when I want to. And I believe that we're infringing greatly upon your client's property rights with the conditions we're placing upon them. But if they're willing to accept those conditions, I'm willing to support this to get it done.
They are willing to accept it. You are correct to be cautious, though, because these are unconstitutional exactions had they not agreed, which exposes the city to liability for inverse condemnation. But in this instance, they have agreed about that gate language. So with that, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right.
Great.
Any further questions? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, and just be very brief. I think this issue has taken a really long time, and I wish it had not taken so long to get to this point. But I tend to lean with Mr. Councilmember McKenzie in his thought process on this, but if the applicant is okay with this, then I will be supportive of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar,
Yeah, I just,
is there anything you would like to add?
just that I appreciate everybody's work on this. It has taken a long time, a lot of effort, but we're getting to a good place, and I think that the applicants will be happy in the end, so, as well as the other people that live in the area, so
Okay,
appreciate that.
Thank you very much. That being said, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councilman Delgado, are you there?
I am here.
All right. I just want to make sure so that your attendance is on the record. Okay. All right. So there you go. We're actually going to, we have two more on here. I think these are second readings. They'll be quick, I would imagine. So let's jump through those and then, okay. We're going to go to G1, and I believe Councilman Bobzien come back. Correct? Hi, you. Councilman, okay. All right, so we are going to move forward, ordinance adoption, item G1. With that being said, I'm going to ask any council members to make any disclosures. I am going to make mine first. Fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency, I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Speraza. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I understand she has been retained by the applicant as a consultant on this project. I do not have any commitments to her, financial ties, or obligations to her. Let's see, Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and put it on the record. All right? Thank you very much. Any other disclosures from council? Councilman McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I met with the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar. Yes, absolutely. Councilwoman Breckus.
I think I have the same disclosure that I had during the introduction, which was that I did meet with the applicant on this at one point.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Bobson?
same disclosures before, met with applicants.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Same as before. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you. I too met with the applicant.
All right. Thank you very much. At this time, I will send it over to City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6413, case number LDC 16-00064, Train Town Zoning Map Amendment, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.0 to the Municipal Code entitled Zoning Rezoning of a plus or minus 441 acre site located plus or minus 8,000 feet west of White Lake Parkway, US 395 interchange from unincorporated transition, 40 acres, to single-family residential, 15,000 square feet on plus or minus 427.3 acres, and unincorporated transition, 10 acres on plus or minus 13.7 acres, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, we have none.
None? Okay. That being said, may I get a motion?
Move to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries unanimous, or no, 6-1. Okay, moving on. Item G2. I'm going to send it to our city attorney.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6414, case number TXT 17-00001, boarding rooming houses in single-family zones, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.08.201C, Summary Land Use Table for Residential Base Zone Districts, Chapter 18.08.202A, Additional Principal Use Regulations to allow boarding houses in single-family zoning districts within a half mile of the University of Nevada with approval of a special use permit and other matters properly related thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
None.
No? Okay, thank you very much. May I get a motion?
Move to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. At this time, I'm going to send it to City Attorney. Item H1.
H1, resolution number 8243, resolution accepting streets, Sierra Canyon Village 14, portions of Callaway Trail, Larimore Trail, and Oxmoor Court. Ward 5.
All right, thank you very much. Any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
None, Madam Mayor.
None? Okay. Any questions from council? Seeing that there are none, may I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item H2. I'm going to send it to our city attorney, Carl Hall.
Resolution number 8244, resolution accepting streets, Sierra Canyon Village 15B, a portion of Broderick Trail. Ward 5.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any public comment at this time?
None, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion to adopt. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, item H3. This is very cool, but before we do that, I know we've got Councilman Delgado on the phone, and I know that you're on a different time zone than we are, so I actually want to move the agenda around. And those items will be item J7 and J8. Are you still there, Councilman?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, just checking on you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Go
My
right
name
ahead.
is Mandy Bowler. I'm the Labor Relations Program Manager for the City of Reno's HR Department. I'm here to talk to you about J7 and J8. J7 is for possible action, presentation, discussion, and potential appointment of Bill Thomas as acting city manager pursuant to the Reno City Charter, Article 3, Section 3.0205. On August 8th, the city manager began an administrative leave and appointed Mr. Thomas as assistant city manager for the city of Reno. as the acting city manager. That appointment has been designated until October 9th of 2016. With the City Council's approval and acceptance of the city manager separation agreement, the appointment will be extended until the City Council approves a new city manager. In September 14th of 2016, Council approved the separation agreement ending the city manager's employment on October 9th. And the Reno City Charter, Article 3, Section 3.0205 states that the City Council may appoint an acting city manager. Mr. Thomas has started with the city in 2011 as the Director of Community Development and was promoted to the Assistant City Manager position in February of 2012. Staff recommends the City Council appoint Mr. Thomas as acting city manager pursuant to Reno City Charter, Article 3, Section 3.0205.
All right. You have to stand. I sit too long sometimes up here. All right. Is that it?
That's all I got.
That's all? Okay.
That's all I got at this time.
All right. Just checking.
Sorry, no
Just
dance.
checking. I know. Come on. Watch out, I might make you sing, right? Okay, here we go. All right, at this time, any public comment?
We
Madam
have no
Clerk?
public comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to bring it back to council. Any questions? And I see Councilwoman Breckus. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I see that you have an item on 1110, and our HR director has also sent us a memo, kind of a courtesy memo, tips to hire a city manager. And I thought, that maybe we could discuss the two in tandem, but I don't object to, doing this operational that we need to do. I just, I kind of was hoping that we could discuss, the process of hiring a city manager, because I think that's more kind of tied to what we do with the acting manager. And so I don't know if we want to jump around. I presume there's thoughts and considerations that we will do a full search for a city manager.
What I would like to see is that we would do
Yeah.
a national
Yeah.
search.
Yeah, I would too. I guess my concern is that our last recruitment effort that I saw was for our community development director. I think we went through true recruiting agencies, and still the final candidate never even came out of that recruiting effort. And that was of concern to me. Also,
Madam Mayor, I think we're not properly agendized for this. We're discussing the appointment of as interim city manager. The agenda item does not address the search method. The L item is there as an L item, which we could have discussion about approving that, to put it on the agenda for discussion in the future. But I think that we aren't agendized to discuss the way we fill the city manager's position today. This item is to address the appointment of the assistant city manager to fill as interim city manager for however long we think that's necessary. But the recruitment isn't in this agenda, and I'd hate to see us get way down the road discussing that when we're not properly agendized for it.
The only thing I would say, though, what makes me a little concerned, and maybe, City Attorney, you can weigh in, is that I think your point being that, let's say, we go down this road and something doesn't materialize, then you also have to make sure that we have things in place.
well,
Is this- and then that
just to continue,
means our existing.
just to continue my line of thought, I do see that we have a deadline coming up of October 9th to fill, that. But I would like to advocate for a process where perhaps we have two acting city managers during this period, or interims, and acknowledge that we may need an interim manager who is going to do a shorter stint during the recruitment process, because we just went through a high-level recruitment process and it took a long time. And I am concerned about a couple things, and I'll get those right out, is with Mr. Thomas acting as city manager, we have a vacancy as an assistant city manager, and that's a full-time job. And the second one really is the fallout of the investigations. I think we know that we have, 4 investigations, I think maybe 5 going on. And there's going to be a lot of personnel management to occur afterward that. I would like to have the interim acting city manager be someone who I know is deep in that area and that world and perhaps has some distance from it. And so that's what I'm submitting to the council, that perhaps while we go forward today with Mr. Thomas being the acting, it is something that we could withdraw at any time under our charter if we decide to go with a different acting. I just want to understand the parameters, and that's where I do believe my comments are relevant and not related to the L item. And I just want to submit that because I'm concerned that the recruiting city manager, the person coming in for the permanent job, the biggest pile on their desk is going to be the fallout of these investigations that we have in these personnel management. And I don't think that's going to make us an attractive city to come work for if we're not met a successful resolution to all that. So I would argue, and maybe it'll be for the later, but that we have that discussion as part of the recruitment. But I'd like to know, what are limitations on the council in putting someone on as acting? Can they withdraw that as acting? Can they reassign someone as acting?
Council has the ability to place Mr. Thomas or anybody else you deem appropriate in that position in the interim. You have 6 months to put a city manager in place, so 6 months from October 9th. So today, this is agendized to consider Bill Thomas for acting city manager. So if we could go ahead and
Okay.
decide that question.
All right. So go right ahead, Councilman Bobsey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think it's, given the challenges that we've faced as a council and as a city in recent weeks and months, it's not surprising that I think every one of us up here has a different interpretation of what this agenda item is. The way that I see this agenda item is our opportunity to move forward with our interim manager, and for us to give some beginning guidance, some basic guidance to that individual so that the expectations are clear for what it is we're looking for. And I think clarity is what's at the premium here right now, that we need clarity. I have said repeatedly that we will be facing a big challenge with the recruitment of a new city manager. And what I would offer is that we need an interim city manager that will keep the trains running, keep us moving forward, and prepare us to go into a search to the best of that individual's ability. Now, it's interesting, some of the scenarios that Councilwoman Breckus throws out. I will offer that in my own professional experience, in the private sector, in the government sector, in the nonprofit sector, and back to, I don't know if I've ever mentioned my public administration master's up here at this dais, going back to organizational theory classes. Lots of caution out there about two-headed organizations. They can be used in very specific situations. Organizationally, I don't think we're there yet. And I think, again, for the purposes of clarity as to what this interim leadership period means, the idea of introducing 2 interim managers at the top just seems woefully counterproductive.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. I would like to say I have gotten an amazing amount of feedback on Mr. Thomas, and I think you have done an outstanding job. This has been, I think many of us thought the transition would be very, very difficult, and I think you've done everything possible to make it, much easier. And I will tell you this. The staff has really praised you. I don't know if they've told you that, but they certainly tell me that. So, and I would agree with Councilman Bobsey, and I think that becomes very convoluted right now. It's time for, some stability. And I think that's exactly what we need right now, and we've been heading in that direction. It's been I would say, the energy and the dynamic at City Hall has changed dramatically in a good way. So, and in a short period of time, and I credit a lot of that to do with you. So And also, not only that, I mean, yes, you've been instrumental, but I have to say our staff has been tremendous. They really are working so hard to get everything done and really caring about this city. And I mean, even if this has been in the press as a negative, they don't get to see all the wonderful things that happen here on a daily basis and how incredible this staff is that make this city run. I mean, we're pretty blessed, so it makes me very, very proud. And because they get to hear a little piece of it, and then here's this big piece that you guys are doing all the heavy lifting, all the hard work, and I think you guys are just tremendous. So thank you so much. So if all the staff is listening at City Hall, that honestly goes for all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, truly. Oh, YouTube too. All you. Go ahead, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as we head into the final laps of this excursion that we've been on over the last couple of months, it's nice to see that we're getting an opportunity to take the yellow flag off of the track so we can start running at full speed again. And I think to do that, we have to have a city manager in place that has some assurances that he's going to be there for a while. And I think that Mr. Thomas has been doing an excellent job in the interim. I know he's had a lot of concerns about what's going to happen tomorrow, and we need to take those concerns away and give him the ability to move forward. At the same time, he knows that that we're going to go forward in our process and finding a permanent replacement for the city manager, and so I believe he's a capable person to handle the city until we get to a place where we'd make that permanent replacement. And the staff report talks about making this extending the appointment until such time as we do make that appointment to the new city manager. And so we need to, sooner rather than later, get into the discussion of the process when we get it up on the agenda so that we can begin that. And I'm sure that Bill will be instrumental in assisting us in that process. So I'm very much in favor of moving forward with staff recommendation on this, and I have assurance that Bill will do a good job for us.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I too just wanted to echo that you've done a great job, Bill. You stepped into something during some tough times, and stepped into and at a time when we need some wrong agenda. Where we needed some real stability and structure and guidance. Your 5 years of experience is really instrumental in helping us through this right now. I think our staff is yearning for some stability, even if it's 6 months stability. And I think anytime you suggest that there be, maybe dual leaders or that you could potentially yank the rug out from somebody at any time, that just feeds into that environment of, there's going to be collateral damage and there's going to have to be some sweeping personnel clean out. That just strikes fear and makes people nervous. And that never is a good and productive work environment. So, Bill, kudos to you. I think you're doing a great job. You have led this city well during this time, and I appreciate you, as well as all of our staff.
All right, the ghost in the room, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and again, my apologies for not being present. I think it goes to basically everything that Councilwoman Jordan just stated. I don't see a need to further put more gray or uncertainty across the city from what's taking place now. And Bill has come in and I believe has laid down some stability and has been very accessible and transparent with everything that's been going on. So thank you for doing that, Bill. I don't see a reason why we would need to further convolute anything that's going on at the city with everything else that is going on. And again, just to piggyback on what everyone else has said, Bill, I think he's doing a great job, and I think looking forward to weighing in and saying yes on keeping him as an interim until we find a permanent national search of a city manager. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. And while I don't want to be repetitive, I think it's important that our acting city manager hear from all of us, that we all have confidence in him. And the reports have been quite positive. This is both personally, my interactions with you. You're transparent, you're upfront, you tell me when you agree, you tell me when you don't agree. This is critical to me to get your input in a very fair way. I do think having you as the interim would add that important stability to us during this period. And so I just want to, give you an attaboy and add my support.
All right, thank you very much. So, hold on, please. Councilman Bobzien.
Madam Mayor, I would move that the city council appoint Bill Thomas as acting city manager. That's what you get when you actually use the system and request to speak.
Boom.
Right? My brother in the sage.
Well, I'll think about it. Okay.
I'd just like to comment that I will support the motion, but with the comments that I hear, and I do think he's doing a good job, I'm sensing from my colleagues a commitment and an expectation that he will guide us through the process of the fallout we still have to experience from these allegations, and that we expect him to play an active role in that. And so starting today, and I will be looking for his participation in that. So thank you.
Well, if I may, discussion at this point, is that correct?
All right.
What's that?
So I have a motion
I
and
second.
a second.
There wasn't a second.
It's been seconded. But I just want to.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
I just want to make sure I understand that add a little confusion to me. That we all have an understanding of this role. I mean, you came to me and discussed what does the role look like, and are we discussing that now too? I assume. What? No. Okay. Well, then, very well. I'm comfortable with my conversations, and I support the motion.
And Councilwoman Breckus, maybe you can. I guess I'm not understanding exactly what you mean by that, so kind of clarify a little bit more.
I am supporting the motion.
I understand that, but
yeah.
you're saying you expect
And
what out of him exactly?
Well, I feel like the job involves, very foremost, providing that guidance to us that we still have cleanup from the last city that got us to this place, right? We all know that, right? We had no guidance from anyone at an administrative level when we were dealing with Mr. Klinger. We still have the other side of the equation coming out, and he is vested with the authority to help us do that. That's my understanding of his of
But
what
you were
is
talking
part of the
about
job.
fallout, so I guess I was
Yeah.
confused as what exactly do you mean?
Maybe unless we
by
give a
that?
different direction.
Right?
I mean, we as a council might give a different direction at a different time and in a different agenda item. That's what I think.
But he has all full administrative duties. Thank you.
Yes, okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Absolutely, go right ahead, Mr. Thomas. Is that gonna be uncomfortable? You're in the room, you gotta hear all these people talk about you.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
to
just calling it out.
depersonalize something
Coming
that
in
was
trash
name on the
to have
agenda,
your-
but I just want to say real quickly that I do appreciate the council's confidence, and that I think that you all quite accurately reflected the sense of what I've seen from the employees, which is the clarity and certainty is really what they're looking for right now. Maybe not long-term, maybe not the final solution, but anything that we can do to clarify to the employees is, I think, going to be beneficial to them in terms of my conversations. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, that being said, item J8, any public comment?
We have none, Madam
Madam
Mayor.
Clerk, no? Nothing? Thank you.
Now comes the
Hello
fun
again.
one.
Go right ahead.
This is the fun one. All right. For the record, I'm Mandy Bowler, Labor Relations Program Manager with the City of Reno's Human Resources Department, and I am coming before you on item J8 to discuss the approval of acting pay to be provided to the acting city manager. In the previous item, you appointed Bill Thomas as the acting city manager. There is not an established pay practice for acting pay at the executive staff level. In the past, acting assignment pay has been negotiated individually at the executive staff level, and in the collective bargaining agreements Of lower-level leaders in this organization, employees are paid the established rate of the job in which they're acting, or they're paid an acting pay premium. That ranges from 5% to 15%, depending on the unit. There is not a range, not a salary range, set for the city manager as there is for other positions within the city. The city manager pay rate is $96.94 hourly, which is $201,635 annualized. That is what Mr. Klinger was making at the time of his separation agreement. Mr. Thomas, as an assistant city manager, is making $75.22 per hour, or $156,458 annualized. With a 10% premium, the pay for Mr. Thomas would be $172.99. With a 15% premium, the pay would be $179,920. To be in the pay range of the job in which he will be working, the pay would start at about $190,000. This salary increase is not budgeted, and I'm sure you all are aware of that, but will be partially offset by salary savings for the city manager vacancy after October 9, with the remaining funds to be identified in the city manager's budget. Staff recommends that council determine and approve the acting city manager pay amount to be paid to Mr. Thomas, and we've provided you 3 options based on the kind of acting pay premiums that we see in other bargaining units, and what we believe an incoming city manager would come into the job at the $190,000. I have here just a small list that shows you what the bargaining units, what the actual acting pay premiums are for bargaining units, if you're interested in that information.
Could I ask our staff to enlarge that just a little bit more? Even if we have to see the top, then the bottom? And maybe could you move this over so we could see the whole thing? And could you just walk us through some of the options?
Certainly. So what you're seeing here is we have 2 Local 39 units. We have a non-supervisory unit and a supervisory unit. In the non-supervisory unit, acting pay is paid a premium of 5%, which means the individual makes their base pay and a 5% premium on top of that for acting. If they're in the supervisory unit, the same thing applies. They make their base pay and a 15% premium when acting as a manager. In the RIPG professional unit, there's a 5% premium for acting in a higher assignment. So again, they get their base wage plus 5%. In the administrative unit for RIPG, the same applies. 5% premium for acting in a higher assignment. When we move into the public safety arena, in IAFF, when acting, the members of that group receive the pay for the job they're doing. So for, as an example, if you have a firefighter and he's going to act up as a fire captain, he will receive the pay of the fire captain for the time that he is acting up as a fire captain.
Quick question. How far are they usually apart? Like you say he received that pay, but could that be, it's just one step, right? So it's
Not necessarily.
It could be 2 or 3 steps.
Yes, it could. It could.
So do you have like a rough number? I mean, could it be up to 20%? I mean, what?
In the case of IAFF?
Yeah. And if you don't know, that's okay. I
Not
was
off the
trying to
top
get
of my
a
head, but I can
feel
find
for
one
it.
for you. Perhaps this will give you something. When in RFDAA, which is the administrative group for fire, when a battalion chief is assigned to act as a division chief, it's called a special assignment, but it also is acting up as a division chief, they get a 15% premium.
Okay.
So that kind of gives you an idea.
A range, a probable.
Yeah, yeah. With the RPPA, which is the sworn police officers, when they're acting, they also receive the salary of the position to which they are acting. So, and there's something stipulated in their contract that says that that shall be not less than 5%. So you're looking at about the same range again, 5 to 15%, depending on what that acting assignment would be. And for RPSAE, it's the same thing. When acting, the members receive the salary of the position to which they are acting in, and that premium shall not be less than 5%.
Do you have the city manager's compensation for the city of Sparks?
I do not. I'm sorry. I do not.
May I?
Yeah.
May I ask a?
Yeah.
May I ask a question
Sure.
about?
Well, this says it's higher.
I am. Where? Who is? What is
No,
the
ours is
pay of the highest person he will be directly supervising, which I presume would be a chief.
The highest paid directly reporting subordinate is 174.
Okay, so I think you've got two things here. You have what they call compaction, which is, that you're, so 174, okay. So that's between the 10 and the 15% jump, yeah.
But the city
so-
of Sparks, from what I have
Yeah.
here, is 197.6.
Yeah, but
And
Madam,
then Washoe County is 216.8.
but Madam Mayor, I think that's
Now.
more
That's
dictating,
what they're making now.
but
After-
that's,
Well, I'm just saying, I wanted to know what
I
they're
think
currently.
If
Sparks
it,
is 5 years and
if it helps at
No,
all,
less.
Mr. Klinger was in the position for 5 years. He was making 201,635. And
Alright.
we're looking that as the midpoint, which is how we came to the 190 figure as somebody who would be incoming.
and I think that discussion of the comparables to the other jurisdictions, which we just went through at Tumwa, is really when we get to the recruitment for the permanent. I think here we look at what our practices are for acting up, but most importantly, being above the person you're supervising. I think this is going to be a long-term assignment. I'm uncomfortable we're going to be down an assistant city manager during that time, but we'll have plenty of salary savings from that, unfortunately. I think the 179, the 15% acting is a fair number, just to throw something out there.
All right.
Can we get the figures again of currently, and I understand Sparks, we don't know exactly how long Sparks and Washoe counties
Do you know how long they've been in the position?
yeah, we do.
managers and cities have been in.
And
I
to-
mean, Bill's
and
been
I'm
in
gonna-
5 years. I mean, Bill's going to be doing the job. It's going to be for, a 6-month period of time. But we're still, of the 3 jurisdictions, we're the lowest of the 3, right?
If I may, that is true. What you're talking about today with respect to Mr. Thomas is just what he will earn as the acting city manager. When you discuss, perhaps with the L item, when you discuss that recruitment that you want to do that's nationwide with whatever group you pick to do that, these are the kind of conversations that you want to have with that group of people, saying, this is what we're looking at with respect to compensation when a new manager comes in. So what we're talking about right now is really a 6-month finite term for Mr. Thomas with what he's going to make during that 6 months.
And I'm just going to say, because I know it's a concern of yours, Councilwoman Breckus, but to be really honest, we really kind of, I think, have had someone in that capacity of assistant city manager in Mr. Chisel. And I appreciate his hard work and everything that he's put in. So I would absolutely say that I don't see any difference in the level of what's going to change. And so for me, that's not really an argument. All right. Any further questions? Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I tend to agree with Councilwoman Breckus that it seems to be that what we do across the city is if we have somebody acting up, and that's exactly what Mr. Thomas is doing, is acting up in a position between the 10 and 15%, and we definitely don't want to have him making less than somebody he's supervising. So I would agree with Councilwoman Breckus that the 15% is reasonable. We're not talking about establishing the starting rate for the city manager that we hire. We're talking about what we're going to pay Mr. Thomas in the interim for the next 6 months. So I would move that we approve a 15% bump for the term of the appointment of interim city manager.
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I too want to make sure that it's above the highest paid person that is reporting to him. And I would support the motion. Even I could even go a little bit further, a certain 5% above the highest paid person, which is only another couple percent. But I'm very comfortable, with the proposal. It's right about 180, and we've discussed a potential starting salary of the new permanent city manager, 190. So it's in the range. I don't know. Have we established a minimum maximum for the managers?
We have not. Under section or under Article 3, Section 3.020, you as the council have the discretion to establish what the city manager's salary will be.
Yeah.
And so for that reason, we in HR have never actually
Got
established
it.
a range.
Okay, well, I'm just saying I support the motion, and I could even go a little bit more if there's appetite to do that. Not a lot more, but, you know, I'm comfortable in this range. So let's
So
just,
if it helps you, you know, the 15% is 179,920 annually.
Right.
The 190 figure puts it at about 21%.
Yeah.
Higher than what Mr. Thomas is currently making. That is 6% lower than what Mr. Klinger was making on the day of his departure.
so I'm not wanting to over confuse this. I'm 17% around there is about 5% above the highest paid person. But I want to reiterate, I'm very comfortable with this 15%. I don't know where my colleagues are. I'm giving you my range. Let's put it that way.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Okay. And I'm sorry, 182,000 would be 5% over his highest paid subordinate.
Correct.
182.
That's
What did you say? What was
182. That's what I calculated, and I
Okay.
was just thinking it kind of felt right. but-
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
more comfortable.
Okay.
All right. Councilman Delgado.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Again, apologies for not being there and present. I tend to agree also with the 182. I think for the interim for Mr. Bell Thomas and to I think Councilwoman Breckes' point about of course having the void of the assistant city manager. I'd like to also just kind of throw out there and make clear that I'd hate to put any restrictions or any presumptions or any ideas on Mr. Thomas in terms of him appointed to the assistant city manager's position, because I think that's what we want to do, right? It gives purview and expectation that city manager will carry it forward as needed for the city. So that's what we're asking of him to do, is to carry forward, and I think giving him also the guidance that he's willing and able to act up any other personnel in the city to hold that position. But I agree with the 182 mark.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm comfortable with the 182, but Mr. Delgado does bring up a point. You know, say he assigns someone to acting city manager, or are we comfortable with him in this interim period? Nominating new department heads if those rise, or he can't nominate a new assistant city manager because he'd be filling his own vacancy, right? But perhaps he could, if there's some desire to bring someone on interim in some way. I don't know. I mean, there will be mechanics, I think, to work out throughout this whole period, particularly if this absence starts to really drain on us. And let's get it out there. We have other absences right now in the city manager's office that we are operating with. So we know we're down in that department.
So just to capsulize, so my proposal, and I was willing to go, well, Mr. McKenzie's left, but I was willing to go with that, but I also felt like this is about 16-point-something%, but the 182 is just kind of feeling right to me. I don't know. It just had a good ring.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Well, I think there was already a motion from Mr. McKenzie, wasn't there?
No.
No?
There was a
All right,
motion,
so
yeah, for 15.
I'll make this motion that we just pick a salary, which would be 182,000, whatever rounds to the,
Whatever the 5%
it
number
might
is
be
above his highest subordinate.
181.9, 900, or it might be 182, 100, whatever it is,
Okay.
to a round number.
Okay, I believe the number is 182,760 is 5% above his highest.
Well,
paid subordinate.
I'm saying whatever's close to 182 might be 180 in an hourly rate.
Okay.
So we're not into pieces of pennies.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not saying 5%. I'm saying 182.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second?
Can we get some clarity on that motion? It's for 182.
I'm recommending
yeah,
182.
Yeah.
Not hung up on the percentage.
Right.
Right.
So I have
I'll second
and
it.
a second from Councilwoman Breckes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience, Mandy. Thank you. All right, I want to be sensitive. We have people in the audience, and so I want to make sure we are hearing the items that they are here for, and we are not skipping around on the agenda that is not relevant. So, pardon?
Hillside.
Hillside, okay.
Hillside.
Heard Oscar.
So,
Madam Mayor, Councilmember
Oscar is
Delgado
dropped off.
has left.
Madam Clerk, can you repeat that? Or did you-
Councilmember Delgado
Yes,
has
okay, thank
left,
you.
just for the record.
Left the building.
Councilwoman Breckus, but we'll just, are you ready? Okay, item H4, I am going to send it to our city attorney.
Resolution number 8245, resolution designating the city of Reno as a military and veteran caregiver supportive city in partnership with Elizabeth Dole Foundation's National Hidden Heroes campaign.
I think it's actually H4. Hillside Cemetery, sorry.
Oh, we're on H4?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was my fault because I was jumping all over the place. So go
All
right
right,
ahead.
H4.
Item H4, resolution.
All right, resolution number 8245, resolution in support of the city of Reno engaging in an active stakeholder and proposed development of the Hillside Cemetery.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment
Yes,
on this
Madam
item?
Mayor, we do have public comment on this item.
All right.
John Moran would like to speak, followed by Jay Carter.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, for the record, my name is John Moran. I'm a lifelong resident in Reno, Nevada. As some of you may remember, I've spoken on this issue before. I'm here to encourage the City of Reno to become an active participant in this, hopefully, fruitful plan. We have started talking to other members and interested parties, and there may be a path forward, but the City of Reno can definitely be a major help in this. My counsel is here, and he will go to much more detail. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much.
Mayor, our next public comment is from Jay Carter, followed by Scott Nebeski.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Jay Carter, and I'm here to talk about Hillside. My ancestors are buried in one of the graves. My great-great-grandmother purchased that land, and it is deeded to her. On the deed, it says that it's supposed to be used only as a cemetery and forever. I request that you help her words stay, or the title, and also the Sierra Memorial Gardens. They say that they're the cemetery authority under NRS 452030. They are required to maintain the property. The last 20 years, they haven't maintained it. The last 3 years, a group of volunteers have gone up there and cleaned the graveyard, trimmed the trees, hauled off the trash. Any help that you can give us, we would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, and I really appreciate your patience. You've been sitting here as long as we have this morning. So we're trying to get you out of here today so you can at least have part of your day. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. Scott Nebeski for the record. I'm representing the Reno Sparks Indian Colony and also the known Native Americans that are buried up there, as well as the yet-to-be-identified Native Americans that are buried up at the Hillside Cemetery. Want to thank you for stepping up and helping us sort out these issues. There are a lot of complex issues that need kind of a clear forum, a third-party forum that need to be sorted out, addressed in order for us to move forward with this. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to meet with several representatives of the families of some of the folks that are buried up there, as well as the Sierra Memorial Gardens. We all agreed that to move forward, that one, they would continue the suspension of the disinterment while we work through these agreements and sorting out some of these issues. And our goal that we agreed upon is to come up with a permanent long-term solution for the protection of the human remains from disinterment, as well as the preservation of the historic cemetery. And the colony looks forward to working with the city on resolving this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Louis Test.
Mr. Test. He's oh no, he's right here.
Did you say Louis? My
See,
name's
this
Louis.
is what happens when you are in a council meeting for 6-7 hours.
Well, I thought she
So
said
don't worry.
Melissa, but I was, okay. My name's Louis Test, and John Moran is my client. I did notice that he only took about 30 seconds, so I guess that gives me a minute or 2.5 minutes to speak to you. No.
You're fine.
The representations that were made by Scott from the tribe is exactly what we've been trying to do. I've contacted the attorneys that have been involved with this, and we want to try and come up with a solution. During that process, the city is going to be an integral part of that, with the discussions that are going to be going on with the owners, not only the owners, but also the optionee who has the option to purchase the property. I would request one thing, though, with all the accolades that Bill Thomas has received, could you appoint him to this stakeholder committee so he can assist us with this? I think it would be very useful.
He would love it. Oh, now he says his compensation's got to go up.
Well, that's all right, but we'll throw in a nickel,
Okay,
okay?
there you go.
Thank you. We
Thank
support
you.
that. My clients support it, and I think working together, we can hopefully come up with a solution which meets everybody's needs.
Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, any more public comment?
Madam Mayor, I did receive an online public comment form from Billy Andrews, who is in favor of this item but does not wish to speak. Other than that, we have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, staff presentation, that all you, Claudia.
Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. We bring back this resolution at the request of City Council. Recognize the importance of Hillside Cemetery, how it is represented in the West University Neighborhood Plan, and that to work with the special interest groups to make sure that their voice is heard, work with the property owner, and to offer our assistance through discussion and to participate and potentially facilitate any future discussions on this item. I'm available for questions. The
All right,
resolution
thank you
is
very much.
attached.
I actually am going to send it to Councilman. All right, I hear you over there. I'm going to let him go first. Okay, all right. Councilman McKenzie, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Claudia, I've read a couple things now that mention the plan up there that the city put together, and it seemed like the way I'm reading the information is that several years ago, when one of these disputes up there kind of boiled up, that there was an amendment to the plan to help address it. How does that? Was that planned in that plan? That was, as I understand it, in the plan that was planned to continue to be a cemetery under our master plan. Am I?
Correct. Well, Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager, once again. In June of 2003, the West University Neighborhood Plan was updated, and I believe our staff person, Jennifer Breckus, actually wrote the section of the master plan.
Thank you.
And
let me see that.
She's turning red. Me want to ask her. No, I'm just kidding. It was contemplated that it would remain a cemetery, but it was also there's discussion in there that should it be redeveloped, it would have to come back to amend the SPD, the Special Planning District that was adopted over it, and revisit it as a new land use type, but that it would have to go through the process if anything came forward in the future.
This is one of the questions I have, and we've got some future items coming that are going to require master plan amendments, and we get. If this was to move forward and it got to the point where they were having to come to get the plan amended, and the council says, we're not going to amend the plan because we don't think it fits that way, that should have been a cemetery and we think it should stay that way, and they've already gone through and done all of the work of intern the bodies. So why does our system work so that if there's got to be a plan amendment, why doesn't a developer have to come forward and try to get that amendment to the plan to match what they would like to do at the property prior to them investing into moving forward with whatever they're planning on doing before they come to us with the master plan. It'd save them. We've got a PUD that's coming that's going to take a master plan amendment from us. It's going to take a master plan amendment from regional planning. And they've invested a lot of money into getting that PUD done. And if they can't get the master plan amendment, they've wasted that money. And this is another case where if they come back for a plan amendment and we say, no, we're not going to amend the plan for you, then whatever money they've spent and then the damage that they've done getting to that point is irreversible. So why is our system set up so that that plan isn't the first thing they have to come and see if there's even an appetite to amend the plan before they invest money into it?
Well, I'll let the attorneys jump in if they want to at any point on this one, but it is the way the laws have been written. NRS 451, entitled Dead Bodies, does dictate that the city does not have the authority to regulate over the process of what they do on that site.
And I understand that, but
Isn't that amazing?
once they get done with all that,
amazing
they've
to
still
me.
got to
I'm
come
sorry,
before they
it's
can
amazing.
build their student housing on there, and we can film a new Poltergeist movie. They've got to come to us for a master plan amendment, and if we're not willing to give them the master plan amendment, then all the money and all the damage they've done has already been done. They can't reverse it. And so my question is, why isn't it so that if they've got to get that master plan amendment before they can do anything, why isn't that the first thing they should have to try to do? Does our planning law have an order that they have to go through, or is it just something that we've done historically and they get all the other stuff done and think that because they've invested all that money and they're at a loss, so that way they've got grounds to sue us if we don't give them the master plan amendment?
There is nothing in NRS or Title 18 that requires them to come first. It is a very unfortunate situation. We can ask them to, but Title 18 currently exempts cemetery activities from grading permits or anything else.
And I understand it. So my question is, if Title 18 doesn't lay out that process, maybe this is one of the amendments we need to look at real seriously to Title 18, that if something is going to require a master plan amendment, that's the first process they have to go through rather than the last. That way we don't have damages incurred before they come for master plan, which in this case appears to be the place that this council would have the power to stop them moving forward with their filming a Poltergeist 4.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus.
I think the question before the council, is and always has been, going back 16 years, is how do we want to stand up to this property? And I think the plan talks to that. The plan was actually providing a protective measure in because it was zoned single family at some point. The underlying zoning, so the plan put in these steps as an interim basis, because if it had a straight single-family zoning, then someone who asserted property ownership right could go straight to building permit. And so I think that's what the plan was doing. But the plan also outlined, the historic purpose and the question of whether or not the city wanted to stand up at some point to that. I think the plan even discusses it becoming a city historic park, the use of residential construction taxes, which actually are generated quite a bit in this vicinity. They weren't being generated at one point, but the university, which owned the cemetery at one point, pays residential construction tax. We could have at one point made an agreement with that property owner to build this as a historic park, just like Double Diamond built the park down there. And so the question to me has always been, what is the city going to stand up on to that? And then also the very big question, when I hear a member of the public say, I have a deed, I have a title, that's asserting a property right. But then I hear some conflicting legal advice that there is no property right to these individuals. So I don't know how much we want to interject with that. I think we need at some point to move forward and think about, do we see value in this as a public amenity that we want to step into? And I've been saying since 2000 that there's a lot of community interest, and it's been the policy of the city to move in that direction.
And Claudia, since you've been here, how often does something like this happen?
the repurposing of a cemetery?
Yeah.
It's the first time since.
Okay. Well, and that's probably why we're having this conversation now. You know?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Would you like to speak, Mr. Bill Thomas?
Mayor and council, I think the last point you made is probably the most important one, which is if you look at our codes, it's pretty clear that what we contemplated, we being city collectively in our regulations, was building new cemeteries. There really is no discussion or process whereby someone eliminates a cemetery. So I would say it's fair to characterize our policies and our codes to be not real clear on what happens when somebody wants to get rid of a cemetery. So that's where I think we default to state law, because there wasn't a policy consideration for that eventuality, which is probably not surprising because it's such an exceptional thing. So that's all I wanted to add.
Councilwoman Jordan.
So that wasn't covered in the West University plan? That wasn't contemplated in that?
What I'm saying is that in the West University plan, that particular property was considered, and as Councilmember Breckus pointed out, the zoning apparently was changed from what it was, which would have contemplated single-family development, to a different zoning that would be more limiting, which is the SPD. My point is that when you look at our ordinances, one of them being grading, that says clearly if you're digging graves, there's no requirement for a special use permit. That would be constructing a new cemetery. When you look at our zoning laws, it talks about cemeteries as a land use going forward. So there really is nothing to go back on to say, what's the guidance of the previous council members on what to do if somebody wants to move away from a cemetery? Because it is such a unconventional and unusual action. And that's why I think there's a weakness in terms of any policy guidance on what the city should or shouldn't do in this situation.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, any other questions from council? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it to Councilman Bobzian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was just, as I'm sitting here and musing about just how complex this issue is, you know, in other communities across Nevada, as Councilman McKenzie knows, sometimes these cemetery issues literally require an act of Congress for resolution. This is not that, but you know, it is as intractable in so many ways. But I want to commend staff for spending as much time as they have on this in recent weeks, because I know that they have spent a lot, and congratulate them on bringing together this resolution. And they certainly heard a lot of perspectives from us when we considered the L item at the last meeting. I know that they had some very delicate balances that they had to strike legally, and I think this is a pretty responsible expression of the council's position at this point. So, Madam Mayor, I would move adoption of the resolution.
All right, thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor
I was
say.
just
Oh, discussion?
I'm sorry. I should have done this as a preface rather than discussion. And
Okay.
I just, while I'm thanking staff, I do want to express appreciation for everyone that did come today and has been working on this issue collaboratively. I'm very impressed with a number of the individuals that are now stepping forward and engaging on this. Especially appreciate you know, the advocates as well as the colony. They are ever-present partner in everything that we do here in the city. So I have a lot of hope, given the reports that I'm hearing between all of the different parties. So congratulations to all the parties for talking.
Very well said. Very well said. They have always been tremendous. So I appreciate that. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, next up, I'm probably going to jump around a little bit more. I'd like to know if any council members have any audience members that have something on this agenda. All right, what item are you here for? J4? Okay, how about you? All right, J4? Great, let's go there. Okay. It's just, There's ghosts in here. This is the entire meeting. How do I turn this off? It's the council meeting. I don't. What? Okay, hold on.
No, it took her to a different
Okay. See? It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. Yeah. That's all right. I won't use it. It's fine.
Technology is great and it's working.
I know. I was reluctant to tell you.
I fixed it. No, I was telling you.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right, H4 or J4. Here we go. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have public comment for this item. First person to speak is Maria Partrude, sorry. Partridge.
All right, come on up.
Partridge.
I'm shorter than the others.
That's all right. Just I am too. Just pull all the way down.
Madam Mayor and council members, I'm really excited to be here. I wanted to clarify a little bit about the Gateway Project and what we're trying to do. The Gateway Project was actually a group of art organizations and businesses that wanted to get together to bring the art of Burning Man to downtown Reno. And we've been doing this for the last 2 years. We started last year, and this year we decided to go even bigger and better and create a Playa Park. So what happened was we applied for a grant from Burning Man, and we received a global arts grant from Burning Man. And then we needed to look for some place to put this park, which is usually the way I work. Anyway, so we got the grant, and then Alexis has been instrumental in helping us find some place to do this that would have the most impact for the community and for local businesses and to bring everybody together. So when the motels came down, she approached us and said, how about that spot? And so we were really, really excited about that because it was an opportunity to bring in downtown businesses, Burning Man, and I'm on the Arts and Culture Commission. I guess, for the record, I'm on the Arts and Culture Commission. I'm on the Gateway Project. I'm on the Board of Art Tech, who is the Gateway Project's fiscal sponsor, and I work for Burning Man. So this project is near and dear to my heart, and I wanted to be here so that if any of you had any questions, I would be here. Thank you.
Wow. Well, fantastic. I'm super excited. Okay.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Larry DeVincia, followed by Deb Armstrong.
Stephen Chinsey, how about that?
Nope, neither of them would like to speak on this item. However, they're both in favor of this item.
No? Okay, but they're in support, right? They're in support?
They are here in support of the item.
All right, this is great. So I'm really, really excited about this, and I have got to commend Alexis. You have done a fantastic job. I mean, give her a huge round of applause. I'm so proud of you. Not only that, I mean, obviously the art is incredible, but really in this city, we have not embraced the talent and celebration of Burning Man. We haven't done that, and this is really our opportunity to say we welcome you, and right here in our crown jewel, where this is what we want to make our crown jewel, is our downtown. And I think the significance of Burning Man and the art that it provides and just the culture that surrounds it, I'm really, really proud and really excited. So this means a lot. I think it's incredibly special. So, and I think it's going to prove to people, I mean, some people are unhappy that the motels came down, but I think it's going to prove that you can turn, Blight into incredible parks and art and culture. So I'm super excited. Anyway, but again, Alexis, you've worked so hard on this, and I'm really, really proud, really proud. So anyway, with that being said, do you want to come up and wow us? You've already wowed us, but
Alexis Hill, for the record. This is a PowerPoint presentation that actually Maria, I was hoping would come up here with me for.
Who did the art up here? Larry, you did that. It's fantastic. See, we're gonna get you to come up here and speak yet. It's amazing.
Before you today is a lease agreement between Art Tech, who is going to be bringing in the art to those parcels where the recent motels were demolished on Virginia Street between 5th and 6th Street, across the street from the Circus Circus. And Northern Nevada Urban Development Management Company, they've been also instrumental in this project and making this happen. The city of Reno is part of this agreement because we're assisting financially with the insurance to make this possible so that Art Tech and Northern Nevada Urban Development and Management Company can work together on this project, seeing that Maria is still trying to raise money just to get the art that she's secured to make this happen. So we just are a conduit for which this agreement is happening, and Maria will go over the pieces of artwork that she has worked to get here.
Are you clicking?
Oh,
or
go
am
ahead
I?
and just pull it down. There
Are
you
you
go.
clicking?
Whatever you need.
Okay. Well, we're not going to read this. Just let's go through the art. Okay, so on the lot, there's actually that big wall that's over there, and so we've commissioned a mural by Joe C. Rock, and he's currently working on it. That's kind of a rough of what he's planning to do. We're trying to get paint donations from Sherman-Williams, and Nevada Fine Arts has said that they would give us the spray paint. So again, we're working collaboratively. Next. So these are the proposed artists. Now, there has been a lot of press on this already, and some of it's a little confusing in that the Gateway Project is doing it, Art Tech is our fiscal sponsor, and the art that was chosen originally, some of it wasn't quite appropriate for Reno after I saw it on the playa. And so it had to be changed, and some things were added, and some things are still to come, maybe, so we're hoping. And based on how much money I raise, I may actually include more artwork. This is Imago by Kirsten Berg. It's this beautiful laser-cut metal butterfly, and she's actually out of Bali, and she's going to be coming up to install this. This was an honorarium project, which means she received a grant. This is Electric Renaissance, a tribute to Cadillac Ranch. It was a group of artists. This was an honorarium grant. So his idea was that there were the Cadillacs that were Cadillac Ranch that were talking about energy consumption many years ago in the 1960s. So he wanted to do a whole bunch of Teslas, but he only got one done. So it's coming. Starway by Debbie Davies. She's an artist from London, and so we have some international artists in this group, which I think is really exciting, and we also have some local artists. This is Electric Dandelions. This, I think, goes perfectly in Reno. We're also hoping that some of these sculptures will maybe, people will commission them to put them in other places, or I've even been talking to Carson City about taking some of these sculptures and bringing them down there. So next. And then we have Good Luck Horseshoe. The artist is in the audience, and this is a local artist, and it was the perfect photo op on the playa. So that's going to be kind of the entrance to our little art park. And that's it.
That's great. So Mike, that's you, huh? That's amazing. Whose art is that? Yours.
Her husband.
Your husband. Oh my goodness, I think it's fantastic. It's very, very cool. So how many pieces did you get to choose from, or?
Well,
was it hard to decide?
No, I'm the artist advocate, so I work with over 200 artists on the playa that are self-funded artists, and those are kind of the more affordable ones. So the honorariums, I mean, we gave over $1 million worth of artist grants out last year, and out of that, only 60 artists got grants, but I mean, some of them you saw out there, they were just huge. So the smaller self-funded artists are the artists that I work with, and they're grateful to just get their work out, so they're affordable. So I'm able to negotiate and get actually more projects for less money than, the super big projects for more money. So, yeah.
Wow, I love what you selected. Love.
I wanted playful and interactive is what I really wanted. And I wanted it to be small scale so that people could not be overwhelmed and just kind of play with it.
Wow, that's very cool. All right, super excited.
Any questions?
All right, Councilwoman Dewar.
Much. You guys, I have to echo the mayor's comments to both of you, actually, but Alexis for having the vision that this was a great place, because this is a great place. This was blight, and one of the issues about the blight was while students are afraid to walk by, people are afraid to go by. It's kind of in a no man's land zone on Virginia Street. So in picking this site, you have Virginia Street, and you have an area where people were afraid to walk by being replaced by something people are drawn to. So I think it's the perfect irony and the right answer. So I really appreciate, the forethought that went into that. As the liaison to the Arts and Culture Commission, I'll look forward to making this motion, if I may, when we get there. But I just wanted to say, too, that, the pieces that you picked, I completely understand the rationale. We had people, when the news article came out, I posted on my Facebook, and while this is no scientific poll, every single person that went to my Facebook said this was fantastic. Could we expand this? And one of the people suggested, we do have other pieces of Burning Man art. We have quite a few, actually. And they suggested putting a little self-guided tour narrative. So if you're interested in seeing Burning Man art, you could go here to see the Portal of Evolution. You can go there to see the Pandemonium. You can go to this place to see this. And there you can go to Believe. I mean, you can go to probably at least 5 or 6 places. It becomes its own little self-guided tour. So I think we're on our way. And I just wanted to offer that. This is not my idea, but a person, posting, this is Bennett, actually, posting on Facebook, So you've engaged the citizens as well already. So thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Jenny Breckus.
Yeah.
Will you show me those pictures again, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Well, I am pretty excited. I was just reading last night an article about the role of urban art and downtown revitalizations. But, I am wondering about our relationship with this property owner. And, this plot or, the lids or whether the bus depot. So our relationship with this property owner, they owe us $200,000, right?
Or a little more.
I do not know the terms
We
or
have
the
a lien
details
with
of
them?
the terms of the
'Cause-
demolition project. That wasn't under
Yeah,
my purview.
I'm trying to understand how the two contracts relate, because now we have 3 agreements. We have the Tessera, we have the $200,000 lien against the property, and then we have this agreement. What's the terms of this agreement?
It's a 6-month lease until April, and then if they do not sell their property in that time, which they could very well, or the pieces could be sold in that time, which is what Maria really hopes to see. We'll be extending it for another 6 months, and then Maria will look for a new place to put next year's Burning Man art. So it's a traveling
Exhibit.
show.
Okay, so the pieces are for sale to the public to put in their yard or buy for their own purposes. So, but within the 6-month period, the property could be sold and we could get our $200,000 back.
I don't know the terms of the blight.
Or does this preclude us from getting our $200,000 back? Because we have an investment in this property, and so.
It's got a termination clause,
Yeah.
which is a 30-day written notice by either party.
Oh, okay. So if the property's sold, we could get our $200,000.
Mr. Thomas, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think just the two links that Councilwoman Breckus mentioned, the first being the loan for demolishing the buildings. It has a period under which, and I can't remember the time, but it's a little lengthy in terms of when they have to pay us back, less than a year. And then I think the process would be if they didn't pay us back, it would take several years to actually close on the property. So worst case, if the city had to go after the property, we'd be 3 years away probably. As far as the property owners selling the property, that would be one where obviously the property owners are part of this agreement, so they understand that there needs to be notice to everybody involved to vacate the property and clean it up if they were to sell it, and another buyer wanted to do something different immediately.
Okay. It's an encumbered property with a bunch of different issues
Yeah, and the
going
last
on.
piece
But
is, to Sarah really is to a group.
Okay.
Not necessarily this property
To-
owner, it's
tied,
to a
okay.
group that has a right to
Okay.
that sales tax, so.
Okay.
They're linked, but they're
Okay.
not directly linked.
So, but for this year, it's good to cite
Right.
the art here. Okay. Well, great. Congratulations.
All right. So all of you've worked on it. That's so great. It's gonna be fantastic. I can't wait. So, all right, any further questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. One of the discussions that came up when we were advocating for taking down the motels was, you know, well, what's going to happen next? Man, you guys pulled this together in a hot minute. I mean, you guys should be very proud. And I think, you know, from the special event that was able to use it this past weekend, I saw some kids' slides and a lot of booths, and it was activated, and there was people, and there was activity, and it wasn't fenced off and boarded up and bad things happening. So it was neat to see, even on the there's a little bit of uneven ground where, you know, they took the motels down. It was neat to see this space come to life, and this is just furthering of that. So my question is, though, on the backside, is there anything planned to kind of divide the lot from the motels that are behind it? In other words, is there anything going there?
Yes, we're requiring fencing go up. And so we'll be working on that plan. So the fencing will kind of make the park, create like a special place for the park where you feel like, okay, I'm in the park and this is different than because all four of the lots will not be utilized more than likely unless Maria can obtain more pieces of artwork and raise more money. So there will be fencing behind for at the alleyway, or maybe even a little bit before the alleyway, provided by the property owners in the agreement.
Okay, so will the fencing have some sort of artistic component to it? Because I think the last thing anybody wants to see is a chain link fence.
Right.
Can it be some sort of a living wall? Can it be a chalkboard people can write on? I mean, something, will there be an artistic component to it?
We're working on that. We haven't finalized the details. We were concerned about putting up plywood and it would become a nuisance in the back, or some vandalism would happen to it. So we're kind of working on some ideas. But yes, that's the idea, is that there's twinkle lights in the park, that it feels special. The entire thing is done well, that you feel like you're in a place that is an arts place and an arts space where you can be. So that's the hope. We want it to be well done. So we're just working on those last pieces.
And I think we were talking about possibly a stage for music.
Absolutely.
And maybe some food trucks, right?
And we're looking at an opening for the park. And so, and I think that there will be a lot of events that want to do things with the park. So I do see that there's a possibility in this 6-month to year process of really engaging that space.
That'll be great. Okay. That's fantastic. Super excited.
And one piece that was missing from the contract is the value of the art, and it's on item 6.1, and the value of the art is $120,000 right now. So that's the only thing I'd like to note that was not in the contract. We didn't know that until recently.
Would you say that again?
6.1 in the contract on page 4 of 7, the insurance and indemnification portion, we're asking that the agreement of the artwork should not exceed $120,000. We had a blank there because we didn't know what artwork would be going in there.
So that is the cost for the insurance, or that?
No,
is
that's each piece and the total for each piece. Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We ready for a motion?
Yep, I am. I just wanted to go through
The
here.
second week of November.
Thank you to Burning Man Arts, Arts and Culture Commission, Northern Nevada Urban Development and Management Company, the RSCVA, El Dorado Hotel Casino, Art Tech, Heidi, Rockland, Eleanor and Bob Prager, Biggest Little City Group, the Gateway Project, volunteers Maria Partridge, Dave Ayazi, Jenny Jinks, Ashley Brun, Larry DiVincenzi. Fantastic, you guys. It's going to be fantastic. Thank you very, very much. All right, with that being said,
Yeah.
go
Thank
for
you.
it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I would love to make a motion to accept the Playa Park and with its associated budget.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yay. Nice. Give him a big hand. Okay, I think we have some, do you guys, let's take a break?
Yes.
And then
appreciate that.
we'll come back at 5:15. Did you guys do 5? 5? Is it 5? Okay, 5 o'clock. All right.
Council resolution says we can't stay past with council rules and regulations.
What page is that? Yeah.
Should be JKHI.
Oh, here it is. All right. We have had a very busy day today, so we still have some old items from our agenda, so we have to go back and do those. I think we also have, I've been told by our city attorney, J8, correct?
Right, J8, we're just going to reopen and clarify the date when we were going to start
So
Mr. Thomas's
Let's do that
increased pay.
right now, if you don't mind.
So
do
can
that
we have a
quickly
motion
right
to
now.
open?
Motion to
Motion.
reopen J8.
So I have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The motion is the date.
Yeah, to
Go.
establish the date of his increased pay to, would October 9th be the most appropriate date? Because that's the day after Mr., the 8th?
I was thinking it was today, since today was the day that you.
Oh, today?
appointed him.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. He's effective
But
today.
he's also been acting in that capacity and doing that job, so.
Okay, today. Today.
Okay.
Okay.
Second.
So I have a motion, and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next one we are going to move to is item I1. All right, Madam Secretary, do you have any public comment on this item?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to send it over to our city attorney.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 6984. Ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 22 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Registration and Regulation of Lobbyists, adding sections 2.22.010 to 2.22.050 inclusive, requiring lobbyists to register with the city clerk, establishing criminal and civil penalties and other matters properly relating thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Go right ahead, Mr. Gillis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. For the record, Scott Gillis. So this is bringing back an ordinance we had an introduction on a while back. We've made a few changes that I think should make everyone happy. I'm happy to go over the ordinance in total or just hit on the major significant changes, whatever the council would like.
You can just, the significant changes.
Okay.
Fine with me. Thank you.
Perfect. So the one major direction from the last meeting was to expand the universe of people who communications with them would trigger the lobbyist registration requirement. So the first version, it was just communications with council members that would trigger the requirement to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk here for the city of Reno. We've expanded that to include members of the Planning Commission, as well as point of officers as designated by the charter, with one exception, that exception being the I always forget the title, the Chief Deputy City Attorneys. They are wrapped into that definition of a point of officer, and staff felt it didn't make sense for those two individuals, Mr. Sudi and Mr. Shipman, to be included in the definition of policymaker, which is the new definition now for this group, as people who would trigger a lobbyist registration. The second major change was, or not, I wouldn't call it a major change. That was the primary change from the last version. We've cleaned up the definition of family member to include a parent. That was just an oversight from the first version. And then the third change, we trying to clarify the scenario where we have city employees involved in unions and labor negotiations, wanting to make sure that their communications with policymakers during the course of those negotiations would not trigger the lobbyist registration requirement. So we've changed that exception to the definition so that city staff communicating with a policymaker within the course and scope of their employment in the new language, or in furtherance of negotiation with any recognized employee organization pursuant to NRS Chapter 288. And again, that's an exception to the lobbyist definition that's in the code.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, nice work. I have to tell you, I think you've done a fantastic job. I know the first draft, I was a little skeptical, and I think you have done, so I apologize for being hard on you, but I think you did a tremendous job, and I think it mirrors much more of what the legislature does. And so
Absolutely.
in this council, we feel the priority is to be transparent
open, honest government. And I think it'll be great for the public to be able to come on to our website and see who is lobbying us. And I'm really pleased with the job you've done. And this one was really important to me, and I'm really pleased. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm glad we got to the place everyone's satisfied with. The one thing I will note that I didn't note earlier is we've now pushed the effective date to January 1, 2017. The reason for that being giving the clerk's office time to implement the changes and the requirements, as well as giving us the time to do a little bit of outreach to those who we know this would impact, and putting together some frequently asked questions, some other things for people who would be who wouldn't have a clean answer as to whether or not they should register as a lobbyist. So as much as we can do to inform the public as to when they have to register as a lobbyist, the better. So
Yeah, excellent. And Charter Committee, you think they're happy?
I know better at this point than to speak for the Charter Committee, but this ordinance aligns almost identically with a lot of the recommendations the Charter Committee made. And if you remember, their ultimate recommendation was they wanted to see something adopted by the November general election. And if this passes today, presumably, and then we adopt at the next meeting, we'll satisfy the Charter Committee.
We actually, they should be happy, and I'll tell you why, because they probably don't remember. But we tried to put something, the previous council, we tried to put something in place, and it got voted against.
Mhm.
So this is actually a big success for us. So
Good.
Thank you very much. All right, great
Madam
job.
Mayor.
Any questions? Go ahead, Councilman.
I was going to say, unless there's, and I'm looking for head nods, unless there's any further discussion needed on this.
I'd like a couple
Okay.
clarifications real quick.
Okay,
And-
as long as you're not cranky.
So just for clarification,
What happens
Mr.
when you sit
Gillis,
up here for
this
8 hours?
this is for somebody that's being paid by another individual to come and represent their interests, right?
Correct. This would not apply to somebody who's here on their own accord, for example, for their own business, or someone who comes and speaks during public comment about a particular interest that impacts them directly.
And I think that's a key point that everybody understands. This doesn't affect the general public. It affects those people that are being paid to represent somebody else's interests.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, commercial interests, so. All right, any further questions? Seeing that there are none,
Wait, I just had
Councilman,
a comment still.
Councilman Dewar,
Just-
sorry, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
streamline this.
I actually wanted to give a shout out to you.
No.
Well,
It's
to all of us.
There you
To
go.
all of us.
There you go.
Because I'm very proud that this council has taken this leadership role in doing this activity. And I think it's super important for our citizens to know what's going on, and for us to understand too who people are representing when they come see us. So a good success for transparency. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. That being said, Councilman Bobson, give
Madam
me a
Mayor, I
motion,
move
please.
to refer the bill for a second reading and adoption.
All right. Great. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job. Thank you so much. Very, very pleased, and I think it's going to be very, very good. Okay. Now where are we moving to? Let's do one of my favorite subjects, art. Item J5. Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do. Peter Hazel would like to speak, followed by Lauren Huff.
All right, great. Come on up. You get 3 minutes.
So, this is a maquette or model that we have that I designed for Virginia Lakes. And I'm here to represent myself in this art piece. And hopefully we can get this through.
I love it.
Thank you.
I absolutely love it.
Thank you. It's
Super
going to
cool.
be 25 foot tall. It's all going to be stainless, or it's going to be steel. It's going to have a rusted look to it. It's going to be in the lake. It's going to be about maybe 25 feet off a shore. This platform here you won't see. You're just going to see this steel and the dragonfly coming through the lake. The dragonfly wings are all going to be stainless steel, and stained glass. And the body's going to be all handmade ceramics. And it's going to be kind of a handmade mosaic ceramic body, lots of color. Part of this project, we want to get some kids involved as well, where we'll go ahead and make the ceramics. We could set up a big station, or we can get some kids from the local area to glaze and initial their parts. We'll put the piece together, we'll get it in the lake, and then they could have a piece of this for, hundreds of years.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's fantastic. How long will that take you to build?
It's going to be about 3 months.
Wow, it's very, very cool. Very cool. So are you, is this what you do and you're an expert in this?
Well, have you seen the octopus at the Sculpture
Is that
Fest?
you?
That's me, yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Or have you seen the daffodils and sparks,
Oh.
the mosaic daffodils? Those
I
are
love
mine.
that.
Formerly
I love it.
in Reno.
What's that?
Formerly in Reno.
Yes.
Yeah, it's.
And formerly
I
in
was
Reno.
gonna say it should be in Reno.
I have pieces in Canada, maybe 7 or 8 states. The octopus was a big hit, Burning Man this year.
Yeah. The
Do-
daffodil, how long did that take you to do?
That took a long time.
Did it?
It did.
It's
Well, actually, the
spectacular.
daffodils took over a year because I kept changing. I didn't like something, I'd change and change. However, the octopus was bigger. There's 250,000 handmade tiles on that, and it took us about 4 months. So I have a crew.
That's great.
And my shop's here in Verdi, and I'm actually going to be moving to Midtown here. So I'm going to be a permanent resident. I've been in the Tahoe area for about 30 years.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Welcome.
So
We're
anyway.
excited that you're here.
Great, thank you.
We're going to claim you.
Good.
And the only reason I ask is my question is, I think you said the wings are going to be stained glass?
Yes.
Okay, and so how do you do that so that they don't break?
So
and-
what's
'cause this
going to
is
happen,
outside.
there's going to be a stainless steel structure that we're going to laser cut. So the wings are going to be, each wing's going to be about 7 foot, and there'll be a solid stainless about 1/2 inch thick, where we laser cut all the sections out to give it that detailed dragonfly wing. I think they're gorgeous. So each wing's going to be solid steel with laser cuts. And the great thing about doing laser cut, we can cut the glass and the steel at the same time, and then the glass falls into place. Then all the glass pieces will be silicone in each web.
That's great.
So,
All right, well, this
Yeah.
is going to be super cool. I'm really excited when you drive around it, when you walk around Virginia Lake. I know arts and culture is super excited. I love it. I
Yeah.
absolutely love it.
thank
So-
you guys. Thank you.
I want to say one thing
Yeah.
about the process, which is amazing, if I may,
Yeah,
Madam
no,
Mayor.
go
So
right ahead.
there were 24 submissions, as I recall.
Right.
One included the null set,
Yeah.
meaning no art. And you rose through that to be in the top 4.
Right.
And then it was voted on by the NAB. You came out number 1. It was voted on by the Arts and Culture Subcommittee, or Public Art Committee. You came out number 1.
Mhm.
And then it was voted on by the whole Arts and Culture Commission. And you came out number 1.
Right.
And so now our opportunity here, we're not being posed with 4 options. We're being posed with the top option, the top finisher in each of those rounds. And the fact that you're a local artist and that you've persevered through this and you really captured the essence. You had said that one of the options was to put it on land or shore.
Right.
And I think that the idea of putting it on land or in the water, putting it on the water was really very appealing. So in talking with our arts and culture leader here, Alexis, we had talked about putting this piece in the southeast corner of Virginia Lake in a kind of a sheltered cove where it will become the centerpiece and it will really be a destination.
Right.
And this is presuming, we vote on this and vote yes. But the reason that I asked for this to be later in the evening was so that if other people do not agree, we needed to hear those opinions.
Right.
There was a time doing art piece at Virginia Lake was very controversial. Our previous council ended up doing no art piece because it was so controversial. I'm hoping we can do something here today, but we wanted to make sure that the public had an opportunity to come in the evening to, in case they either want to support or propose something else. So,
Right. So
thanks for your
questions, I'll
patience
be
with this
here.
process.
And I'm very proud to be here, very excited, like extremely excited. So thank you guys.
Okay.
I'll take this down or leave it there.
All right, Yeah,
I'll
no,
leave
we,
it right
we
there.
want to keep it
Okay.
in my office. No, I'm just kidding. No, but it would be great out there. Okay, Madam Clerk, any more public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Lauren Huft, followed by Eileen Gay.
And people always think we're related, so. Sister. Go
Hi.
ahead.
I know, we look so much alike. Hello. I am actually pro Peter, so I don't know if there's anybody negative, but I actually want to tell a Peter story. And first I should introduce myself. My name is Lauren Huft. I'm on the board of directors for Reno Burners, LLC. We are the people who give local art grants here in Reno. Come to our decom party on Saturday night. This is a really romantic story. So there was a guy, and he was dating this woman, and he found out that she liked daffodils. And so he made her a sculpture of daffodils. And for me, being a woman, that is one of the most romantic things I've ever heard in my life. So he builds this 12-foot tall daffodil sculpture, and he picks out the special greens and the special reds and oranges and golds and builds this bouquet 12 feet tall of daffodils. And he takes her and the daffodils to Burning Man, to which at the burn, she says to him, "You do too many art things." Now, when Peter told me this story, I looked at him and I said in my 13-year-old girl voice, "She doesn't deserve you." Because that's the way I am. By the way, bearded iris, just letting you know. Peter has been courting us here in Reno. He's been bringing his art, and now he believes so much in us that he's coming here. He's moving his studio here. He's moving his life here. He's moving this here. And how lucky are we to have this amazing piece here? And to think that there's anybody opposed to this. How could you do that? Are you the same people that go to Home Depot and buy inflatables at Halloween and Christmas and put that in your front art and think that you've decorated and have creative art? No. You get to look at this every day. And you get to see this man's passion every day in your park. In your park. You get this. How lucky are we that we have this city council and an arts league that says, yeah, bring it. Bring it. Bring it. Let's just do it. It's only art. It's not going to hurt.
So, gentlemen, I think the moral to the story is you guys better start building us some daffodils, some big, big ones. Oscar.
Madam Mayor, our next
All
public
right.
comment is from Eileen Gay.
Hi, Eileen Gay, public artist. How do I follow that?
I know, right?
I know, that's incredible.
I know.
I just wanted to say that I'm Eileen Gay, public artist, and I was one of the top 4 finalists and lost by 1 point. But you know what? What I really loved about it, and I made notes so that I wouldn't forget what I loved about it or be able to communicate well. Do I support the process? Yes, absolutely I support the process. I went to every meeting, including an extra one added to the calendar to slow the process down and make sure every voice was heard. The folks involved are, love my writing, that's what it is.
That's all right.
True, I'm sad my design was not chosen, but the choice was made by the committee and its representatives, and that is what matters in an open and available process, and that's what matters to me. I can't say that enough. It was, people came, they talked about what they hated, what they loved, what they didn't want, what they did want. It was educational to myself. It was educational to the other finalists, or well, Peter anyway, because we were both local and we could actually hear the input. I can't stress enough how valuable that was, and to have the community involved and pick something that they liked, that's what matters most to me as an artist. So if that's what the community chose, that's what they should get. And I think it's a good choice. So that's it.
That
I'm in
is very,
support.
very, very kind of you.
Yeah.
But your name sounds very familiar. Would we know your work?
Well, I have the Chips over by the Arch.
Oh,
is an
okay,
installation.
see? I knew I knew your name.
There's also different RTC projects where there's stacks of rocks by the stations. The trout in Idlewild Pond, which unfortunately are dry right now. Fix the pond, it leaks.
I know.
And
And
let's
those
see.
are very cool.
Yeah, thank you. Panther Valley Park. There's a few things around town that I've done, so
And-
it's nice to have another mosaic artist.
I just wanted to comment too that you were so gracious through this whole process, and Eileen did come. She sat there, she heard the debate, the discussion, and it was very close. She had some iconic pieces with cormorants, and those two would have been great. And I mean, there was debate and discussion after the meeting. What did you vote for first? What did you vote for? I mean, it
And it's
created
hard 'cause
dialogue.
It's subjective too.
Exactly.
It's so subjective, and that's what's really hard about it. And then when you have to make one choice, that's
Exactly.
difficult. But I will tell you, unfortunately, they're judgmental and they're hard on one another. And all I can say is turn your haters into elevators. And I'm really proud of this project. I know that people tonight will get online and say, how dare that city council, they spent money on frivolous art and things like that. And so
Well, it's important for people to know. I know some of the time it's educational that this is an ordinance that was put together in the early 90s for 2% of different Reno projects to be set aside of the entire budget for art projects in that particular project. So it's not money willy-nilly, you've pulled it from something else, or you could have bought this for that. It's money designated for public art. The city council at that time had the foresight to do that, so.
Well, and I mean, sometimes I get very, very nasty letters about the believe sign. And I really think it sort of speaks to this new Reno and the momentum and things like that. And so I'm really proud of all of our artists and participating, because artists are really bad at promoting themselves and the process.
Yeah, we
It's
are.
hard. It's really hard for you. It's just not, most artists aren't good at that.
I want to go down
And so
do the
we
work.
gotta help, do what we can to make the process much easier for you, because you guys gotta focus on art.
Yeah, so, good
So,
job.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job.
Madam Mayor, our last public comment is from Ryan Adams. He does not wish to speak. However, he is in favor of the item.
All right, great. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to
Yes,
make
go
a
r-
motion.
I would love for you to do that, since you are on the Arts and Culture Commission. Take it away,
Love to
Councilwoman Dewar.
make a motion to support the recommendation of the Arts and Culture Commission to acquire and install this piece.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, a second from Councilman Bobzian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Yeah.
No, you gotta bring it back here. All right, where are we jumping around? I think we need to go into our special meeting. Yes, our 6 o'clock special meeting. We still have, I want to let everyone know, we still have items off of this agenda, so we will have to jump back to this agenda after that.
Are there items that you think maybe we can push off?
I mean, just get done
Actually,
really
we
quick.
should look, and there's actually maybe, you know what, there's a couple. I think we
Yeah.
should do your appointment, because you know what it is.
Yes, and Ward 5.
Okay,
And I think-
Councilwoman Dewar,
Yeah.
are you fine with that?
Yeah, on item K11. Is that where we are, K11?
Yes.
I'd like to recommend that we reappoint Nettie Oliverio to the Arts and Culture Commission.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Great. I believe, is this you, Councilwoman Dewar? Or
No.
Councilwoman Jordan?
No, K12 is.
Oh, K12, sorry, here we go. Looking at something else. Any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, none.
Okay, seeing that there are none, Councilman Bobzian.
Move to appoint Eric Olson to the Downtown Maintenance District Advisory Committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item, what are we, K1?
K13.
K13. Any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
None, Madam Mayor.
All right. With that being said, council member, can I get a motion?
Absolutely. And let me just point out that there are 19 applicants for 2 spots on the Ward 5
I
NAB.
noticed.
So
You
who
have a
has
hot
the-
nab.
That's That's right. I do have the best NAB, and oh my gosh, how hard this decision was. But I would like to make a motion to appoint Daryl Clifton and George Foster to the Ward 5 NAB.
Yay. Great. And it's hard because they're all great.
all
You've got
amazing.
great names on here.
I know.
Ugh.
It's hard.
All right, well, good. And I know these guys, they're hard workers, so you're lucky. It'll be great. All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item L1, any council members that have future agenda items?
Maybe, Madam Mayor, maybe we could do this later.
Yeah. Do you have some? A
No,
lot of
I
times you
don't. I'm just
so-
wondering if we could hit the Ls later.
'Kay.
And maybe, do we need to do redevelopment tonight? Do we need to make those appointments, and do we need to do the investment policies?
We do?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, J6, we'll move to the next meeting.
Which one's that?
That's the public land.
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
H3.
Did we do J1?
After the Ls?
No,
we do
let's do our downtown and then get back to the Ls. Is that okay with you?
All right. And then that's what we'll do.
But could we do redevelopment very quickly?
Let's just power through the Ls.
Okay.
I think we can get there.
Yeah, let's clean it up.
So, do you want to do it? Ls? Okay, let's do our Ls. Hold on. So, future agenda items. Any? None? The only one I am asking for is an update from RTC on Midtown. Okay, that's all I'm asking for. All right, item L3, any professional conference meetings?
No.
None? Item L4, Councilwoman Dewar. May I get a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move to donate $5,000 to Relief Reno from the council donation funds.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L5, Councilmember McKenzie.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like move to approve.
I have a
City
motion.
attorney needs
We
to
need a
read the
resolution
resolution.
read by the attorney.
Oh, sorry. Go right ahead.
Resolution number 8246, resolution donating council donation funds to the Education Alliance to offset costs associated with their 2016 Run for Education fundraising event on October 23rd, 2016, the amount of $1,000, general fund.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L6, Councilman Bobzien.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This issue arises from the fact that when the prohibition on packaged liquor sales in the redevelopment areas was instituted, it predated the legislature's creation of craft distilleries, which is what happened in the 2013 session. So we're talking about something different, very different from liquor stores as we think of them. We have some entrepreneurs in the downtown area that are investing, but would like to be able to sell as newly state-recognized entities as distilleries to be able to sell their product on premises. This would be to start that process, which would be a code change.
All right, thank you very much.
So I make a motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L7, Councilwoman Breckus.
Okay, it's to address 2 hours or more of staff time to the money that's been building in a fund somewhere that had been somewhat forgotten, related to Collin Ranch development. Every house in Collin Ranch was paying into a fund for improvements impacting improvements related to the impacts of that development, and that money is sitting in a line item somewhere in the city budget. And we want to look at it and talk about, now that Collin Ranch is almost built out, how to spend that money. So that's my motion.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item L8, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is to have the Reno's municipal code updated to align with the Nevada revised statutes and policies regarding medical marijuana establishments operating within shared buildings.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item L9, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and this is address the issue of under special use permits, we have conditions on them that oftentimes people go out and violate those and ask forgiveness rather than permission, and we need to come up with a process to address those type of violations.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, item L10. This is to discuss to prepare the process for recruitment for a new city manager. I guess my biggest point here that I wanted to stress is have the public be part of this process and engagement. And there's a lot of cities that are now doing that, actually, after I studied it. A lot of cities are putting those things online so people can take surveys and sort of figure out what they want to see in a city manager. Remember, it's your city. We want you to shape it, so we want you to be a part of that process. So that's all I'm asking for, is to make sure that HR comes up with something in that direction. So thank you very much. So that's my motion. May I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All, so motion carries unanimously. Here we go. Oh, and we have H3, which is super important. And I was telling this council about it this morning, and it's the Hidden Heroes resolution with Elizabeth Dole and Tom Hanks. And it really recognizes the caregivers for veterans. And I'm really proud that our city is a part of it, because caregivers are always forgotten. And so I want to make sure that we recognize them in our city and we get them the resources that they need. So I would absolutely be thrilled to death if this council would support me on this.
Go Carl.
And take it away, city manager.
Thank you. Resolution number.
City attorney. This is what happens when you sit here all day. We're going on 8 hours. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Resolution number 8247, resolution designating the city of Reno as a military and veteran caregiver supportive city in partnership with the Elizabeth Dole Foundation's National Hidden Heroes campaign.
All right, thank you very much. So,
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I2? Think
I2, ordinance introduction, bill number 6985, ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title II, Administration, Chapter 2.08, Boards and Commissions, Article 11, City of Reno Arts and Culture Commission, Section 2.08.770, composition increasing the number of commission members from 9 to 11, together with other matters properly related thereto.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We have none, Madam Mayor.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. You want to
I'm going to be an imp.
go ahead.
Why?
No, go.
Why?
Why
Just asking, just for a quick background. Why are we doing this?
This is,
Well, it was you and me.
oh, go ahead.
Okay, well, the idea was to expand the participation in the Arts and Culture Commission. Art has become so important to our community. It's one of the top items in Reimagine Reno, is making this an arts and culture destination, that we felt that this would broaden the opportunity for participation.
Were you not here when we discussed that?
Okay.
Were you? You must not have been. We just felt very strongly about
Yeah.
expanding
We had a
on
lot
the
of
Arts and
applicants.
Culture Board, because it is,
Yeah.
we want to make it that prominent, so.
Okay, I'm
we're
done.
really
Sorry for
excited.
slowing down the train.
Sorry, yeah. I'm a what? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. J1. Here we go.
Should I just do a motion to approve?
Go right ahead.
Yes, a motion to approve.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? Hold on a second. I am so sorry. Is this something that we can bring back? And I bet this comes out of Mandy's, is this? So I have a real issue with PBMs.
This, Robert Chisel, Director of Finance, for the record, this is us changing our current pharmacy benefit management plan. Currently, we have MedImpact and CVS Caremark for our two different plans. A lot of our employees have expressed concerns about their
Disdain?
about their performance.
I'm not
We
happy.
worked with the coalition, the Nevada Business Group on Health, have identified, it's actually a three-tiered Pharmacy benefit management plan, where the first group is Welldyne, who actually will do the PBM, and then we'll use True Choice and Gateway, who will actually take advantage of rebates, coupons, and different formularies to get better pricing. It is not changing the formulary that the benefits that people receive. It is just changing the ability to use more coupons, rebates, and others.
Here's my concern, and maybe you can help me get the answer, but here's what I don't like, is under that PBM, if it's not changing, so let me know, but what they're doing is they're requiring some of our employees to get their meds through mail order. And I think that you should have the choice if you want to go into your pharmacy and pick up that medication. Not to mention, when you go in there, you get a consult, and your pharmacist will tell you this will interact with this, and they really understand and they know. Under this one, they are requiring certain medications to be only done through mail order. And that's where I got sort of sideways last time when it came to our health insurance. So, is there,
Well, it is,
do you know, would this change that?
it is not changing that, no.
Can we look at that next cycle?
Yeah,
Because
that's
I
what I'm
agree, that's
saying. I don't want to
frustrating.
slow up this process, and I apologize, so I want to move forward. But is that something we can look at? I really dislike that option.
We can, this is Robert, we can look at it. Part of the reason we do that is, it is, of course, for cost savings, because if they're on a fixed pharmaceutical, the intent is to try to get them the volume savings by going mail order, so.
The
but
problem
we
with
can
that is
look at it.
some people end up not getting their meds, or it's subject to being stolen. And also, there's something about someone's anonymity whenever, that medication is, and usually that medication is super, super expensive, the stuff that gets delivered.
Yeah,
So I just don't like it. I think everyone should have the choice to go to their pharmacy. And not to mention, this summer, I've heard of a story where the package was outside for hours and hours in heat that was over 100 degrees. So I don't like it. And it's a way for them to save money, and it doesn't think about the patient. I don't like it. So I apologize, and I don't want to slow us up. And this one's a big rant for me. So thank you. I'm sorry.
So would this just be getting some more information and bringing it back next time, or is
Yeah,
this?
do we have the option to do that, or do
we-
we have to act today?
Well, we're building our plans for next year with calendar year open enrollment starting in November. So this is part of it, and building the cost. The $500,000 savings we estimate from this is built into those costs. I don't know what it will change if we change some of our other formularies. We'd have to get back to you on that. So, I mean, we could wait till 2 weeks and come
But
back.
are we, and I want to make sure we're getting the savings benefit, because PBMs, you read all about them, they sound like a scam.
Well, yeah, there is concerns about how they operate, and that's why we're switching the
Provider?
the PBM right now, because we've looked at their savings that are potentially out there. Pharmaceuticals is our highest growing cost. So over $5 million a year we spend on pharmaceuticals for our employees and their dependents. So it is a huge cost, and so that's why we looked at it with the coalition to try to, we were actually the ones pushing it more so to try to get some cost savings and changing from mid-impact and CVS to this provider.
All right. All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm sure the pharmacy mafia will come get me now.
No, I agree with you on that one.
You do? Yeah, I just don't like it.
It's a major inconvenience.
It's terrible. Anyway,
Goes without their meds.
yeah, exactly. All right. Sorry about that, you guys. It's just one of my really, really passionate
I don't think we need to vote. It's not an
issues.
action item.
Where are we at? Item,
That didn't
We need a
require an
motion
action.
to.
good, great, perfect. It says just approval, so.
Motion to move to the next
All
meeting.
right, so let's make a motion
Oh, it
to
does.
approve.
Okay.
Do you want to approve?
All right, I have a motion,
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, where are we?
We are on J2, Madam Mayor.
We've skipped
Can we
around
move
this
that to
agenda
next
like
meeting?
crazy.
Yeah, we can bump that one.
Yes, please.
Yes,
What's that?
J2, we're gonna bump.
Council assignments.
yeah, let's do that. We don't need to, we
Yeah.
don't need
We
to
already
do
did
that now.
J3.
I don't want everyone to wait. I want to get on with the show.
We already did J4.
So let's start with the special meeting. Okay? Switching major gears.
Can we do public comment and adjourn from
Yes.
the first meeting?
Oh, great. So Madam Clerk, may I, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Heidi Zeman would like to speak in general public comment.
Okay, great.
Good evening, Madam. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for the public comment section. I just posted this on your website as well, so I'm just reading what I had posted there. Perhaps you haven't heard of me, but I'm one of millions in our nation touched by violence. This violence, however, is not at the hands of so-called criminals. It is at the hands of law enforcement and the unjust justice system. Call me what you will, but I am on a mission to disarm law enforcement and free victims of the Holocaust in Reno and in our nation. There's talk about bombings overseas and our troops dying in Afghanistan, but today in the United States of America, thousands of people were arrested who had hurt absolutely no one. Within our nation, within our borders, we are being attacked by the government we pay with our taxes, the government who is supposed to keep us safe. I want to empty our jails and prisons of innocent people, and I want you to help me. I want people who have never hurt anyone and people who are arrested using good faith exclusions to be freed today. I would like this 3-minute speech to be a starting point to you and I creating an ongoing agenda item to address the use of force by Washoe County Sheriff in Washoe County, along with the bullying tactics of the district attorney and judges. I'd like to request an independent review of the arrests made by the Washoe County Sheriffs, both today and in the past and in the future. The poor in our city are being targeted and harassed and forced into a life of slavery, providing bodily fluids and forced to pay money they do not have. A brief sample of arrests in Reno includes being arrested for contempt of court, just being arrested and put in jail, missed probation, trespassing, resisting a public officer, failure to appear for a traffic violation. And in my opinion, this is a criminal act of government. Are you comfortable with putting people in cages who have hurt not one person? Have you heard of the repeat offender program? I heard that in Reno we have one of these, and that 24 hours a day we are paying people to monitor people who've been placed in jail before. I suggest that decriminalization of drug use be implemented immediately in our city, such as in Portugal. This decriminalization would include making it illegal for parole and probation to drug test anyone. I also heard that there's a detox program in Washoe County Jail for people who are addicted to opioids. However, I heard the exact opposite, that there is no program. What is true? In our Par Boulevard jail, let's you and I walk from cell to cell and ask each victim of mass incarceration in our nation, what did you do? I think this question will confirm how cruel and inhumane this system is. Jail is for truly violent people, adult abusers, child abusers, animal abusers. 5% of the population in Nevada is disenfranchised. They can never vote. They're ex-felons. Washoe County unemployment is 10%. Nevada's prison population, 20% are in there for the rest of their lives. Are you going to create with me a paradise in Reno, a starting place in our nation to end mass incarceration? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have no further
All right.
general public comment.
No more? Okay. Thank you very much. I need to get a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Where are we? All right. So thank you so much for coming this evening, everyone. This is on our downtown action plan, which is very, very exciting. As you know, this council is very passionate about our downtown, and so we're excited that you are too. So let's move on. We are going to start this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we're all going to get up and say the pledge. So I'd love for Cindy Carano to please lead us in the pledge. All right, great. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Breckus. Here. Dewar. Here. Delgado absent. McKenzie. Jardin. Here. Bobzine. Sheevy.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Item A4, approval of the agenda. May I get a motion?
So moved.
I have
Second.
a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. And presentation.
Are we going to have public comment on this?
Oh, absolutely. Do we have some?
We do,
My-
Madam Mayor.
My light's not on. Go ahead.
David Pritchett would like to speak, followed by Shannon Dobbs.
Okay, great.
This is on
General.
like
General.
to speak with. Correct. Do you want to go with the agenda item? David Pritchett would like to.
You want to wait for the agenda item?
Shannon Dobbs, would you like to speak
We're
with general
easy.
public
You can do
comment?
whatever you want. Okay.
I'm easy too. For the record, Shannon Dobbs with On Common Ground. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and also to Mr. Brad Siegel of Puma. Thank you for taking the time today to address the needs of the Reno community and potential direction for future development. During today's discussion and moving forward, I urge you all to remember those among our community at the highest risk. One of the most important priorities identified for Washoe County, the state of Nevada, and the United States is that of food insecurity. From the Reimagine report, Reno report released January 2016 regarding food access and hunger, heart disease is the leading cause of death, both here and across the U.S. 52% of the food available in Washoe County is fast food. 30% of Washoe residents live in food deserts. Residents in this zip code, 89501, have the highest percentage of food insecurity in the Washoe Valley. Washoe County Health Department reports 1 in 4 children are food insecure in our community right now. At least 1/3 of Washoe County's food distribution sites do not have enough food to meet demands. Washoe County Health Department Senior Services issue brief on food security in the elderly states that Nevada is the 10th in the nation for senior hunger. The threat of hunger is more than 3 times higher for those with disabilities, and 40% of Meals on Wheels clients report the service provides their only meal of the day. Food security in Nevada, Nevada's plan for action, released in 2013, states that in between 2007 and 2010, there was a 50% rise in food insecurity, bringing us to our current levels of 15% of the population. 50% of children in Nevada are eligible to receive food assistance, which includes free and reduced lunches, etc. Hunger is a symptom of poverty and directly affects health, that food assistance programs have short-term impact at best, and that proven solutions for long-term impacts include focus on strategic partnerships and a research-based strategy with focus on measurable results, as well as a plan to establish a one-stop shop system to increase access. A food desert is defined as poverty rates 20% or more, with 33% or more living more than 1 mile from a food source without adequate transportation. Our own food desert in the heart of downtown Reno creates a responsibility for the city to coordinate with community partners to ensure the master plan reflects these community health priorities. The recent recession highlights our vulnerability to economic shocks and the need to implement programs that increase our food resiliency and provide long-term solutions. Our perception of downtown as a community is in large part tied to blight conditions, panhandling, and petty crime, which in many ways are tied to food insecurity and scarcity in the community. We can fix this. On Common Ground is a Reno-based nonprofit recently formed to provide access to fresh, nutritious food by those who need it most in a targeted manner by using the existing grocery market business template to construct a community, charitable grocery market, and public market in the heart of downtown area. On Common Ground, or OCG, will be the needed one-stop shop. OCG plans to partner with community and government providers to create a sustainable food pipeline from growers to the heart of the urban core, divert food that would otherwise end up in landfills to sell at reduced prices, and operate on a sliding scale to help stretch the limited budget of those most in need. I urge council to direct resource coordination with OCG so that we can implement this much-needed resource into our city without delay and start getting people fed. Please visit our website, ocgreno.org, and Facebook/OCGReno for more information. Thank you for your time, and we welcome the opportunity to present more information in the future.
Thank you. That's pretty interesting, a lot of those facts. Yeah, if you could give it to the clerk, we'd love it. Thank you. Is good?
Madam Mayor, I have no general public comment at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Then at this time, we're going to go into item, where are we? B1. Presentation.
Good evening. For the record, Bill Dunn, Revitalization Manager. We just concluded 2 days of a charrette. Very interesting directions have come forward. As you know, we hired Progressive Urban Management Associates in response to your desire to revitalize our downtown. Puma has conducted hundreds of stakeholder meetings that grew into working group meetings, and we've sort of reached the point where we are now taking words and starting to craft action and direction. So I'm going to introduce Brad Siegel, who's the president of Puma, who's going to talk about Downtown 101 best practices in downtown management. Thank you.
All right, great to have you here and your expertise.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. We're delighted to be part of the late shift for your council meeting today.
I'm so sorry.
Not a problem for us. We haven't been sitting here for 8 hours, but we are delighted to be here. As Bill Dunn mentioned, we've been working on the Downtown Action Plan since June. We have had a series of stakeholder meetings. We've also been working on a market assessment to understand different real estate dynamics here. And a whole variety of different activities. The Downtown Action Plan is at a key juncture where we are pivoting into actual ideas and recommendations. We do want to give the council a preview of coming attractions related to that tonight. I also want to acknowledge members of our team who are with us tonight, and when we get into questions, they might be coming up here as well. But I want to acknowledge our project manager, who is JJ Folsom. JJ's an urban designer with 20 years of experience, and maybe most relevant, he is a Reno native. So he spent his first 18 years in Reno, and as much as we've learned about your town, we have learned a lot about our colleague and his upbringing. He worked for the Coronos at one point.
How cool
so
is that?
It's a small world. Also joined tonight by Yvette Freeman, who is my colleague of many years and works with us at Puma. Yvette and I worked in downtown Denver almost 30 years ago on early revitalization efforts there. Also tonight, we have Andrew Knutson, who is with EPS. You may recognize Andrew from the master plan, the larger community master plan process. We are working collaboratively with the master plan team to make sure that the downtown plan syncs up with that. Andrew is our market expert and has been putting together different market scenarios for us as we move forward. I also want to mention not only the council, but anyone who is viewing tonight, we have a community survey where we're seeking input from citizens of Reno into this process. I believe you can access it on the city's homepage. As of today, we have 700 responses, which is great because the survey's only been up for a few days. So there's ample opportunity for residents to chime in on downtown. And then lastly, I'm thrilled, behind us we have a lot of now familiar faces, at least to us, individuals who have been involved with this process throughout, who again are taking their time to be with us tonight. In terms of presentation, there are really two things I want to talk to the council about tonight, and actually talk with the community at large through broader distribution of the meeting. I want to talk about different trends that are shaping cities. That's number one on the agenda here, because it is a unique time to be doing a downtown plan, and there's some real advantages on greater trends that are shaping cities right now, advantages for Reno. And then the second thing I wanted to talk to the council about was what's going to make this plan different. We get into a planning process, And oftentimes we're asked that, and we're going to suggest tonight that we're going to offer some new models of how the downtown and the city can work together, of how the private sector downtown, the property owners, the businesses, can really become more unified and become enduring partners with the city as we look at downtown development over time. So the first part of this, in terms of trends, and don't worry, this shouldn't last more than 5 minutes or so. So we're not going to give you a total classroom exercise tonight. But I do want to talk about different trends that make this a unique time for Reno and for downtown. Our firm puts together a trends report. We initially did this 10 years ago for our own city. We're from Denver. And as I mentioned earlier, Yvette Freeman and I were involved with downtown revitalization there 25, 30 years ago. Since then, we have worked in more than 200 cities in 35 states on a whole variety of downtown planning efforts. But we do put together a trends report that came out of a downtown plan we did in Denver, and our role as the economists there were to project our city's future for 20 years. And instead of looking at past trends, which economists tend to do, we looked at different trends in lifestyles, in demographics, in competition, and how that was affecting our city. It not only affected Denver's downtown planning effort, but we found that this resonated in cities across the country that we were working with. And then over time, we've now been doing this in partnership with the University of Colorado, and we've received some awards on this. But here's some key things to consider as we look at the future of downtown Reno moving forward. One, demographics. Different generations are shaping downtowns and are creating really unprecedented opportunities for downtown development. Both boomers, folks like myself, who will admit to being over 50, and also millennials, those folks who are 20 to 35, very much predisposed to moving to cities. Also in our trends report, we looked at Gen Z. Gen Z are the 0 to 20 group, the group behind millennials, to see where they're going to end up. They're also looking like they're going to be they're gravitating toward cities as well. So the pipeline for demand to live and work in downtown areas, very strong, very good news for downtown Reno. Economic development today is all about attracting young skilled labor. So Reno and other cities across the country are competing to keep, retain, bring back people in that 20 to 35 age group that are going to work here. And it's a matter of simple supply and demand. Today, people in that age group account for 40% of the United States workforce. By 2025, that same group could account for 75% of our workforce. So if Reno's going to have a thriving economy, if any city's going to have a thriving economy, we have to be looking to get that group into our region. Downtown is where they want to be. And we'll talk more about that in a moment. Another trend related to demographics that's new in our report this go around is mid-tier cities are now attracting talent from quote-unquote superstar markets. So a lot of people may leave. They may leave Reno. They may move to a San Francisco, or they may move to New York or something like that. But there is a trend now of those people, 20 to 35, moving either back home or moving back to smaller markets. They're in search of more affordable lifestyles. They're also in search of the ability to be involved in helping to revitalize a city. Lifestyle trends that are shaping cities, several. Millennials, I have millennial children. My kids are 23 and 25, and just on schedule, my 23-year-old just moved back home after graduating college. So millennials are redefining adult milestones. They're deferring home buying, they're delaying marriage, but this is all factoring into cities and how we plan for our downtowns. The sharing economy, I'm sure you've heard of, again, something that shapes cities. You see bike share, car share, a whole variety of manifestations of this. Younger populations are looking for different ways to get around, so they're just not driving the way that older generations did. This impacts the design of downtown, so we're looking very closely at mobility options. How do we get around as a pedestrian? How do we bike? Transit. Transit is certainly something we're looking at in Reno and how it serves downtown as well. For those who are in the development business sitting behind us tonight, they probably already know this, but there is a value premium on walkable real estate. Downtown's really, for the first time in our lifetimes,